10:47. We had a motion on the table. We had a second. Ms. Booth was interested in restating or amending that motion. And then I believe that there was some discussion that wanted to take place. Would you like the discussion to take place prior to the restatement of the motion, or would you like to hear the amended motion and then make any discussion based on that? Okay. Ms. Booth, if you'd like to take a moment.
Okay, and bear with me because I'm going to kind of, the motion was to deviate from 644.030 and approve portable sinks with the following recommended attached. Wastewater tank and wastewater line should be clearly marked in permanent ink or labeled wastewater or waste line. Freshwater tank and freshwater line to be clearly marked in permanent ink or labeled freshwater or fresh line. Tanks and plumbing lines clearly clean monthly per professional standards, and this lawn to maintain a log so that the inspectors can come along and inspect these lines were clean. Review by the cosmetology inspector sinks with sign that states not for human consumption or do not drink, hand washing only. The kiosk is also to have 20 gallons of fresh water on hand at all times. And the wastewater be dumped immediately, and there is no standing wastewater. I just have to go through here and see if I missed anything here. And that's it. That's my.
And what does the second?
Oh, I had one more thing. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
And also, all health and sanitation laws apply that are set by the cosmetology board. So no health and safety or sanitation is waste.
Thank
That's
you.
it. I'm done.
And that was your amendment to your existing motion.
To Mr. Perry's existing motion.
And is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second.
And is there any discussion or questions or concerns regarding the clarification of that motion?
Just a quick question. That clarification of motion will be provided to the petitioner so that they know exactly what their requirements are.
Yes. Mr. Nelson?
Wait, Annie, you look like that's not possible.
I didn't hear all of what he was saying.
My question was what she's amended and what we're requiring as a board will be provided to the petitioner so that they can follow it, and if they don't follow it, the fines will ensue from that point on.
You're not able to find them. They would be written up in a complaint and brought back before the board if they don't
Okay,
do a check.
that's even better. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, did anything need to be repeated back? Or, no.
So may I give you this? Would that help you?
Yes. Okay. Any other discussion? Yes, please.
So they're not licensed like an establishment? Really?
They are.
Okay.
So this is operating exactly like a nail salon, but it's
A nail only, so, yes.
With the
Question. Alex?
Are you approving acrylics and gels for this establishment?
We're waiving the walls and the plumbing requirements as set forth in the amendment.
And we forgot one other one. The log. Do we need to add that, or was that already added in?
It's not our business.
It's not, yeah, that's not our problem.
And
If they can't, if them locking up their materials doesn't.
Or liability insurance?
Yeah, that's what insurance is for.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And one nay, Ms. Essiger, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Good luck.
We are moving right along to our next petition. Ms. Hodges, Grand News Center. Did I pronounce that correctly?
No,
No, pardon me.
no, it's Samaya Hodges, S-U-M-A-Y-A-H, Hodges, H-O-D-G-E-S. It's pronounced Granny's Beauty Center.
Granny's, okay.
Okay?
And you brought someone with you?
Yes, I have. Dr. Renee Starks here. She's an advocate for the Federation.
And would you kindly spell your name for Ms.
R-E-N-A-S-T-A-R-K-S.
Could you raise your right hand? you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Before we begin, I just would like to ask Miss Bradley, is brushing up teaching, Miss Bradley?
I think so, but I think you need to hear what they have to say, because I'm not sure they're actually going to be teaching cosmetology.
Okay. And so at this time, if you would like, I'll let you just begin.
Well, first of all, I'm a part of this federal program, and I'm kind of new at it, so I'm gonna let Ms. Renee Starks kind of explain it a little bit, okay?
Thank you for hearing me today, and thank the board for being so patient with everyone that comes through. I'm hoping that with what Ms. Hodges is taking on as a mentorship project and membership project to build proteges will help our young women and young men if she can receive the help that she's looking for from the barber's end also, to help stop a revolving door of students coming into for your training and for your licensing, and then the license just laying there, not doing anything. And they're kind of like drifting over into other things that, possibly shouldn't even be, or that they're not doing anything with that license. Some of the young ladies are incarcerated. They go into the prison, they come out of prison, and they're stuck in a revolving door because they don't have a way to be accepted into a shop at this time. Ms. Hodges is willing to open her door for the mentorship project in order to help curtail street violence and domestic violence with women. This project will serve as I'm going out to get my first job after being out incarceration. They can come and apply here, and they'll get their hair and nails and whatever project that she can offer in order to help these women. She can only do so by building mentorships through current licensees. So the licensees will not be coming in for CEUs. They will be coming in for certificates of volunteerism, excuse me, that they will use what they're learning to turn around to help other young women and encourage young men to come into the project in order to start this fold to continue on. It's a White House initiative. You've probably heard about the Barber's Buzz. That's for the male end. Ms. Hodges is going to be in charge of trying to help with the female end of that. Our beauties and barbers shops to help the young people is going to be underneath her safe service provision. It's a faith-based mission. So it's also underneath Simon & Genesis Global Ministries. Her only project in this entirety will be to make sure that if you are a licensed beautician and you're sitting doing nothing, come and get encouraged to do something. If you need to upgrade to be an owner, come back, and we've already had offers while we're sitting here for the schools to come in, that we can refer the students to the schools to continue with their federal education, that we can help them with educate to emigrate on the small matters that they can't understand in being compliant to their licenses, the little things that you guys are continually facing that we've seen here most of this morning. So that's one of the major projects that she will be unfolding in with that. Educate to Emigrate will be a diversion in this project. PEEP will be a diversion in this project. People for the Ethical Treatment of Humans. The Silverhead Club. Anyone who has a white hair, we know some intelligence over those who don't have the white hair. So we can then turn around and we can say, you know what, I went through that. Let me show you this way to do this. Let me show you how, the people who are already licensed, let me show you this new project that we're going to be doing for the girls who come in. I want to show you how to do this hair weaving in this way. So on Saturday, come over to the shop on Saturday morning, and we're going to have our members to come in, and we're going to do a project that we're going to show you exactly how to weave the hair the way you want to and have some fun as licensees who are already licensed and who are already established. So that they can in turn come around and say, you know what, if you're going to have your project going, I can help you with that. So it's a helping hand in the federation that she's in. Ours is a new CFC. We're called the Dream Green Economic Team, because this will not be a charge to the licensees that are coming in. It'll be under the membership, under a cloak. You're going to help a fellow beautician. You're going to help a fellow barber, but we're all going to get together and help society to be a little bit better than what it is today. So her project will actually come to your board and seek funding. And also seek board members to be under the Roberts rule, to follow the 4 Gs, the 1G just got added this year. And she'll also be doing classes for the board, so that the board will understand their function also.
Thank you. Ms. Hodges, would you like to add anything?
No, I think she said it all.
Thank you.
Yes.
I hope I did.
Ms. Grande, did you have some questions before board members?
I don't, I mean, I talked with them briefly during the break. It's my understanding that a lot of the classes that she'll be teaching are things like empowerment or helping them with reading skills, things like that. So when she talks about teaching, I don't think that she's going to actually be teaching cosmetology. She's going to be there as a resource for these folks that maybe need some help, you know, getting out of making bad choices, for example, or, you know, being more confident and things like that that will help them be more successful in life and hopefully not make choices to get back in prison again.
And we're going to give them nice little certificates too. You know, so that they'll have so that they can show off beside their license. I did this for completion of my Educate to Immigrate. I understand exactly what you mean when you said to bring that over here so I can hear you.
So I have a question, sir. Is this really anything then that we would?
No. I think what she's wanting to do is let the board know that she's doing this, and it's something maybe the board can encourage and participate with.
Yes.
It reminds me, excuse me, of how the board helps with the Cut It Out program.
Yes.
So they just want the board to know that they're going to be doing this to try to help people become productive licensees. And it's my understanding if someone needs education, so let's say someone wants to be a cosmetologist and they've been incarcerated and they don't know how to start, they'll give them some resources, they'll help them, and they'll say, hey, go talk to these people at this school. So the people who need education, they're going to be sending to the schools anyway.
And we'll also be encouraging the schools to come in on some of our sessions. You guys will have someone that can come in and say,
Yeah.
you know, this is our school and this is what we offer.
Yeah.
That's beyond the scope of what we're looking to do in this
Yeah.
project. We're more looking to get you guys, to encourage you guys to be on her board too and expand where you are.
Any questions from board members?
So, my question, so we're referencing a couple different NRSs here, and you see that, so you're not seeking licensure as an established cosmetological school in any way, shape, so that's.
We do have federal licensing for a federal school, but we're not looking to expand that federal school to this. This is straight certifications on being just you, being the perfect person you are, and you can empower her to be. Let's get you a certificate and say you're buzztastic.
Any other questions or concerns of the petitioners?
It sounds like you're like kind of like a liaison, like a transitioning liaison group.
We're
To be
trying
able to like come here, we can refer you, the source of the source of the source,
Exactly.
basically. And so when you said you were gonna like demonstrate like extensions, would it be somebody who is in the know, a licensed cosmetologist in the know demonstrating? Would it be a hands-on that we have, would there be a concern on a hands-on class there?
That would be free though. Those are girls that we bring in for free and let our beauticians who are licensed perform that for their services for free.
Exactly. So
So
like
for the
so look
purposes
and
of
learn,
the
demo, look and learn.
Yes, exactly. But if you really want to if you love this and you want to do what she's doing, she holds a license, here's where you can go get your license too.
Okay.
And then we will give you a job.
Right.
We don't care about your past,
Right.
we're caring about your present.
So the people there actually attending wouldn't be actually performing any services on Friends or Model or anything?
No, it's the
Okay, that was
licensees.
just my concern.
No, these are straight professionals, straight licensees, understanding, carrying their license to the
Yes.
classes. You know, and then we're also looking to find out how we can engage the board and how do we find funding. So that's my only purpose today because she did not understand the federation
Yes.
and how the federation would work with her in this, because we would be providing the certificates. She would actually have to go to the judges and say, you know what, when she gets out, or can you refer her to my project instead of throwing her back in, or, you know, she'll have to actually go down to the federal courts and to the courts to get these people. And she's got to do the lead work.
Yes.
But then she's going to be looking for your support and to say, well, we have grants over here, you work with those people, and, you know, I'll serve on her board also, or...
So you're a nonprofit?
Yes,
Yes.
faith-based nonprofit.
I'm so,
Faith-based, we're the B, Betterment and Empowerment Through Education and Entertainment.
okay, thank you.
That's the federation.
Ms. Curtis,
There's a couple of things that you've said that I'm not clear
the
on.
compensation?
No. In other words, in your beginning of your statement, you were talking about licensees that were already licensed, and it sounded to me like you wanted to help them be better educated to do, or say like brush ups.
Well, we want to encourage them to be public liaisons is what we're
Okay,
trying to do.
here's what I'm asking.
Mhm.
In which way are you planning to do that? And I think I also heard that you want to do some of this in the salon, you bring
Yes.
them over.
Mhm, mhm.
Those kind of things would be under your jurisdiction as to if you're going to allow teaching and instructions in your salon.
It's
That would
not
involve
teaching
us.
though. Let me interject that. It's not teaching. I really, with your expertise, I can't really teach you. I can show you how I'm doing a
But
braid.
how would you
and-
show?
Oh, no, I'm saying if I have someone, if she's
I
an
can show
incarcerated
the
person,
demo If they're a licensed cosmetologist.
yeah, if they're yes, if she's licensed, if you're licensed and licensees is what it is. It's a license to license empowerment. So that we can encourage you
So we're-
to help those others that we're bringing in that
We're
are
talking
not.
about advanced after the basic learning, am I correct?
Oh, no, there's no advancement.
And then I think I
I
also
think
heard
she's
you
referring to
speak
postgraduate.
of braiding
Yes,
and
licensing.
those kinds of things.
I'm not understanding.
We're talking about the difference between
I'm
an
not
unlicensed
clear
person
on
who's trying to attain
the
a license
issues.
as opposed to.
Oh, they won't be
as a
doing,
licensed
yeah, they won't be
getting-
they won't be doing anything. They don't do any services whatsoever.
Ms. Curtis, were
I
you-
think Mr. Perry has something to say.
To the best of my knowledge, we have rules and regulations regarding demonstrators, and specifically how many demonstrations can be done, and we require permitting of demonstrations. So if I have someone come into my salon and teach me a new technique of some kind, that individual by regulation should have a demonstration permit. Am I correct?
Oh, okay. And that's why we're here. We're trying to find out what we need to do to comply. Yes.
That is correct, is it not? I don't know where it is. I mean, I'm doing this because in the past, that's been an issue for me. But we do have that, you know.
Yes, you do. You have two different ways of demonstrating. You have cosmetic demonstrators that are salon specific. You have retailers that demonstrate in the mall. Your salons don't normally have other folks come into their salon to demonstrate or show them things. Your salon,
When they do, they're required to have a permit of it.
yeah. So this is what I want to be clear on,
So
because
that
we're
would
the
be
people
very,
that
and
inspect your salon.
and to the best of my recollection, there was a number of times that permits could be issued in a particular location, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Correct me, I'm doing this from memory, so. And do you offhand know how many times that is?
I don't know offhand, but I know that it's come up before, and the board has, you can show your employees what you want them to do inside your salon.
Correct, but if I.
Kind of like Fantastic Sam, but you can't invite and charge other people. Once you start charging,
Well, we don't charge.
you end up falling back under
Right,
the
but even
rules
if I
of the
bring
school.
somebody in to teach me a new haircutting technique from, say, one of my distributors brings in a guest artist, that person would be demonstrating in my salon, even though it's not a for charge thing, right? They're doing it as free, so they can sell more product, basically. Right?
Yeah.
But even in that circumstance, I'm required to have a permit.
We no longer do permits. That was out in 2005.
And that's another reason we're back before the board and encouraging to find out. We don't want to do anything out of line. We're the Dream Green. We're expanding. We're asking you guys to expand with us. This is something totally new because we don't think that anyone has been trying to use current licensees to outreach to others in this manner for empowerment.
I have a question here. I think maybe we're just a little bit early on this. Probably, it's a fantastic program, and anytime women can be empowered, I'm 100% for that. I think maybe what you need to do is maybe sit down, come and spend some time with Miss Annie or Lori, and kind of see where you want, and what you really need to bring back before us. Miss Annie?
We've talked before on the phone, and that's why they're here today.
Right.
Because the things that they were saying to me does not fit what 196.
No.
Teaching or practicing in enacting a fee puts you under the guidelines of 644-400.
Well, I heard them say that there is no fee.
Correct. We're doing this as a public service. We are nonprofit faith-based.
But
So
are
we
you
can,
being
we
paid
do
by somebody?
fundraisers. We do fundraisers.
And then federally,
Well, yeah,
Sponsored as
we just
well.
had a campaign, and that's what I wanted to say also. You guys just finished up your federal campaign. It's going to be coming again, I hope, this year. Don't forget to overlook the B with 3 E's, because we'll be on that new list. Our number has been 54190, and we are faith-based. And you should have us on your list coming up this next term, that you'll be able to donate to us.
I have another question. So you have a salon,
Yes,
and you're going to, in the salon, hire hairdressers
that's
who
correct.
then are going to do this project. So they're all of the hairdressers will be working for you.
Most definitely.
They won't be working for anybody else. And
They're
so,
just exclusively for granting fees.
and so then when somebody gets out of prison, they're gonna come into you. You're going to help them with makeup and hair and make themselves presentable to go to a interview. So the teaching part, so you're teaching these girls, you're not teaching them to be a hairdresser?
Oh, no.
It's
Okay.
mentorships.
So that's where I'm saying, it just doesn't even sound like they're doing any.
But we didn't want to start this and this project becomes so big, because we know that a lot of people want to be, and they're encouraged to work with Ms. Hodges. We didn't want you to have to send out Ms. Brady over here, and all of a sudden we
But
have
Ms.
now all of
Hodge can-
these.
With her license can have, and correct me if I'm wrong here, she can show these hairdressers anything that she wants to show
Exactly.
them. And you can take on any client that you legally should take on.
I think what they're here before, the petitioners are here for a blessing,
Yes,
Right.
please.
relatively speaking.
Please.
They're,
Someone's Jewish in the
Pardon me.
room.
they're asking to make us aware of this. You're not charging for that service, and in fact, you're offering a gateway for someone who's a felon who may not actually be able to acquire a license.
Right.
According to our law.
But
Or
Alex,
either
that's
not
what
even
they
a
said.
gateway to work.
Right.
Whoa.
The petition is actually slightly different than what they've come before the board with.
And
I have one question.
Ms.
We're
Ball?
not charging the actual person that's being reintroduced to society. Are there any fees extracted from government programs, court, anything like that?
none. We are self-sufficient because we have a membership called the Silverhead Club, and that membership goes for scholarships for these women. And we also have the RJ, who is going to let us do a fundraiser with them. They're going to supply the Sunday paper for $1 for 52 weeks, and you can't beat that anywhere. So we have projects going that starts our soft funding. Like I say, we believe in Robert's rule and that we do the federal HUD board standards. So we believe in the soft funding and getting ourselves there until the federal dollars can come forward.
And then would you be providing those 2 sheets for us?
I
as well?
am.
Okay, and so we'll provide those to Mr. Nelson as well. Ms. Alexander?
I have a question. So the people who are working in your salon, the licensees, how are they compensated, or do they? I mean, they work for you, so obviously someone has to pay them for this service.
They actually have to be volunteers to step up into this. This is, like, again, this is federal. It's a mentorship program. And the first thing we look for you to do is give, especially if you are in the position to give. So
The ones that we currently have are, yes, paid stylists.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The stylists that are working there now are paid stylists. Once we get this program going, it is all volunteer.
For that portion?
Just for
of-
that portion, but the stylists will be paid, yes.
their stylists are working and they have to be paid. They're going to give that time.
For that
for
portion,
this,
for that
of
part
this
of their
federation,
contribution.
for this mentorship. for
Separate
this
from their
project.
employee.
Yes.
Separate from the employee check or the tips that they receive here.
Yes.
The same way we will have a fundraiser, the Barber's Buzz and the Beautician's Buzz each year. They won't be paid from that. That'll be all fundraising dollars that they'll invite kids in for free cuts for the school. Making the cut is what we call it. And they'll invite the kids in for the school haircuts, as well as the mentorship portion for the women or men who are needing to go out there, look good for that first job interview.
So would this be for anybody, not just on somebody like a sing-along who's been out of it for a while?
Yes, it's tons out there.
Nervous to get
Yeah.
back behind the chair?
Yes, I have also reached out to the welfare department, and there's tons of them that are just sitting at home, it's on welfare, that's not doing absolutely anything with their license, but their license is still active.
And
So-
she's going after those.
I mean, it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, she's a licensed establishment, and she can cut hair, and she can hire licensed people to work there and do services. And it's my understanding that in establishments, there are times that you do show each other new techniques or whatever, but you're all licensed, you're in there together. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean,
So you'd have somebody that could come and demonstrate whatever they want, their
I-
famous bang cut,
Yes.
bang trim or whatever, and they're just volunteering their time, basically.
Yes, and maybe be me, because I pretty much do it all.
Ms.
Braiding or either extensions, any of that stuff.
Thank you. Ms. Curtis?
Okay, I'm still not clear. You have regulations for donated services. If you're going to have people come into your salon and you donate, certainly you can have that. You do a letter to the board, get approved, donated services. But I'm not quite sure if I understand, because you keep talking about braiding and showing people how to do things. You're also talking about licensees, getting them back up to speed. Am I not correct?
If you're, just say you're right now,
I'm not clear
you're-
on what you're saying.
if you're right now a licensee and you're sitting home and you're doing nothing with that license, we're going to encourage you to come to the shop. We're going to encourage you to see if you like the environment. We're going to get you to see if we can empower you and educate you to come back into a job position.
Okay,
Learn and earn is what this is called.
question. You're going to empower me to come in and work for free?
Oh, no, this is
I'm going to
this is-
interrupt you for
Yeah.
a moment. I think what she means to say is that she might provide you with a referral to a school.
Yes.
To
Or
a school?
she
I
might provide you-
referral to the school.
Or she might provide you to a referral to an establishment that's looking for a stylist.
That's not what I heard.
Simple
Yeah,
haircut.
I did not.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
we need
So-
one person talk at a time.
So would you kindly address that, since that's not what others have heard?
Yes. This will be people who already have a job position, who are already licensees, who are willing to join together and give back to those who are economically disadvantaged. Women of small business closed down, can't afford to come in and use their license. Come in and get the education of where you can come in and get a booth here for a lot less. You already have your license. Come on and try this out. And let's see what you need to do to activate your license. What can I do to motivate you into coming in and getting off of this system and onto a work system? What can I do to empower you to do that and to use your license that you have? Can I show you a new technique? We do free techniques on Saturday mornings. Come in and just join in and see how we're braiding hair this weekend, and see if you want to come and join and activate your license again and actually come back into being a working society asset is what we're looking to bring in.
And we're not activating their license, let's just clear that, because they already
Yeah,
have license, we can't do anything with their license, so we're not activating them.
No CEUs. When we say activate, we have people who are over here that we will call, who have schools, who give the CEUs, who are wanting to work with us, who have that establishment and that perfection down pat to know how to do that. We only know how to be in service to you.
We just want to rebuild, restore, empower them, motivate them, and get them back into the work industry. That's it.
Let's leave it at that for a moment. Any questions to that statement or comment? Mr.
I'm concerned, I would just like to make sure that,
Can we keep that to a question?
yeah, is there going to be a difficulty enforcing the cosmetology laws in that salon because of the unclear definition of who's in that salon at any given time?
I think I'm asking this board to be real clear on whether you're going to allow certain things in your salons. We're your enforcement unit. We need to be clear.
Certainly, and you're gonna walk into this salon and you're gonna say, I'm here to inspect.
But see, when I hear words like education, teaching, grading,
It sounds very gray to me.
it's very gray.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you there. The question was, is there any concern that our inspection department's going to have when they come into your establishment as to who might be licensed or what type of activity is taking place? If I heard your question correctly.
Yes, because
Could you-
it sounds like there's gonna be some gray area when she walks in and she's gonna.
Everyone that's performing any type of hair services will be licensed.
With the license posted on the wall.
With the license posted on the wall, yes, that's
And
correct.
then, let's leave it at that.
Okay.
Ms. Bratton?
Well, because what I was hearing, and I think it's maybe a different use of words that you're saying versus what we're used to saying, hearing, is the people who are sitting at home with an active license, not using it, you're gonna say, hey, come down to my shop, work here, and we'll give you some refresher and confidence building and things like that, but they're licensed people, so essentially, you're gonna hire them, I mean, for use of a different term, you're gonna be saying, hey, come down here, I'll give you a booth, we will, you'll be working here, we'll give you some refresher tips, there's other experienced people in the salon that would love to show you their magic bang cut and, other techniques they use, and so that's kind of what you're gonna do. I mean, they're licensed people, you're essentially hiring them to work in your shop.
Motivating.
Yeah.
But what the thing is, if we get like too many of them, we couldn't hire them all, you see what I'm saying? So then they can look and learn, but we can just outsource them to another salon.
And then let's keep it at that. Any questions regarding that comment or that statement? About
As long as they're licensed.
Yes.
Ms.
We will
Kerr?
not have anyone coming out of being incarcerated who's not licensed to do your hair, period.
I have one issue right there on that one. You said look and learn. What is your definition of look and, you said you didn't have enough room in your salon, so some will be coming in just to look and learn.
So on that particular Saturday, if we're doing that demonstration or empowering them or just encouraging them or whatever, if there's like a weave technique, you can just sit there and just kind of watch, that's what I mean, kind of like a look and learn. They would not be servicing the clients or anything.
So they would not be working for you, they would just be there being empowered.
Exactly.
I think
You're
that's.
not cutting anyone out, in
I
other
think
words.
that's my
Because there's only so many of them that you can hire, you know what I'm saying? If you get so many, there's only so many I can take.
So they would absolutely not be touching any hair because with
No,
a
they would
license,
not.
you can't, if you're not working for you, that person can't even touch any hair.
Exactly, so they would not.
So it's almost like you said people of interest that want to go into cosmetology could come in and kind of shadow somebody for a day and just look and watch and see, is this what I want to do? Or the ones who are a little weak apart still and coming back in for a refresher can kind of shadow them for a day and stand back and watch,
That's exactly what it is.
permissively while they do a weave or permissively while they do a cut and say, well, maybe I could, maybe that interests me.
Exactly.
So with that, as a liaison, you act as a liaison to the unlicensed stylist saying, go to the school, go to the board, get information. For the licensed person, it's like, we can take you on board and kind of help you through this, give you that courage and encouragement and whatnot for the licensed people. And when you get your license, we are here, come back to us and we can help bring you into this.
That's exactly what we're saying.
And we just don't want.
One moment.
I'd like to say what concerns me about that is these girls that are coming in, the look and learn girls, is if the inspector comes in and they have decided maybe just to try the scissor one time or
No.
something like that,
No.
then we've given them a fine, so we've caused more harm to them.
We
And I
understand the depth and scope of English language and the laws that are governing this act.
And it's no different, honestly. I have a salon where I offer the $99 weaves. Most of you might have seen the commercial on television. Well, my salon is pretty open. So when I'm there doing a weave, it's no difference. The clients are sitting there watching anyways, learning techniques, because it's kind of like it's just wide open, so it's really no different.
So
Except for you
just
just
with the
can't.
recognition then that when the inspection staff comes in, if you are violating the law, then you will be cited.
Oh,
And
definitely,
as
yes.
well as the unlicensed
That
activity.
you're trying to motivate.
And then, just so we're real clear, that it's not just the establishment that may receive a citation, but it would also be the person
Yeah, that's
who was performing. So you don't disempower
Right.
somebody. You wouldn't want to enable them to do something that was considered licensed services. And it sounds like you're very clear on that.
Yes, I am very.
And it sounds like the inspection staff can manage that quite effectively. Because if you see unlicensed activity, then you'll cite for that.
Well, and there's two possible issues. I mean, I think you walk in, you see somebody working on a client where their license isn't posted, and they might be licensed, but they don't actually work there, the license isn't posted. That would be a citation, that would be a problem. And so you know that the people that work there must have their license
Yeah,
posted,
exactly.
and those are the only people that can work on clients.
Yes.
Now, the other option would be someone who isn't licensed decides to hold the scissors for a second. Uh-oh, bad. Now we've got an unlicensed person. But I mean, I mean, there could be other extraneous people in there, but when you walk in as an inspector, who's doing work on clients, there should be licenses posted,
Yes.
and they should be licensed.
Very straightforward.
Yes.
Yes.
And we 100% plan to comply with that.
We understand.
We do not plan on having, if you come in and I don't know Miss April Long, if she's licensed or not, she can't touch the scissors.
Well,
Or it cannot touch another person.
One moment. Actually, she would have to be bringing her license with her.
Yes.
And that's what would be the identifier that in fact she could be holding a pair of scissors.
Exactly. And it will be displayed.
Yes.
Any other questions or concerns? Ms. Ball?
One more. This petition reads to me that they are requesting the board to approve a 4-week refresher experience for licensed cosmetologists.
Ms. Ball, I think that the petition that's as it is written is slightly skewed from what the verbal presentation is.
Yes.
So
So what are
I
they asking?
think we're going according to their testimony today.
Yes.
The testimony today is to create an environment for licensees to have refresher skill training or life skill training, and unlicensed individuals to be motivated into the profession.
Perfect.
If that was a summary.
Yes, perfect.
If I've omitted something,
No, that was nothing
any
Everyone's
other?
welcome.
So we're going to deny, we can deny this petition, right? We don't have to do anything with it?
Good luck.
Thank you. That's what we were hoping for.
I love it. I think it's a fabulous idea.
If you can please give us a card, and we would love to have anyone that's willing to help, because this is a big one. And we're going to be going to the judges on the federal court and the state level to see if we can bring anyone in, because one woman or one man out of a revolving door, I mean, that's the empowering part. Just one. So thank you.
Our next petition to appear, Brian Putnam. Is Mr. Putnam available? Yes. Please come forward. Again, Ms. Bradley,
Yes.
prior to Mr. Putnam's presentation, I just want to ask, why are we seeing this? The mobile establishment, it is a self-contained, self-supporting unit. You can see that according to the photograph.
I don't know why you're seeing it.
Who is the inspection staff? What was the inspection staff's reason for bringing this before the board?
He's coming for a variance.
A variance for what?
That
Well, one moment, Mr. Putnam.
A variance of, it's not a self-contained unit, it's being hauled or pulled.
But that self-contained means that everything within those walls is contained. It's irrelevant whether it's being driven around.
Self-contained. If you look at, where it indicates that it has to be, number 6.
It's 644-600, mobile established, self-contained, self-supporting. You can visually see that it's self-contained and self-supporting.
Okay, if you look under NAC 644-640, General Standards for Establishment, number 6.
The interior of the establishment.
The interior of the establishment must be 7 to 8 feet wide, inclusive, having a ceiling height of at least 6 feet, and be at least 24 feet long as measured from the back of the driver's seat.
So the
In the back of
variance
the
that,
establishment.
the variance that Mr. Putnam is going to be requesting is NAC 644.640, number 6.
Well, that's why he's here.
But I mean, that's
In other
not
words, it says from the
reference.
back of the driver's seat, which means that it has to be driven, in my
So Mr.
estimation.
Putnam, I appreciate you taking a few moments while
Yeah, may
I
I?
get that straightened out. And then if you'll just please
Oh.
be sworn in and spell your name for Mr. Nelson.
Brian Putnam, P-U-T-N as in Nancy, and Dave, N as in Mary, Putnam.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I have just some visuals.
Great. Do I have to so admit these? So admitted.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I should, but you're usually reacting when I, sure, thank you, when I realize we're calling.
I guess so. Okay, I guess the thing is that I will be self-contained. There is something that says 24 feet. That's a full-fledged motorhome, so I think we could cut a few feet off it if I can do it a self-contained trailer. And, it would be self-contained. I really am not focusing on going in front of somebody's home and parking and doing the neighbors. I would be concentrating on 55 and older communities. So my biggest thing is that the financial, it would cost less to set up in this toy hauler. I would get more workable square footage because it's basically gutted. I don't have to do any revamping, just put some stations in there, bolt them to the ground. I have my dispensary sink. I have my kitchen sink. I can replace the shampoo bowl in there. I have heating. I have hot water, black gray water, a closing door for a restroom. I'll be totally self-contained. The nice thing about versus a motor home, well, here I can go down. The initial setup is less. My DMVs will be less. My insurance will be less. My annual maintenance. If my motorhome is broken down with new transmission, my business is shut down. With this, if my truck goes haywire, I put my truck in the shop, I go rent a U-Haul truck for the day, I'm still up and running. That's a big thing I'm thinking of. And then the handicap access, which it would cost thousands of dollars to put a wheelchair lift because I am going to be working on seniors. So this is already handicap accessible. So the only thing I'm really asking is that we get rid of the motorhome, let me tow this thing, and I'm totally self-contained. Because I'm not a motorhome, I'm thinking we can cut off a few feet. I think I can do this between, I've been looking at them, so anywhere between 18 to 20 feet is really all I need to have a manicuring, maybe 2 stations, and a little waiting room.
Mr. Putnam, you're coming before us. I wanted to double check that you've read the regulation 644.615. And when I look at the visual image of your facility, where is the restroom?
Okay. Well, there are different floor plans. Like this particular one, here's the kitchen sink. All these dishes are removable, so it's just open shell. I can configure.
Where's the restroom?
Right behind the kitchen.
Is that a closed?
Yes, it's a closed bathroom. It has a tub and a shower, or a standing shower.
And so you're also asking for a variance of 644.615. Are there windows?
There's windows.
And there's a ventilation system?
There's air conditioning and heating, yes, there is. And there's, the little camper vents that pop up,
And then with respect to the NAC 644.640, number 6, that Ms. Curtis reminded me of earlier, what is the width of the interior of the trailer?
They're usually about 8 feet.
Well, what is yours?
Well, I haven't picked out my exact model. There's too many. I mean, I'm gonna have to get the approval from you, then go find.
So you realize that,
I'm just trying to get the approval that, yes, okay, you don't have to be self-propelled in a motorhome. That yes, you do have the leeway to going and finding the unit picture, whatever you guys tell me I have to have. I think I can get by with 18 to 20 feet.
and then the ceiling height?
Ceiling height is 6 foot, some 6.5, 6 foot, 7 feet.
So it's the length.
It's really the
that is
length
the
and
discussion?
yeah, and then
Self-propelled.
don't ask me to be self-propelled. That's all. As far as a 100-gallon tank, I can, if it doesn't come with it, I can put it in easy. The generator, I might have to bump up. Usually they're about 5,000. I might have. So your guys in the rule book say 6,000, 6,500, I think. So I'll have to get a little bit bigger generator, and basically that's it.
And what are you planning to do with your dumping of wastewater?
Okay, so I'm already, one of my clients that is waiting for me to get approval here is the Oasis RV Park. 900 RV spots, they're gonna let me pull in there. I can dump there.
Dump sites there.
They have dump sites there. Actually, I'm fortunate when I bought this house last summer that I do have RV parking on both sides of my house, and the guy before me put a dump station at my house that goes straight out to the sewer. So if that one, and then there's the Wild Wild West, there's a truck stop casino. They let you pull in and dump for a nominal fee.
Just as a formal reminder, is in the event that you were successful in having this approved, you would need a written approval granting you permission to dump. That
Well,
would have to be provided to
If
the
I went
inspection
camping for the
staff.
weekend and I'm full, all I have to do is pull in Wild West or the truck stop on.
With all due
Diamond.
respect, you're not camping.
No,
you're
I know, I'm
working
just
on
saying.
customers. And the
I can
law
do that.
is, it's 644.650, and you would need to provide the inspection staff with a written
Sure, that's
approval,
not a
just as a
problem.
formal
That's not a
reminder.
All right, I'd like to make a motion.
Are there any other questions or concerns prior to the making of a motion? Feel free.
I'm
Oh,
sorry, I
pardon
do
me.
have a question.
Ms. Vinal.
In the past, when we've had these kind of trailers, when you step on one side, it's kind of cattywampus. How is it?
They have jacks. There's just,
It's all
I
jacked.
pull in, I park, I put the jacks down, I'm stable.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that allows for a variance to 644.640. The specific wording would be the interior of the establishment must be 7 to 8 feet wide, inclusive, have a ceiling height of at least 6 feet, and be at least 18 feet long, period.
Any second to that?
I'll second that.
Any questions or concerns regarding that motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Your motion carries. Good luck.
Did you make a variance about the self-propelling? Or you?
If we put a period at the end of 18 feet, it's
Perfect. Okay.
So as I'm understanding now, I'm 18 feet or
longer.
Or longer.
And you must comply with all the other regulations of mobile.
yeah, I am.
What is the tank capacity for water?
Usually stop on just to go, go camping like that with the motorcycles. It's about 60 to 80. So I'm only having to put in a little bit bigger tank and beef up the generator a little bit.
Okay.
So, Mr. Powder, just as a friendly reminder, if our inspection staff were to find anything that were irregular, you may be coming before us again. So
Oh, no,
just be sure that you work directly.
I'm going
with
to work
Ms.
very
Curtis.
closely with Ms. Anderson.
And then she can help you kind of make sure that you're following the guidelines set forth if there's any approvals that need to be provided as part of the continued application process.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to see the bottom line cost on that when you're all done?
It's not gonna
This
be like,
isn't-
okay, I was looking at motorhomes, 150,000 was one of them. So,
I am interested in that. I'll follow up with you personally.
thank
I'd
you.
like to see you at the same.
Any other commentary from Mr. Putnam prior to moving on? All right. Thank you.
Nice music.
Our next petition to appear is Paul DeVitt, the owner of the Beauty Bar. Is Mr. DeVitt present? Yes, thank you. Just as a friendly reminder, I noticed that you indicated the martini and manicure. Do you have a liquor license?
Yes.
You do. And so, would you kindly just spell your names for Mr. Nelson and be sworn in?
Carrie, C-A-R-I, Balon, B-A-L-O-U-N.
And Ms. Balon, you're a witness for?
Yes, I'm a licensed manicurist.
Thank you.
If you each raise your right hand, you each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
When you're ready, feel free.
Okay, I own a beauty bar. I started in Manhattan 17 years ago. There's a beauty bar in Manhattan, San Francisco, Denver, Dallas, Austin, and Vegas. It's been 7 years on Fremont Street. We were the first bar to come down Fremont Street, start the revolution, so to speak. And one of the novelty of the beauty bar, the first beauty bars in Manhattan, was an old beauty salon that I bought and kept it original and all the fixtures and decor and put a liquor license in it basically. And the novelty was that we did what we call manicures and martinis. So we've been doing that, as I said, 17 years in New York City. We started to do it here when we came to Vegas, and we were told that we were not allowed to do it by the Board of Cosmetology. So we didn't really pursue it at the time because there was not a lot, the business wasn't there, really the clientele wasn't there, the area was still very rough, there was not a lot of, and now, as you probably all know, the area has changed dramatically. There's a lot more people around earlier in the evening. And what we do is not a manicure, so to speak. It's a simple nail polish change. And I think what the problem might be is that we use the word manicure because it makes sense, manicure and martini, to say nail polish change, and martini doesn't really work. So we're looking to get permission to be able to do that again as part of our routine, so to speak, at the bar. And it's proved very popular in other cities. We've never had a problem with any, sanitary issues or things like that anywhere else. No complaints, no lawsuits or any problems health-wise or anything else. Carrie worked for me in the beginning when we did it at first, so I asked her to come down and speak on my behalf about what the procedures we use and how, we keep it clean, so to speak.
Just as a formal reminder, is the whole cocktail lounge going to be an establishment license? Is there a portion of that footprint that's an establishment?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I'm under the impression when I read the petition that you own a cocktail lounge,
Right.
that you're incorporating nail services in.
Right.
So what portion of the lounge is going to be
Oh,
licensed as an establishment?
I'm not sure we're looking to be licensed as an establishment, but we do typically one table.
So maybe that's where the concern is for today. Did you want to address that?
Yeah, I think what we're looking for is an exception to that because what we're actually looking to do are not really licensed nail services, but more like a nail polish application. Similar to like how when you go to the department stores, how they will apply makeup to you, but they're not necessarily licensed as estheticians. We would just like to be able to call it, we want your permission to call it for advertising purposes manicure and martini, when actually what we're doing is just letting the person sit down, we paint their nails while they have a drink. We're not, we don't want to do artificial nail services, gel services, pedicures, anything like that. We just want the ability to legally have the exception to paint people's nails while they have an alcoholic beverage, and nothing more.
Is it going to be a licensed manicurist that's going to be doing that? Or are you talking about cocktail waitresses? Who are you talking about doing it?
Well, licensed managers, Gary's, well, the two girls who we've had in the past were both licensed managers.
Well, in Nevada, a licensed nail technologist works in a licensed establishment. So now I'm going to be concerned that your licensed nail technologists are not compliant with their licensed establishment working conditions. Is that a concern that Ms. Bradley may have?
Yeah, I mean, Nevada law says that a licensed person works in a licensed salon. So, for this to work under Nevada law, part of the bar or part of the location would have to become a licensed establishment so that.
And that's just a portion of your footprint, but then the licensed activity would have to occur within that portion of your footprint. Is that a possibility for you?
That depends on what is required. I think there's, 6-foot wall. The idea of it is that it's a kind of a group thing where people come together and sit and do their nails. Girls come as groups, bachelorette parties, people coming from work. So I know that part of the requirement is like 6-foot walls, locked doors, places like that. So it really kind of takes away from the whole idea of it. It's supposed to be something that's visual for people to see. It's part of the whole, a social thing. It's part of the whole routine of the bar. That's it.
I've been to your establishments in New York and here, and I wondered why there wasn't nails here too, because I thought,
You should know.
Yeah, I saw, I'm familiar, I'm very, very familiar with your market.
So what is the question or comment?
No comment. I think that it would be advantageous if they had that footprint in there. I mean, I think that it would be worth your while to uphold the reputation that you have throughout, that you have at your other establishments.
Yes, it kind of
So look at
takes
that,
away
actually
from
look at that as becoming an establishment, as a footprint inside their bar.
And are you familiar with this location?
Yes.
And so is that something that they could?
Oh, I think it's something that's absolutely doable in your location. Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. According to NRS 644375, food and beverage sales, it says food or beverages for immediate consumption may be sold in a cosmetological establishment. The way I see it is you have to have a salon and you can serve alcohol inside your salon. But I don't see you being able to have a bar and do cosmetological services in a bar. That's the way our laws read, and I don't see anywhere.
What if we didn't use licensed cosmetologists?
Then you'd be
Having unlicensed activity.
Yeah. If they sold a nail polish, would they have a demonstrator that would be able to do that, to demonstrate that? Or would that still be an agency of cosmetological?
Well, you'd have to be a makeup, isn't there a
You have to be a
licensure?
cosmetological establishment to have a
Well,
cosmetology
but if-
demonstrator in it.
A demonstrator's
Demonstrator's license, if it sold the nail polish in which they were kind of like a department
Yeah,
store.
I-
They sold the nail polish with an unlicensed person, they wouldn't be in our agency, absolutely, just like Macy's.
Ms. Bradley, what prevents him from licensing the entire lounge bar? I'm not quite sure if it's a bar or a lounge. Of the entire lounge as a cosmetological establishment, and then just in fact doing their normal course of cocktail business and having nail services anywhere within that footprint?
I don't know, I mean, I haven't been there, but certainly, yeah, I mean, as long as they could comply with the requirements to license the whole place as an establishment, I don't know why that would be a problem.
What would prevent them from being able to license the lounge as a cosmetological establishment? Do we know the location, or has the inspection staff visited the location?
No.
Somebody visited, I believe. I spoke to somebody who visited one time.
Do any of our inspectors recall visiting 517 East Fremont Street?
Yes. Yeah, I was there. We had received a complaint about maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. Somebody called in to say that there was some kind of martini and manicure thing on their website. I went down there, spoke to the manager at the time, and I think that was something when they originally opened some years back. They put it on the website, but it hadn't really been an active program. So we ended up closing the complaint, but it's a lounge. It's a cocktail lounge. And like Ms. Bradley was saying, if the establishment license covered the entire suite, the entire address, then, it would meet our requirements to do the manicure services in a portion as long as they met all of the other stipulations of the law. As
So,
far as sinks and
the
no carpeting
dispensary
and,
sink.
you know, all that kind of
Right.
stuff.
Have you considered licensing or applying for a cosmetological establishment license?
I have not, actually.
Would you be willing to do that and then bringing
Absolutely.
your, if there were a problem with your application, perhaps you might come before us again? So would this matter then be suspended until until their application was filed and rejected or accepted?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing you have a lot of the requirements already. You have to have a restroom within so many feet. You have to have water, you know, a sink so that hands can be washed. The person has to wash their hands before they touch a client, then after. You know, they have to be able to wash their hands. I mean, I'm guessing you've got sinks,
Yeah, I'm
you've
sure
got restrooms.
there are probably some variances we might need as far as, partition walls and things like that.
But I mean, I think if you have walls around the outside, I'm guessing you do. I don't know that you need separate walls.
No?
I mean, you could license it as an establishment and just, sort it down.
Have dual licensing for
Yeah.
your.
I mean, that would
Be
be,
a first.
that'd be the only thing to look into possibly to see what the requirements are for your liquor license and stuff. And I have no idea about that. But I mean, do they have some sort of prohibition? I
I
don't
don't
know.
think so.
Mr. Green?
Yeah, one thing I was going to mention, I think the issue of the variance would come under NAC 644307, which speaks about leasing space to people inside of an establishment to do other types of business. And I think in this area, it's like Mr. DeVitt said, the requirement normally would be you have to separate it out with walls and a door. So would you all be giving him a variance to say that in this open space, you can conduct two separate types of businesses, a lounge as well as a cosmetology establishment?
I would refer to 644375, the law already allows for that.
It allows for the sale or dispensing of alcohol.
And
Yeah.
consumption, food or
Immediate.
immediate consumption.
Ms. Bradley, would you see any problem with NAC 644307 in terms of without limitation to the cosmetological establishment leasing space to another establishment, and specifically bar is not mentioned?
I don't know that that would apply, given the fact that establishment can sell alcohol and food. And I think the reason it says immediate consumption is, you can't be like a grocery store, with things people take home. But I mean, if you're selling beverages, maybe everybody's not partaking in the cosmetology services. Maybe primarily they're partaking in the beverages, but there's nothing that prohibits the sale of beverages or food. This provision seems to imply that it's something else happening that, like tattooing, body piercing, other types of services, outside of what you already allow. So I think you could just look at 375 and do it that way.
Do it that way. And
Or
then,
I'm sorry, not 375. What's the one?
That's NRS.
Yeah. Okay, NRS 375, that's what I meant. It seems like, because there's nothing that prohibits, it doesn't talk about alcoholic beverages here, but obviously Nevada law would require a liquor license, which he has to do that.
and then what about your disposable cups? Because in a cosmetological establishment, you have to have disposable beverage cups, not just rewashable.
We actually use disposable because we have a back patio, so we've done away with all glass.
And then also a cosmetological establishment must have a sign, and your sign can be, where there's no
It says beauty
requirement.
bar.
Yeah.
So just as a matter of
Beauty
formality,
bar is right there.
just as a matter of formality. Any question, Ms. Bernal?
I don't know if we have a challenge with it, but you may want to check with your health department. Because I know that we had done the same thing up north, and it was a problem. You had to have a separate area with a locking door. So, vice versa, I'm not sure.
And so absent the health department inquiry, and does the board need to make a decision on this matter, or could they proceed with their application process?
Yeah, I would encourage you to read the laws regarding establishments and what's required before you submit your application, just to save you that time and money. But I would say read that, and if you've got a large enough space, if you've got the requirements there to submit your application. But I think Ms. Bonaldi is correct, maybe check with the health department and also the liquor license folks, just to make sure that they don't have anything that you're gonna be surprised by. But I would think it's not something to decide today.
Can I just make a quick motion on this? Because the item is to request the board to approve adding a simple nail service, I would like to just make a motion that we deny this request. And then you would then go forth and do what you need to do.
Is there a second to that motion?
Wait a minute, I thought we didn't have to deny or approve these.
Well, we do have an item here that's requesting the board approve it. So he's either got to withdraw it tonight, or we have to make some kind of motion. So this will just clarify it.
There is a motion on the table. We've had discussion. Unless you're willing to withdraw your petition at this time, otherwise.
I mean, if it's better for me to withdraw, I withdraw it.
It's entirely up to you. I don't know if there's a qualitative statement there.
Okay, I'll withdraw my petition.
You will proceed with your petition. Thank you. Any other questions or concerns regarding the beauty bar's petition to add simple nail services in an establishment? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Mr. Leeson, do you need a break? We'll break in approximately a half an hour. We do have our next agenda, item number 17, review treasurer's reports for September, October, and November of 2012. Just a quick question, Ms. Glasgow, as I was kind of looking at the budget, I was kind of looking at page 4 on September, page 3 on October, and page 5 in November. Just wanted to double check that we're operating at a loss each month.
Yes, we are.
We decrease our net assets, which means that we have a budget that we're operating in a deficit.
Yes.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the professional fees. In each month, the professional fees are over our allocated budget amount.
They are primarily because we paid $3,500 to translate the law test to several other languages. We also paid $700 and something to LCB for the drafting of some of our regulations.
I just wanted to ask a question there. Are we over budget because of depreciation, or is it we're actually, and my question to you is, are we over budget because of depreciation?
Well, we're not over budget. I mean
under budget, I'm sorry.
what we budgeted, I mean, we're doing better than what we budgeted, but we are operating in a deficit.
And that's because we approved a deficit budget
Yes.
back in July or whatnot.
But is that deficit because of depreciation that's in there, or just?
We're not taking in enough income.
Right,
Based on
and
our
well,
expenses.
depreciation is a non-cash item, you know.
So this is only cash?
Well, no, when you look at this, you have depreciation expense, which is included in our budget,
Right.
okay? And,
But we've already spent that money, right? We're
yes,
depreciating
exactly.
it now.
We already spent the money for what we depreciated.
I want to make sure I.
Yeah.
Any other questions, please? Any concerns regarding these? And the timeliness is being met for everybody's satisfaction? Is there a motion that's necessary for possible action? Do we need to accept these as a possible action? Or are we just to receive these? Ms. Bradley, would you like us to make a motion for any particular reason? wasn't on number 17?
It's listed as for possible action. I don't know if Ms. Lasko needs you to approve it so she can send
It seems that sometimes you approve them and sometimes you
Well,
don't.
I will entertain a motion to approve these
I
or
make a
not.
motion to approve.
My motion is second.
And is there any discussion regarding the approval of these 3 months of the treasurer's report? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Blasco. Our interim executive director, office manager, Ms. Alexander, submitted a report, and at this time, if you wanted to provide an overview, or if everybody has had the opportunity to read that, if there's any questions or concerns. Ms. Alexander, I just mentioned earlier in other meetings, I prefer to see the Southern Nevada office operations and updates and the Northern Nevada operations and updates, just to make sure that we take into account the rural communities in the state, rather than identifying just the 2 locations particularly. And then I also did want to elaborate on Ms. Alexander's comments regarding the Northern Nevada operations update. Our assistant office manager, Jill Thayer, did have her baby, Will.I.Am Wayne, born February 4th. Just a beautiful little baby. So I just wanted to congratulate her publicly. And those were, pardon me?
William Wayne?
Yeah, Will.I.Am, yeah. Isn't that what you said?
Sweet.
Yes.
It's
William.
Wow.
William.
Well, yeah, I was confused. I thought, Will I am?
all due
Interesting. And
appreciation
then I
to the
realized-
Black Eyed Peas, it's actually William.
And then I realized it was William.
Any other, again, I really appreciate the report. It's really nice to have the summary, because it really updates us all on what's been happening for a couple months.
I'm the one who prefers something a little more detailed, because I don't know anything that goes on except when I come to these board meetings and not in the loop of in any way, shape, or form. So I prefer to have a little more detail.
A little bit more detail on what?
It's all okay. It's just my own personal preference, and you make some changes, it's good. If you don't make some changes, it's all good too. So I have
Okay,
questions.
but
So-
if you have any questions or any concerns, please feel free to call me, because basically, other than our day-to-day operation, this is it.
So I do have some questions.
Okay.
Has our staffing level, and you talked here about temporary employee from Manpower.
Mhm.
She's been hired as a full-time employee. Have we made any other staff acquisitions or anything like that? Are we still staffed the same as, say, 3 months ago, except for this one?
Yes, we are. We are full staff here now in our in our front office department. We have 6 full-time employees. At last meeting, I think we had a temporary employee who has been hired as a full-time employee after 90 days. And in the Reno office, we have a temp to help out since Miss Thayers is out and she hasn't made a decision whether she's coming back or not. So she's just there to help and keep things going.
Right.
And if Ms. Thayers should decide not to come back, she's proven to be a really good employee. She could also be used as a rater in later future because she is a licensed cosmetology. So that would help us cut down on some of our rating problem. And she's a quick learner, so she's catching on very fast. In fact, Ms. Thayers trained her before she left.
Excellent. And so we're still within budget where we are reasonably within budget on employee payroll and things of that nature, because nobody's received any compensation increases or any of that stuff. It's all pretty much the way it was,
With the exception of Anaya Powell, which is also in our testing report. It's not in your in the management report, but in the testing report, Mr. Jimno was in the process of transferring Ms. Powell's to a 3 before he left, and that has been completed since he was gone, and it was based on her performance and the information that he received. But that is noted in your testing report.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the only questions I have.
Okay.
And then where do we stand with all of the cut-it-out brochures or anything like that? I think, Ms. Bradley, I also may have mentioned that to you, if we need to contact the Attorney General's office for more brochures, or if the Attorney General's office wants our inspection staff to disseminate some additional pamphlets. I think that's how they were disseminated before, was through routine inspections.
Yes, they were, and according to Mr. Green, that program has come to an end, and you guys...
2010.
2010, but you're still referring to it when you do your presentations at the schools, correct?
Yes.
But according to them, that program ended in 2010.
And so I guess from my point of view, I thought it was an awesome program, and I don't know if I speak for the remaining board, but if the Attorney General's office were so inclined to restart up that program, I would be more than happy to advocate for our participation.
Can I ask what program we're talking about?
It's ending domestic violence
ending
and spreading the word and advocating for ending domestic violence. It's called Cut It Out.
Okay.
And it's we just make sure that people are well aware that there are resources in the event that domestic violence is happening to you or somebody that you know. And so.
Well, part of the reason it fit with cosmetology is obviously when you're working on someone, it's likely that you might see if they have injuries, and also people tend to tell their stylists maybe confidential things, and so there's this idea that you might know, and so it was to give the stylists and the cosmetologists resources to kind of direct people of where to go if those are issues for them. And there is an ombudsman that works in our office. She's actually in the Reno office. I know her, but I don't see her regularly. She's responsible for domestic violence prevention efforts in the state. So
I think that's a great idea.
Is that Ms.
Hairdressers are
yes,
therapists.
yeah. So I'd be happy to try to contact her and let her know that the board would love to participate in future efforts.
I mean, I said that, but is the board equally as enthusiastic about starting that program up in the event that they want to start that program back up again?
Absolutely.
So would we need a motion to that effect, or?
I mean, I can just informally contact her. I don't know. I mean, if you want to vote on saying Sarah will email her, that's fine. If you want me to do it officially on your behalf, but I can just tell her it came up at a meeting and the board was interested and wondering what was happening. I think that's okay.
And is there anyone opposed to participating with the Attorney General's office in like a startup of that program again?
And I think it'd be better just to have Sarah go talk to her, because she may not have the money in the budget to print the pamphlets.
Yeah, I
So
really
that
don't know.
would, so maybe she can just talk to her informally and then that way.
I would only be concerned if there's a cost factor to the Board of Cosmetology that would have to be budgeted in or somehow be part of it.
I think we were a non-financial partner in the past. We utilized our existing inspection staff. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe you had a box or two in your car of the pamphlets that you drove
So
around
every
with.
salon we went into, we would carry brochures in there, and then, like Ms. Alexander said, Ms. Fitzgerald does school presentations on a regular basis, and all the incoming freshman students, she makes them aware of the program as well.
Was there any undue hardship with the inspection department in disseminating that information?
No.
None. Thank you.
I think the way they worked it out was that they were going to go do inspections anyway, and so that was one of the reasons. And I think that the Attorney General's office provided the pamphlet, so it was really us just bringing them along. So it was kind of a neat, in a way, a joint effort where it didn't really cost us anything, but we got to help out.
It was great, and I really appreciate it. And I hope you'll let Ms. Prentice know that we appreciated our including us. Any other important information on your report, Ms. Alexander, that we might have overlooked?
No, I don't think so.
Is there any action that needs to be taken regarding that report, or would somebody be willing to make a motion to accept that office manager, interim executive director's report?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the interim office manager's report.
Any discussion, or Ms. Blaska?
On that, we've never made a motion. It was just a written report received.
Written report.
I just hate to keep changing it up all the time, because then we don't know what we're doing.
It's listed as for possible action. I think that was just in case you needed to direct staff to do something. But mostly I think it's just for information only, and maybe for questions if you have them.
Can we direct staff to continue to be awesome?
You can do that.
All right, we'll move right along then. Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Testing reports the testing activity for the fourth quarter, 2012. I had a couple of questions. Testing. Is that Ms. Alexander? I've noticed that with the Northern Nevada, we have nearly a 99% pass rate. And I just thought that was actually quite phenomenal. And yet, when we look at the Southern Nevada, we oftentimes, we had like a 68% fail rate, or pass rate, and a 30.
Which months are you, which test are you referring to, and which month?
You know, that beautiful form that I just absolutely
This one?
love. Yes.
Okay, so which month?
And so I did want to point out to the other members that the fail rates are highest in the written portion of the testing. The practical testing for Southern Nevada have nearly 99% pass rates. But it's the written component where you're seeing, you can see in December, you had almost a 25% fail rate in December. So it's kind of curious to me, is there any explanation for such a high fail rate in Southern Nevada for the written exams?
You know what, you have so many more testing done.
Yeah, where they
Southern Nevada,
test.
So percentage-wise,
Right.
I mean, to
Right.
me, it doesn't,
But I don't see what
they're
it's saying
93
here. I
and
see
13
you at,
fail.
I don't see the fail rate here. So
They didn't
when I'm
study
looking
hard
at
enough.
the written here,
Language possibly?
you have 7,
Yeah, between
But it's
8.
done in their own language.
I don't
Let's
see
see
the
it
fail
for you.
rate that you see.
There's definitely more tests.
But we do test more often than they do in Reno. In Reno, if they test twice a month, whereas supposedly we test 3 to 4 days a week here. So your numbers are gonna always be different.
So just out of curiosity, is there a way that when we inspect schools that I mean, theoretically speaking, they should be watching those numbers themselves and they should be self-regulating themselves and doing better, right? Is there any way that we can determine through our inspection process whether they're doing a good job or not prior to them coming in?
Well, I think the school are doing a good job. I think it's what Ms. Booth said earlier, it's the student needs to study more.
Yes.
Yeah. But I don't know if failure rates are
The
reflective of
inspection
the
probably
school.
would be able to tell.
It's probably not.
We are able to pull a report for each school from NIC as to what they're doing, but I don't think the inspection department would be able to.
They didn't go to school.
One at a time.
She just explained it to me. Maybe
Some of the test
Ms. Ball.
candidates are here on reciprocity. They didn't go to school.
Right. That's true.
And we don't have that breakdown, so we can't.
Is that a breakdown that anyone would be interested in, or is that just creating work?
It's creating more.
because I don't think 13 is that bad.
Well, is it fair just to is it fair to say that more reciprocity people are applying for licensure in Las Vegas than Reno, or?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So,
Yes, I would imagine.
that might be the reason. I mean, I know that's true for other professions, that a lot of times people that are coming from other states have a harder time passing exams, where if you're coming straight out of school, you usually do a little bit better. So, if more people are coming to Vegas from other states, it would make sense that you would have a higher pass rate, or I'm sorry, fail rate, because they're not as fresh out of school as maybe the people that are going to school in Nevada and getting licensed right away.
Lots of assumptions. Any other questions or
I have
concerns?
one question, since we have some school people here on something like this. Because
I
I
don't
was,
think we can do that.
can we ask them questions?
Well, I mean, not normally. I mean, normally public comment they can speak, but normally we don't
Perhaps though, we can just address the audience with the question, when we do come back to comments by the general public in 33, if school owners would like to hear the question, we can answer it later, isn't
I'll
that?
just ask him at break.
That's right. Okay.
It was too simple.
No, that's okay. Any other questions or concerns regarding the testing reports? All right, let's move on. No, it's not quite ready. It's got another 2 minutes. Now we're moving on to item 20, inspectors' reports. You all have those in front of you. Ms. Curtis, I noticed that on the last sentence, the 2 unlicensed activity conferences were conducted during this reporting period. Were those the 2 respondents that were present today?
I don't have that information as to which ones they were.
I also wanted to double check that in the October and November, there were 4 citations given for expired licensing. But in the December, the offenses were omitted, and I just wanted to just double check can I figure out the offenses just based on the violation, the NRS that was violated? It's empty. So is it just me? Stays.
I think the first one is 190, so that would be working without a license. The second one is 360, which is failure to employ licensed individual. And then 430 is either expired or, yeah, looks like that's just expired.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns regarding the inspector's report, or did you want to add anything, Ms. Curtis?
No.
And no actions needed on that item? Because we're going to break for lunch momentarily, at this time I'd like to maybe, is the update short topic? So what we'll do is we'll take item number 21 and address that when we come back from lunch, and we'll just isolate number 21 out for a moment and take a look, because that's a longer discussion, but maybe receive an update from Ms. Bradley regarding item number 22.
Yeah. So the case is still progressing. Depositions have been requested for next week, and I will be talking to staff about that. They know the day that we're anticipating, but I just received the notices on Friday, actually, and so we need to look at them and make sure that everything is fine. So there'll be some depositions done next week, probably of Ms. Curtis and Mr. Green. Ms. Alexander probably won't be deposed because I explained that she has general knowledge of what we've talked about in meetings, but hasn't actually worked on any of the citations or the complaints that were filed. So, and there were no citations, but she didn't investigate them at all. So that's basically where we're at with that. We also have some requests for admissions that I recently received that we'll be talking about and submitting back to them at the beginning of March is when those are due. And it's still my hope to file a motion and get out of the case, but I have not yet filed a motion. So sometimes it's hard in the middle of discovery to get those things done. There is a timeline in the discovery plan where I would have a deadline for a motion, but at this point it's not really due yet, but I could file it at any time, if that makes sense. So.
And do any of your board members need to be present for the deposition at all, or?
No, just staff members that'll be deposed.
Great.
So the way that works is they'll be deposed, a transcript will be ordered. I probably will request that, so they'll probably send that to me. They'll be in Vegas, so I'll be coming down next week. So you will see maybe some bills for me traveling down here, being here at the deposition.
Are there any concerns regarding any of those billings?
Do you have an estimate on what this is going to cost us, just as a potential total bill?
I really don't know. I mean, obviously, it costs time and money for you, for me to respond to the discovery request. And I did spend quite a bit of time on the last discovery request we had. I had several. I had interrogatories, requests for admissions, and also requests for production. So I had a lot of things to go through to get ready. And then this will be, I mean, because for me to fly to Vegas is about 8 hours of travel, bill at halftime, plus sitting through the depositions. I don't bill you for the whole day, though. It doesn't take the whole day. It's hard to say. I think these are going to be the only depositions that they're planning on doing. And, you know, I'll do the best I can, but.
So just roughly speaking, something like this going to cost us $50,000?
No.
$25,000?
No.
I mean, the whole process. I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, if we had to have a long trial, maybe. I mean, maybe it'd be really expensive if I was down here for weeks, but I don't think that's going to happen. And I think that they, I need to double check the email she sent me on Friday, but my memory is that they're anticipating that the case is going to be resolved. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're anticipating the case will be resolved on motion. So they're not, the plaintiffs aren't even anticipating that we'll need to go to trial on it, because it's really a legal question. The question that they've presented, the reason that they're suing, is they think that the law that doesn't allow teaching of cosmetology outside of a school, they think that's unconstitutional for a variety of reasons, which is why they brought it to federal court. So they're asking federal questions, is what we call it, constitutional law issues. And so really it's just a question of, does this violate the law? So normally when you have a trial, it's not normally just on a legal question. Normally a trial is on a question of fact. So there's a question of, did Sally, you know, stop at the red light or not? We don't have questions like that. We really have a question of, is the law as it's written constitutional or not? And that's something a judge can decide outside of the trial. So what I expect happening is we'll go through the discovery, which that's what depositions are, and the written discovery I've been doing. And then I anticipate they'll file a motion, I'll file a motion. I will have to oppose their motion, which will cost some time. I will also file a written reply in support of my motion, and then the judge will decide the motions. It may involve another trip to Vegas for me to argue that motion and, you know, appear before the judge. But I anticipate that, I mean, I can't for sure say what the judge will do, but I expect that the case will be dismissed. And the biggest reason I expect that is we've never cited these people. They have no fine or citation or negative sanction by the board. What happened was some complaints were received. The board went out and talked with them, board staff did, went out and talked with them, and that's kind of where it was left. I mean, they had a conversation, they made some suggestions about things they could do that would comply with the law, but I mean, we actually didn't do anything negative to these people. And so what federal law requires is, generally speaking, if you're going to sue, you actually have to have been harmed in some way. You know, normally, before you can say a law is constitutional, you have to, unconstitutional, I mean, you have to have been penalized by that law. So here, they haven't been penalized. We haven't cited them, we haven't fined them, we haven't done anything to them. And so I think them suing is a little premature. Now, that being said, let's say this continues to happen, and in 2 years we do cite them. You know, we could be back in the same position. We did submit a bill draft request, the board did, through Mr. Jimno, requesting that the law be changed so that in some situations, teaching can happen outside of, you know, like maybe a specialized school could be created. You know, maybe an aesthetics only school or a makeup only school or things like that. It would still be licensed and governed by the board, but it would be not required to have all of the equipment and teach everything. And I don't believe that that bill was selected by the governor's office to go forward. So we're now left in kind of a weird position where we're going to be maybe having continued requests. I mean, this isn't the only request we've had where that bill draft request would possibly help. So now we're in a position of the bill draft doesn't look like it was picked up, so do we go to our lobbyist and do we try to get it carried a different way? And that may be something we should do. You know, I do believe that the law was kind of written a long time ago when it was so limiting, and maybe we should consider, you know, some of the requests that you know you've received. So anyway, I think this case will be resolved, but I'm not sure the issue will be over even if this case is resolved, if that makes sense. So I think it's something to look at.
And we can't do a variance against that law?
No. The NRS is what it is. So you have to follow the NRS. And You're allowed to make variances to the administrative code if you believe in the interest of justice, it's required. I don't like you doing it, I mean, just to be truthful, I think you're better off following exactly what you've written in your regulations. And so that's why I'm glad to see that there's some things on the agenda today about making some changes to the regulations so that we won't have to do as many variances. Because I think you're always better off following the letter of your law, because then it means something. So, but no, NRS can't be waived in any way. You have to follow that.
Ms. Bradley, with our inactivity to cite or prevent this folks from doing what they're doing, are we endangering public safety in any way?
Well, I think initially there was some concern that what they were doing was violating the law. So then there were some discussions, and then we believe that they changed what they were doing. And so we don't actually, I'm not sure we know what they're doing today, but the discussions that happened with staff is it appeared that they had changed their model, their plan, and they were doing things a little different, and that it was okay.
Do we know at all, Ms. Bradley, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if there are unconscionable contracts with those students? Is that an issue for us to be concerned with?
I don't know. I mean, I think that, I'm not sure that they have contracts with students like that. I mean, what they were kind of doing was a demonstration thing. So they were having the students buy the makeup case, I think, and then they were teaching them how to apply what they bought. At least one of the individuals, I think, was doing. So there wouldn't be a contract issue there. I don't know that we know that.
And what about the fees that are extracted from the students? If for one reason or another they were pre-collecting like the money up front and then were to go out of business, is the board liable, or should we be concerned with any type of,
You wouldn't, I don't think you would be liable for that. They would be liable. That's not.
But through our inactivity, I mean.
I don't think so. I mean, certainly anyone can sue the board at any time for anything, but I think that's a stretch. I think it's a stretch even in a licensed school to say the board is somehow responsible when a private entity goes under and doesn't perform. So, I don't know that they were doing it like that. I think it was a fee per class.
And I think, did they have it worded that they were going to teach makeup and then they changed it to you buy the kit?
Yes.
That was one of the big issues.
Well, that's what one of the individuals did at least. And like I said, I think it was like a fee per class, and also the person one of them is a licensed instructor and a licensed esthetician. So that person, I think, was going to schools at least some of the time and teaching there a little bit, or could. Basically, a lot of their complaints, a lot of their concerns in the complaint related to, you told us we couldn't do this, so now we've changed our business, and now we're losing all this money, and we're upset about that. So a lot of it was kind of them saying that they've changed their business based on what staff said, and somehow that's a problem, and the law is unconstitutional. So they're kind of acting as if they've changed their business as well. So I'm not sure that they're violating the law currently, but I don't know that we know that. The complaint that we had was investigated, they had some discussions, board staff closed the complaint, and we haven't had a new complaint about them that I'm aware of.
But we would not be able to quantify any loss necessarily because they're acting within our recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, and they're not even asking for that. I mean, what they've asked for in the complaint, they haven't said, you owe me, $10,000 for lost business. They have asked solely that the court find that the law is unconstitutional, and they want a declaratory order about that, and then they want an injunction saying that we can't enforce it because it's unconstitutional, and attorney's fees. But they haven't asked for, financial penalties or anything like that. And they're being represented, I don't know if all the board members know, but you might know, they're being represented by a group out of Washington, D.C. area. It's called the Institute for Justice. It's an anti-government regulation group. The entity, the attorneys are just, very cooperative in kind. I have no issue with them. But Institute of Justice is a group that has sued multiple state boards across the country for a variety of things. Seems that they've recently sued several dental boards over teeth whitening issues. I looked through their list and I didn't see other cosmetology boards being sued. But anyway, they're a group that has sued many, many boards across the country regarding laws that they think are over regulation So their preference would be, I think, less regulation rather than more indefinite.
Any other questions or concerns then, prior to breaking for lunch?
Well, the board just upholds the laws, but
Exactly.
we present the laws and then the legislators actually approve the laws, so
Yes.
how is that something that we've done, that's illegal?
Well, they're not saying that you've done anything illegal. Like I said, it's really a legal question. The board just happens to be the unfortunate enforcer of the law that they think is unconstitutional. They can't sue the legislators. They can't do that. And you're right, the legislators draft the law, but they can't be sued.
So can we countersue?
No, we don't have any grounds to countersue.
It's costing us time and money.
Just as a matter of formality, Ms. Glasgow, Mr. Nixdorf asked just a general approximate cost. Do you know where that may be year to date? Or, from the onset to today, is it several $1,000s?
Specifically for that, I don't know. I'd have to review the bills.
I could tell you if you, actually, I could probably ask my secretary to pull the report. We keep track of time by cases, and so I've been billing my time for this to the case. So I could ask her to pull it and we could figure the number of hours.
And Mr. Nixdorf, do you want that information?
My reason for asking is because clearly that's a non-budgeted item, and that would be something that we would use our reserves on. And it would make a difference a little bit to me to determine how large our reserves need to be in order to potentially cover something like that.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that it's going to be any more than $10,000, and I think 10,000 is rather high. I mean,
That's all I'm really asking.
yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be at least 2 trips, probably more to Vegas for me on it, and just the hours I spend putting things together. I think 10 hours on my motion, probably 20 hours total on what I'm going to have to draft, and the deposition time.
Would there be any objection if we took our 1 hour lunch down to about 45 minutes? And kind of in lieu of our time for the remaining part of the agenda, so we may resume about 1:15. This meeting is recessed at 12:29. The time is 1:20, and this meeting of the State Board of Cosmetology is back in session, if everybody's present. And we are picking right back up where we left off, which was item number, well, I guess we have to go back to number 21.
Service level.
And may I go sit down there to do my presentation?
You may.
Thank you. Only because I don't want to talk in. I wanted to start out by saying thank you to Bryce Bolt, HR Director of the City of Boulder, and Rick Hunt, who's the HR Director for the Convention Center, because I knew nothing about HR, so I had to go to the source. So, and I just found out, so there's going to be one slight change on here because I did find out something from Sarah that will be changing, but I'll address that as we go along. In your packet, you should have got Executive Director selection, salary guidelines, and a timeline, and information from Jay Bell. That was just so that some of the new people may not know what the legislative body does. That just gives you a little idea of what they do. There's the first one, and I don't know how we'll do this one now because when I talked to Bryce especially, he wants us to make sure that we do everything fairly, we don't discriminate against one, we have a fair scoring system. So the first one was a letter of interest that as those came in, that they would be, the names would be removed, they'd be numbered, and they would be given to us to score on their writing capabilities, and that's how they get their first set of points from 1 to 5. Because we're going to be dealing with them, and will we be able to understand what they're saying? Are they too wordy, or do they have spell check problems? So that would be the first time that we would score them. Now this is the part that is going to change. We had a scoring matrix here. Let me see if you guys saw the scoring matrix. And what the scoring matrix is used for is to make sure that everybody's treated fairly, that we score everybody the same, and that gives us the opportunity to be able to pick the top candidates that we want to interview.
Cody, should we interrupt you? Or
Sure,
let you
anytime you want.
finish? You know, I just noticed when I looked at the scoring matrix, it's the higher points are given for education.
Correct.
It appears to me.
Correct.
I may be mistaken, but, and so I just want to double check that we're not looking for experience more than education, just initially.
There are some where they can build up through their experience, especially if they haven't had any layoffs in between. And there's also another here for city manager, public CAO or CEO, because that person would have a little bit more experience of what we're looking for, so they would get 10 points for that.
So there is,
But we can change any of these that you would like to change.
it's not a matter of changing, I just want to make sure that if we had a candidate without that master's degree, that we're going to still be able to reasonably compare them with a candidate who has 15 years of managing a public agency.
Well, if they had a master's and they had, as a public agency here, that would be 10 points.
Well, but I'm
So
saying
would you
without
want to change that as a manager in a public, see, I'm up
I'm
to
not
this being
wanting to
changed.
change anything, I'm just wanting to ask, if somebody showed up without a degree, but they came with experience as an agency manager, are they going to be weighed?
They're going to be weighted differently. And I can
Okay.
kind of explain maybe to you, because in this marketplace, we should be able to, with the economy the way it is and jobs the way it is, we should be able to get the cream of the crop. The cream of the crop should have a master's, a doctor's, a lawyer, that type of degree to be able to run this organization. That should just be expected if it's in business or whatever it's in. Then if we don't find anybody in those candidates, then we would drop down to the next level. So if we didn't find anybody in the top, whatever we decided, we're going to interview the top 10, the top 12, the top 5, whatever we decide as a group, then we'll drop, if we don't find anybody in that group, we'll drop down to the next group. But I think in today's marketplace, you certainly want to go out and ask for the best and ask for that person to have those qualifications. That's just my opinion. Then, so that first one, that one you might be able to figure out how to do, but then what Sarah's explained to me, we need to be the ones rating the applicants. So my question then would be for you guys to think about when you come back to it, is do you want to have a 3-member panel that would do that? And if that's the case, then maybe we'll do 3 in Las Vegas, or we can do 3 in Reno that would actually rate all the applicants. So that would be up to what everybody wants to do as far as getting them rated and put into the top 10.
Well, just speaking of location, I think the location can be worked out only because you could video conference. Our office is available for that. So if you want to do, a Carson City to Las Vegas conference, just go. I don't want you to think you have to all be in one place.
Well, no, just to do the rating.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I think you could video conference and do the rating. You could also do the rating individually and then meet after. Hopefully you're going to already have done the rating, and then you'll meet to say, okay, here's our top 10 or our top 5 or whatever.
Or everybody can have a little group of them or
Yeah,
whatnot.
because everybody
Whatever
would need to
you
rate
guys want.
every person.
Yeah.
So
Publicly.
So don't we then,
No.
if there's more than 4 people, have to post that as an,
it doesn't matter how big the subcommittee is. Any subcommittee would be posted as a meeting if you're going to meet. So, for example, if there's 10 applications, each of you could get a copy of all 10 applications, and you could all sit in your houses or your offices or wherever you want to be, read them and rate them. And then you can come to a meeting, whether it's, again, depends on if all of you have done it, it's a meeting of everyone, or if it's a subcommittee group of you have done it, and there's a meeting of the subcommittee, you would come to a meeting and you would say, I gave Sally, 10 points, here's my top 5. You would give, you would share that, and then you would come to a consensus at that meeting, because most likely, you're not going to have the same numbers. Some of you.
You'd want to have close, and if you didn't, you probably would want to compare why you didn't have close, because maybe
Exactly.
you missed something, that would be the whole process.
Exactly. You're going to come to a consensus together somehow in that meeting. Here's our top 5 or 10 or 3, however many you choose that you want to interview. And the interview has to be done in an open public meeting.
Could that
This
just
isn't
be
the interview,
simply-
the
I
meeting.
know.
Could that, Colleen, our point systems, individual point system, just be sent to the secretary, and have the secretary sort of just put that all together and say, here, these are the results.
You could send it to a staff member, and the staff member could give it to a secretary. What I don't want is the secretary to be receiving emails from everybody, replying back, and there to be discussions and all. Not that you guys would do
It
that.
could just be a one-way thing, here's my results.
Yes, okay, as long as it's
And
here's
then-
my results, that's it, but,
Being the secretary, that would be her function as far as that goes.
yeah, I think though, determining who you're gonna have be your top candidates and that you want to interview should be done in a public meeting. Certainly she could compile the results and come to that meeting with a report. Everybody sent me their results, here's what it is. But that should be unveiled, I think, in a public meeting. But as far as, you guys each individually sending your list, for example, 1 to 10 in a row, with number 1 being your favorite down, here's the points I gave. However you do that, that would be fine.
And I think too, at that point, if we did send it to the secretary, if you found that one was way off from another one, within a few points of one another, they should all be the same, if we're scoring the same way. If you found one that was way,
It's not going to be. I mean, I can almost guarantee it. There's going to be, April's going to find 3 that she really likes. Neil's going to have a different 3. I mean, they're going to be very different. And that's okay.
Okay.
You're going to look at them as a total. This person got this many points added up from everyone.
There wouldn't be any editorialization of
No.
this, it would just be, it would be
Yes.
a report. It would be a
Yes.
report.
but what
not
my
analytics.
point was if we did get one, and everybody gave this person 40 and one person gave 10, well, we would know it would be 40. Let's say we got one person that had 30, 40, 50, then that person we'd want to go back and maybe everybody rescore that
Wouldn't you
person.
just add them up?
So add them up.
Yeah. Like if they all gave 40 and then Jeanette gave a 10, you would just add them up, so it'd be 40 times 6.
Well, I think we're looking at the candidate here. I think if we had one that was that far off, that everybody had judged them so differently, that we should all really look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that would be done in a public meeting we're looking at, yeah. Okay.
So what are you saying, Sarah? I'm confused now.
I was just clarifying whether or not we could send our summary to our
Separate.
secretary for compilation, rather than having a meeting.
Yeah, you don't have to have
Just
a
the
meeting to do the compilation, but the determination of the top candidates has to be done.
Okay, now, if I understood you right, you just said, if my thought is that if we all came up with one candidate that somebody had given them 10, another gave them 30, 2 gave them 50, that was really way all, she could send that back to everybody and ask them to rescore it? We
No.
can't do that, it has to be in a
No,
public meeting.
it has to be done to me.
Okay.
What she should do is just strictly receive the information that everyone determined. So all she's gonna do is say, candidate number 1, because I'm guessing they're gonna be numbered. Candidate 1, and she's gonna do, there's gonna be 7 scores across the page. And then candidate 2, 7 scores across the page. You guys are gonna get the report in the meeting, and you're gonna obviously see, oh, candidate A has.
Did you get the matrix here? This is how we're gonna score them.
Sure.
Okay, is this okay?
I don't have any objection. I mean, however you want to score them is fully up to you guys. There's no problem with this. But you'll be able to really easily see that candidate A has a 10, a 5, a 30, a 40, And so that one maybe would be flagged. Okay, we're going to have to talk about candidate A at a meeting altogether.
So you would flag them.
And, excuse me, Koki, what I really liked was the up to certain number of points. I almost feel like every category should be an up to category. In a broad sense. I mean, I know you have specific ideas, and so I certainly, I haven't allowed you to, expound on those enough yet to make a criticism by any means, but I feel so comfortable with how the points look. I'm always just concerned that when I look at the way that it's a singular number.
I think I can explain that.
Please.
The problems being here is a master's degree is a master's degree. You know nothing about the master's degree. Why would you give somebody a 10 and somebody a 5? Is there a reason? I mean, you don't like that person or you do like that person. So to not discriminate against anybody when we're doing this, we're saying, okay, you have a master's, you get 5 points. you have a bachelor's, 10 points, you have a bachelor's, you get 5 points for that. So that's not to discriminate, because up to 10 on a master's degree,
Well, it could be, because what if they have the master's degree in the wrong line of work?
Could be in farming, agriculture.
well,
Fine arts versus
It
business.
says right here, master's degree, public administration, or MBA. So if they have one of those degrees, they get 10 points. And if they have a second, another MBA. So for example,
Farming.
if they have a Master of Public Administration and an MBA, they would get a second 5 points, the 10 and 5.
So what it really is that second line should say another MA rather
No.
than MBA.
no.
No,
Oh,
it
alright.
says MBA, I think, on purpose, because
Oh.
generally speaking, as a leader of a public agency, you're probably going to find people with the Masters of Public Administration. That's what Mr. Jimno had. That's a common degree. But there are some people who may have an MBA. So the idea, I think, here is you get 10 points if you have either of those degrees. And then if you have a second, like let's say if you had the MPA and you also had an MBA, you would get 15 points. Where if you just had an MPA, you would just get 10. And then the only thing I can see where the degrees field isn't specialized is this bachelor's degree. So they could have a bachelor's degree in farming or something, but you would still give them 5 points. Obviously, a person like that's probably going to have a lot of work experience above, right? Or else they wouldn't be applying, you know. And I think the reason those are up to 5 is it's hard to tell, you know, if someone has 20 years of experience, maybe they should get 5 points. But if someone has 3 years, maybe they get 2, for example. You know, and if they're just out of school, maybe they get 0. I mean, that's kind of what you're looking for, I think, there, and that's why there's a scale, right? I mean, that's why,
Right.
because it's a way for you to differentiate someone with lots of experience versus little experience, and maybe even the quality. You know, for 1 year I worked for the city. Okay, you know, but what if I worked in a lot of different places? Or I worked for another board. Maybe a board person is going to get 5 points because it's more like what you do, for example.
And what about a law degree?
Yeah, do I have that covered in here, a law degree? Is that under the master's degree? I don't know what an attorney has to get. Do they get a master's?
It's a professional degree, like an MBA. You may add that in there.
I think we would.
So like a CPA or a lawyer?
Well, a CPA that's not an advanced degree. It's advanced testing, and it's pretty strenuous. But they generally have 5 years of schooling. But certainly a CPA is something to consider. Obviously, that person would understand numbers very well. You know, maybe be a good decision maker.
So could we insert a law degree and a CPA licensing up to a certain number of points?
Yes. And how about we change another MBA to a CPA and an attorney, or would you like to give a CPA and an attorney 10 points? That's what.
Just another degree up to 5 points.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends on whether or not you think it's equivalent to have a master's in public administration, for example, and a law degree. Is that equivalent, or is the master's in public administration more desirable? Because right now, the most desirable thing would be to have an MBA or a master of public administration. And
Or
so,
be a city manager or a public chief accounting officer?
well, okay, but just looking at the education part.
Oh,
So I think to determine where the CPA and the law degree fit in, it's like, is it considered like a secondary thing, like if I have an MPA and an MBA? Or is that enough by itself that we want to give them 10 points?
I think that's enough by itself to give them 10 points. Personally, I don't know how big up there feels. Because, I mean, to go be an attorney is like getting a master's degree.
Well, yeah, it's 3 years instead of, it's a little bit more than a master's degree, yeah. It's more than a master's, but it's not a PhD.
So could we ask that question, would you want to move that down and give it 10 points for a CPA or an attorney?
But what would you be giving if somebody did come in with a PhD?
And that's another question, because you could have someone with
So maybe put beside it, move it down under served as a central contract for computer matters, put under there CPA, attorney.
And a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could even add that to your top line and give 10 points for any of those options. You know, JD, MPA, MBA, PhD. Of course, what would your PhD be in? That's the question. Meaning, if I have a PhD in history, are you going to give me 10 points? But if I have a PhD in public administration, maybe you wanna give me 10 points. And so that's the only thing.
And I'm hoping that somebody in history is not going to apply for this job, that's a history teacher.
Well, you know what? Interestingly enough, I had another board hiring an executive director, and we had someone with a PhD in, I believe, history, applying for the job.
But do they have the other qualifications? Because if they
No.
had a PhD in history, they'd only get 10 points in the history, and then the rest of this wouldn't matter because they wouldn't have any of these other fields. So it's really, this is kind of, when I worked with Bryce, this was kind of geared up for the type of person that we're hiring.
Yeah.
So I actually, Bryce gave me these areas.
Usually what you would say, what I've seen on job announcements, is it'll say bachelor's or master's degree in related field. So history, probably not a related field, but maybe economics, business administration, public administration, those are related fields. And so that's generally what you want to, in the case I gave you, the person got an interview, but the person didn't get any interviews after that, because the person probably wasn't maybe qualified for the position.
Okay, so is everybody good with moving that up to the first line, the CPA, attorney, and PhD?
Could you specify exactly how that would work?
It'd be a master's degree in public admin, or MBA, or CPA, or attorney, or PhD, they would get 10 points.
Can we put up to 10 points so that we can look at that and decide for ourselves which?
What I'm saying there, Perry, is that there's some things that you're going to just give them points for, so that you don't show any discrimination, because you can really, you've got these up to points here that where you can really change things for them.
I understand. I'm looking at it from a point of view that I might like a person who has an MBA over somebody with a law degree or a CPA, and I'd rather give that person 10 points, but give somebody else less than that, because I personally don't feel that that degree is what I think would be best.
And I
So I
think
want a way that I can say, this person is less desirable to me, even though they have one of those.
I think what the whole process is, when we first do this process, it's not what's desirable to you, but to come up with a way to grade these people and rate them fairly, so that we can see what the whole board wants to look at. So it would be, you may not like that person, you may know that grading them, but when they come, when we have the whole meeting here, maybe 4 people will like that person. So basically, this is just to rate them, to set them up for interviewing. When we really decide if we like them is when we get to do the interview. This is just the process to begin the
I disagree with that. I believe that it is about whether I like them or not, and it's about whether she likes them or not, or he likes them, and each and every one of us has our own personal biases and what we believe is the best qualifications for this particular type of job.
And I think
and I think we should have some way of reflecting that when we're allocating such a high number of.
This is, I just like to say what Bryce said. One of the things is, we do not want to show any bias at this point. We should be just treating every application fairly and looking at them equally and not show any bias. But I'm fine with whatever anybody wants to do.
I think it's
Just idea thrown out. You know, you have your master's degree, public administration, MBA, and then under here you can put, you can list them.
And then do
CPA,
the
attorney, PhD, and then that can be up to certain points.
Okay.
So, you know what I'm saying? Instead of the first line, you can put master's degree in public administration, and then under that, it says CPA, and, attorney, PhD, and you can grade those separately, and that would reflect your, yay or nay for, yeah, I'm glad it's a CPA, or no, 0, I'm not glad, or whatnot. And it would give it,
And
you would
do the up
actually
to.
give it.
and do up to 10 points.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I would agree.
whatever it
I
would
think
be,
that-
whatever.
That would work for
be.
me too.
Now, just to talk about the discrimination issue, I mean, certainly,
You would give a choice
it's
rather than a.
my understanding that what you're gonna have is a blacked out thing, so you're not gonna know male or female or names. So to me, that's gonna really insulate you a lot when it comes to discrimination. And it is subjective. I mean, it really is, at least to a degree, and that's what hiring is. Hiring is subjective. It's, I think, this sorts of, you're just looking at a person on paper. When they come in and you meet them face to face, it's completely different, right? And someone might have some charisma, things like that. So there is, it is a bit subjective. The concern is, of course, you don't want to be unfair and arbitrary, but I think the fact that you're making the matrix, that you're doing your best to be fair, you know, you're making effort to not be unfair. So I think, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're gonna have different ratings, that's gonna be okay, and you're right, maybe, you know, Harry thinks that a person should have a certain profile, so he's gonna rate that profile higher than what Alex is gonna rate, because Alex thinks it should be a different profile, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's part of the reason you guys are gonna then have to talk about it and come up to a consensus, and most likely, the people you interview are not gonna be all of your top 3 or 5 anyway. It's gonna maybe everybody will have 2 candidates they can agree on, that's what I've seen, where you'll come in, and there's like 2 that everybody thinks are stellar and everybody wants to interview. And then there's the 3rd and the 4th, and maybe the 5th person where, you know, a couple of you had them in your top 3, a couple of you didn't, that kind of thing. But usually speaking, that's what happens, is there's about 2 that everybody loves, and the rest are kind of debatable. And then there's the 5 or however many below that nobody really wants to interview. That's generally what I see.
And what does the JD stand for?
It stands for Juris Doctor. So it's a doctor of law, is essentially what a law degree is.
And so I actually liked Ms. Long's proposal that the JD, CPA, and the PhD all balance the 10 points of the MBA, Master's Degree of Public Administration. I actually like that suggestion. Because then that way,
I agree, I think it's wonderful.
and it has like a broad spectrum of.
Everyone has a say, you have a say, you have a, you know, and if this is something that we're going to be using for years to come, then, you know, I think that will reflect on board members.
And if we can get it right the first time, it's gonna help the future.
Exactly, exactly.
Number 2 is going to change, and I just heard part of the change from Sarah there. What's going to happen is Miss Alexander and Debbie Blasco will black out the name, the sex, that sort of thing, and they'll send it on to us. So we are going to be rating all of these blind.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great.
I think it's easier.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be my thought. Right now, you've got 1 and 2 kind of separated, and we talked about this a few minutes ago. To me, the easiest way to do it is going to be each of you has the cover letter and the resume and whatever else they submitted, and you rate that all one time. That's going to be the easiest way to do it. So that way, it's not just the cover letter you're looking at. You're also looking at the resume, and you're doing the rating just one time with all of that. And each of you, so this is a question for you to think about, though. Do all 7 of you want to rate every applicant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or do you want
I
to have
think
a
we do.
subcommittee rate every applicant? Okay.
No.
So it sounds like you
I
all
think we
7.
should all be involved in
Yes.
the
Okay.
We'll all get a packet and we'll all rate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
In addition to that, though, I actually thought that with the questions, that I'd actually like to have those given to the applicant and returned with the application. I just think it'd be kind of quicker, and I'd actually like to read what I would like them to have the time to have the thought in it, and then be able to ask the interview questions regarding their answer, rather than waiting for them to have the answer.
I think part of the interview process, Alex, is you want to, how does somebody think on their feet? How do they communicate? I don't mind them having the questions ahead of time, but from the interviews, you just really want to hear, how are they on their feet? How do they talk to us? How do they communicate to us? If they're all rehearsed and prepared, then you don't get that real person, and that's what we really need to see. Who is that person that we're hiring, and how do they interact with us, and how do they speak, and what happens when they make a goof up, how do they handle that? And that's all what you get when you don't let them be prepared.
Absolutely. And they should be, I mean, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And these people should be. I mean, you're looking for a high-level executive officer for your agency. The people that are applying, the people that you want to hire, they're going to be people that are expecting to answer questions like this. They're going to be, hopefully they've looked at your website. They have some ideas about what you do, what maybe changes, or what thoughts they have. You know, they should be bringing something to you, and they should show you. So this shouldn't surprise them. I mean, you're looking for a high-level person.
I just thought of the timeliness.
We need to take the time. This is going to be one of the most important jobs that we have, is finding the leader for this association. And if it takes us 2 weeks, we've got to take the time to do it, because it's a very important task that we've been given here. And if we get somebody that we've got to get rid of, then we've got to go through that whole process, and it's very hard to get rid of somebody because you've got to document and do a lot of things. So I just think if we get it right first go around, it takes us whatever time it takes us, I think we need to invest that time.
Well, we are an at-will agency, though.
Yes, you're at will,
I was
absolutely.
wondering what time frame you expect a person, how much time you expect us to invest in each interview?
In each interview, and I think that's gonna be something that maybe as we go along, because I asked Bryce that question. We may get somebody in here that we kind of like and they may say something and we may want to take that into a little more detail. Because basically Alex will read the question, we'll listen to the candidate, and then we'll ask questions of that candidate. So maybe someone can answer the question, they're just right on it, and then maybe somebody else we may want to see, we may want a little bit more information from them so that we can judge them. So I think you can't really put a time on it, but I think it would certainly be up to all of us to kind of keep it flowing, and if it stops, then Alex will have to get to move
See,
on.
I don't know, because I was just wondering what your expected time frame is, because I look at this and I go, that's minimum of 1 hour per client, per interview.
I would say that we should spend about an hour with each client. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that, myself.
And it's gonna be up to you how many you wanna interview. How many applicants do we have, do we know?
52.
52. So you're gonna be reading 52 applications and rating them.
52.
And so it's a question of how many you want to interview. Now, most likely, you're going to probably be in the neighborhood, I'm guessing, of 5 interviews, at least to start. And you may, that's another question, whether you're going to do a second interview or just one interview, how you're going to handle that. But, and then also, there's an option of phone interviews. I've seen boards do that, where they'll do a phone interview, say, of 8 people, let's just say. And they'll do kind of a shorter interview of 8 people. And then they'll take that and they'll say, okay, there's 4 we want to see in person. So, I mean, there are ways to think about that as you go, but it's really going to depend on you. I mean, if you find 15 people out of the 52 that you really want to meet, then I think that's something to talk about when you have your meeting of, gosh, I really liked 15 and I can't get away from that. But maybe not. Maybe there's going to be 5 that stand out and no one's going to have a concern with, interviewing just 5. So,
Sarah, pretty much to start out, and I don't know how many have the master's, the MBA, the CPA attorney and PhD, how many of the applicants have those issues? There's no attorneys, there's no PhDs?
No, I'm not saying that that's none there. I don't know the number because I haven't went
Looked
over
at
the application. I do know that you do have some attorneys applying, you have CPA people, you have a variety of people applying for this job throughout the United States, not just Las Vegas and Reno either.
So I'm wondering, Sarah, could we take just maybe the top candidates that are really interview those first, or do we have to score all of them?
well, you need to score all of them and determine who you want to interview. And so really, like I said, it's a question of whether that's going to be 10 people, and it's totally up to you. Now, another question comes into play. If there's someone from Vermont, are we going to have them fly to Las Vegas on their own dime? Are you going to pay? Are you going to do a phone interview for them? That's something to think about. The Nevada Commission on Tourism generally does a statewide. They've hired 3 executive directors in my almost 6 years working with them. And
Any other state people?
they have actually, she just said all over the country. They actually fly when they do, that's why they do a phone interview and then they do a face-to-face, because it's not uncommon for them to have people from other states that are tourism directors applying. And so they've done a phone interview and then they've done a face-to-face, and I know that they pay to fly them. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
According to this, this is a single selection process. We go through, we select them, we interview them, and we hire them. There is no multiple interview process where we're gonna.
We can have a second interview if you want. This is liquid.
Right, your proposal at this point in time is
Right.
that we do a selection process, then we interview those, and we hire some.
Actually,
In the ideal world.
In the ideal
according
world.
to
Actually, my selection process was we interview them, then we come up with our top candidates, and then we sit down and see if we all come together on those top candidates. If we don't all come together, then we've got to maybe do another interview. So it's really kind of a fluid process at this point.
All right, so I have another question. Technologically speaking, do we have the capacity to bring a television set in here and connect a mini iPad or an iPad that has FaceTime attached to it, and can we do a FaceTime interview that would,
Yes.
and technologically we can pull that off so that we can have a screen and.
Well, I think we
I
would
mean,
do it
it's-
through
it's-
the AG's office.
Well, we
No,
have.
no, I'm talking to do it right in here.
Yeah, no, see, what we have is like Carson City, Las Vegas, video conferencing. I know you can do video conferencing with the universities, and I've done it at Elko, Carson City before. I think what you're talking about with FaceTime, I think it's possible if someone has an iPad.
Well, see, because I know I can take my iPad and I have a little,
Yes.
little cable, I connect it to
Yes.
the TV, and what's on the iPad,
Yes.
on that television
Yes.
set. You face the camera out this
Yeah.
way, they can see us, we can see them. They can be anywhere, they can be in their living room. It makes it super easy.
In theory, that's workable for sure.
And I would rather see that than if we're gonna be interviewing candidates from out of state, I'm not all hip on having them come here on their dime, nor am I hip on us paying for them to come here. And I think if we do if we change this format and we do like a pre-interview and see if people qualify, if we like them well enough, like, gee, I kind of like this guy, I'd like to talk to him a little bit, and then we talk to him and go, oh, maybe not so much, right? We could do that through something like FaceTime, and it's not that hard as long as we can bring a television set in here. And
But how would they hook you don't have to have it hooked up to cable or anything like that, just plug it into a TV?
You're just using it like a monitor.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And the candidate would have an iPhone or have access to an iPhone, that'd be up to them.
The
I mean,
only
there's still
television
common
set we
these days.
have here is like a
Exactly.
9-inch.
So why don't, my suggestion might be is maybe as we go along, if this is gonna be one of the people we're gonna interview from out of state, then we kind of work on solving that problem and getting that done.
Well, we're kind of working on
Because I
that.
think we should.
Then we would have to change your proposal a little bit to add an extra step where we have some, say, the top 10 we interview, no matter where they're at, through distance type of an interview. And then the top 5 or the top 3 or whatever we want to have, where we do the actual physical interview and bring people in here.
So let me ask you this, so the first set of interviews you would like to do, not here?
Through distance.
Like video conference.
Not
Like
have,
we
not have
would
anybody
all,
here?
we would all be here.
But what if they were from Las
don't-
Vegas?
They could show up if they wanted to.
Well, but I think the fairness factor would be, if you're gonna do distance, you do it for everyone.
Yeah.
Everybody
Because,
gets a distance.
yeah, that way the person in Vermont isn't, somehow prejudiced because they didn't fly out here.
Correct. And I also think it helps us figure out whether they can do something technological.
Yeah.
Okay, so then if we did that, then we would probably want to save the 5-minute presentation to the actual finalists, yes.
Yeah.
And
And
then
then, so then we would have to have a small list of questions.
Right.
For the pre-interview.
Correct.
So Ms. Booth, is there a way that we can take those 11 questions and split them in half? So you have like a round 1 and then maybe with the more important questions that need to be asked and then take the remaining
I think maybe
half.
split them up and do 6 and 6, something like
Like
that.
do 6 and 6 and then the finalists can have the additional 6 and then that could kind of save time
I think that would work great.
in the phase 1, and yet it could still give the finalists the 2 opportunities to have that verbal spontaneity.
Yeah, and then that way we only have you look at the presentation from the final people that are here.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, the only thing I might add possibly to your first little interview is maybe give them that easy question you start off with, can you tell me something about you? Because that's what you're gonna kind of do
Yeah,
in your
give more the,
presentation.
more the relaxed questions.
That's why they can start and say, well, I live in Vermont and I've got this degree and, something that warms them up. And then you ask them, say, your first 5 questions here. And then the next time they do that 5-minute presentation and the last 6. That would probably work pretty well.
Fabulous.
So we've got a little change in there. And like I said, this is what this was all about, just strictly to be fluid here and change whatever you guys wanted to change. And again, Alex would read the question on our interview, and I think we kind of went over that. Then we would jump in and ask questions after they spoke and gave us an answer. And then each person would rate the candidate. And then after that, they'll take all of our stuff away, they'll bring us a new set of stuff, and then we'll rate that, a new candidate information. Then a board member will tally up our scores for us, and then at the end of our interviews, we'll start knowing who, maybe we all pick the same person that, let's say we all give them the highest score possible, and we're just jazzed about it, and we know it won't be that easy, but it could happen that way. And so that would solve that for us. But then after that, we may want to have another interview of, let's say we get 4 or 5 that we really like, or 1 or 2, and then we're going to have one more interview. So you can't really say this is what it's gonna be because we don't know until we actually get in there. Because if we don't all agree the first go around, then we're gonna have to have them back and review them one more time, which happens a lot.
So
And-
can we go through this list? I'm not comfortable with saying take the first 5 and do that and then go do the second 5.
Well, let's take a look at that list.
I'd like to itemize these at the moment while we're talking about this list.
Sure.
I'd like to take number 9. No, wait a sec, that wasn't it. I would like to take,
Well, let's just do them in order. So number 1, if everybody looks at question 1, would you like that in a phase 1 or a phase 2 question?
I would prefer phase 2 in that.
Anybody else? Anybody want to say first part or second part?
You know, but I have to say, that's one of those really easy questions. That's kind of like a warm-up question.
I don't believe so, because I think if a
Okay.
person is going to accurately answer this question, they will have done some research on us. And in the first phase, they may have just applied and looked at the website. If they've moved on to the second level, I'd like to see something.
Is everybody good with that one? Yeah, let's just move it then. That's enough.
I'm sorry, to 2?
Yeah, that'll be phase 2. Number 1 will be phase 2.
Second question, maybe that's a warm-up question for phase 1. Yep.
You guys want to leave that phase 1?
Third question, what have you done that in your career you're most proud of? Phase 1? Number 4, what would you like about your last position? What held you back?
I think that would be a phase 1 question.
Yeah, because now phase 2 would be, what are you going to do different? Yeah, so phase 1. Number 5.
Any objections to that?
Nope. What was the most difficult decision and what did you learn from it?
Yeah, I think it would be a phase 2 question.
I agree. A phase 2? Yeah. Ms. Booth, up your own.
I'm good with wherever you guys put them.
What 3 things are most important to you in a position? Number 6.
How many do we have? 6 and 6?
So far, you have 3 phase 1 and 2 phase 2.
I think this is a long question.
Let's call that 1. Number 7.
And this was given to me by our legislative person. So I really think this probably should be on phase 2.
Yeah. Real detailed. We'd be really looking at that individual and taking that individual very seriously. Number 8.
Phase 2.
Do you think so? I think phase 1.
You know, we could do a lot of phase 1s. And we have.
Right now, we have
You know,
5 phase 1.
We have 5 phase 1s.
So
No,
phase
you
2.
have
4.
4.
You have 4 phase 1s and you have
3.
3 phase 2s.
And I want phase number 10 to be a phase 1. So,
Well, let's take a look at 8. How about phase 2 for number 8?
That's fine.
Number 9.
From manager to executive director.
That would be a phase 1, maybe?
Are we good with
Prior
that?
work experience is a phase 1.
So we have all of our phase 1s done there, right?
You have
1, 2, 3,
I think that would be a phase
5.
So
No, we
far,
only
you have
five.
4 phase 2 and 4 phase 1.
2. Okay, I think that when we get down to believing that they might be a qualified candidate, that's when we're going to want to know how they're motivating and their specific management techniques.
So a 2, phase 2 for number 9.
I believe so.
And Neil, are you good with that? You were the only one thinking
I am,
about
that's fine.
Number 10 is a phase 1.
I believe so.
Does everybody believe that number 10 is a phase 1 question? And then number 11.
So what have we got again?
So you've got 5 phase 1s and you've got, I think, 5 phase 2s.
And we have to write one more question because we got to do 6 and 6.
4,
We do?
5.
Yeah, because we have, we're going to do 12.
Let's do 5 up front, 6 in the end.
So right now, you've got 5 and 5. So 11 would be then a phase 2.
I think so.
I think that's more. Good.
So now you've got 5 in the first and 6 in the second.
All right, I'm good with that.
Is everybody happy?
Love it, Cody.
Okay, good. We like
Very well
happiness.
done.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going here.
May I interrupt about this as well? Are these questions confidential until the applicant is FaceTiming with us? Or,
Well,
do we want to safeguard that document?
It's a yes and no answer, and what I mean by that is, the meeting is open. So for example, if I'm scheduled for FaceTime and I can come to the board meeting and I can listen to the FaceTime interview before it's my turn to go out in the hallway and FaceTime. There's nothing prohibiting that. So in theory, everybody can listen. However, what boards have commonly done is they've said, we can't close the meeting, we can't demand that you not be here, but we would appreciate that you wait until we call you so as to not give you an unfair advantage. Generally speaking, the candidates are going to go with that, and if they don't, there could be a negative inference by the board. So, in theory, anyone can listen to the meeting. Even today, I don't think we have applicants, but if we did, they could be listening right now, because it's open to public. But most likely, they're not going to do that. But I suppose they could request to read the minutes. If they applied, the person could request to read today's minutes, and they might know the question. So at least something.
Interesting.
So if it's not closed.
Okay, now we all understand that we're hiring the person, correct? Does anybody have any questions about the hiring process?
The dates
Jeanette.
for me are completely what work for me.
Okay, Jeanette, we'll get on this in a bit. It's fluid too. Okay.
So right now, just to summarize, to make sure I think that we're all on the same page, there's 52 applications. They will all be copied and sent to each of you. You will each review the applications and use this matrix here.
Yes.
And there's no other matrix, just this?
There's no other matrix, but we've got some changes to that matrix.
Okay.
And those changes will come with the application.
Yes. And you'll review them and
we'll
score
have
them?
1 week, we need to have a timeline on that. From the time that you receive them, we'll have 7 days to be able to get those done and back to the board.
I don't know, is 7 days reasonable to look at 52 applications for all of you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it may be 2 weeks is
I think
necessary.
14 days.
Yeah, I think 2 weeks is a little bit more realistic.
Yeah.
Well, what about if we split the difference and make it 10 days?
Yeah,
So
10 days.
the northern folks can return it to the northern office, and then we could still have that little window of 4 days to get down to Ms. Alexander's staff to process. What
I
about
think
that?
10 days would be good, because you're gonna look at some of those right away, and if there's misspelled words in it, and you're.
Well, but that's not actually on here.
No,
Your
I know.
rating, okay, I was gonna say, your rating is all about their skills. There probably should be some,
Well, there should be just on their summary page, their educational and.
That's in the letter of interest.
but the only thing that you have,
You could
Oh, no, 'cause we're
format
not
the
going to do that.
presentation.
We're not going to erase
the
it.
only points that you have right now is up to 3 for the presentation of the application resume.
Well, what does everybody think it's gonna take them to read those?
Well, if I have 10 days, it's gonna take, yeah.
Okay, can we vote on 10, could everybody handle 10 days?
Yeah.
Okay, 10 days it is, sir.
You may want to, if we're going to talk about, the only reason I say that is presentation of application and resume. 3 points doesn't give you a lot of distinguishing. If one's really horrible, I guess you're going to get a 0. And if it's really good, I don't know.
Do you want to give more points there?
How about up to 10?
Yeah.
Up to 10. So if
Okay.
there's some typos, we can start scoring them
And
9,
you'll
8,
find
7.
them.
Yeah, in case anybody's scrutinizing the actual
Yeah, okay,
graphical
that would be
errors.
great.
What
Neil.
would that be? Well, and you could add another category like, because this is presentation of application resume, which means like, did they spell it well? Do we think they sound interested? But there could be some other sort
Was
of.
it sloppy? Did they scribble it by hand?
Well, okay, but what about, I don't know, fit with the organization or something? Maybe.
Well, that should come in the interview. I think you're not going to really find out if somebody fits with the organization until you sit down and talk to them.
Well,
Because
but you
they
can
may
look
fit
at
on
their
paper, but they may
you
not
can
fit.
look at their experience and see if you think it fits what we're looking
But
for.
I think we have enough here to grade somebody.
Okay.
And I have,
What were you?
Well, I'm just feeling
Fit with
like
organization.
you're not gonna be differentiating very well maybe between people.
If you want some more
If
line
you've
items
only
on
got-
the matrix so we can figure out what.
Well, I'm just thinking you may want something else,
I don't
to
think
look
that
at.
it should be taken for granted either. Like, for instance, I've seen on a lot of applications and job qualification requests that say able to lift 50 pounds, able to type on a computer. I would not want to take it for granted. You would obviously know that somebody who would possibly have an MBA would know how to use a computer. ain't necessarily so. That's really taking that for granted. I mean,
Like,
especially
MBA, they're
if
gonna have a hard time doing their homework.
you want to make it really specific. I don't think it's a silly thing to put able to lift a box from the floor or things like that, or in relatively good, I mean, I don't know what you can put and you can't. But I mean, I think that being specific and those little tiny little things like that aren't silly to put in.
Well, it would depend on what was in the announcement. I don't know what the announcement included. I think it said master's degree preferred. I think it said bachelor's degree required, frequent travel,
able to use Excel. I mean, it's like something like that's when they go, well, I've done my MBA in liberal arts, and I'm in, you know, my MBA is in playing the sitar, and all I did was,
A
you know.
lot of your executive directors and like Rod Davis, when I worked at St. Rose Hospital, I can tell you doesn't know how to do Excel. He has an administrative assistant that does all of that, types all of his letters. So, I mean, if you ask him if he could do Excel, he'd say, heck no, why would I?
Right.
And MBA stands for Master of Business Administration, so it's only going to be business focused.
Right.
However, you got an MBA in 1985, maybe computers weren't as
I'm just using it as a broad example of.
And I have an MBA. I got it 13 years ago. I don't know how relevant it is, but
Are you a prospective candidate?
no. But I'm just saying, things have changed in 13 years.
I want to clarify the questions, whether or not we should give them out to somebody, and whether or not somebody could or could not get those questions and prepare themselves. I personally want to allow them to get it, but I don't want to let us offer it to them. If they ask for it, I think they should be given the questions. If they don't ask for it, they don't get the questions.
But it's a
And
matter
I
of
want to know
public
whether
record,
they
yeah.
asked or didn't ask.
They should be able to go into public records and find it if they have any
It's
kind of.
okay, I just want to know if they ask for it, because to me, if they're asking for it, they're a little more serious, they're more likely to do research, they're a little less, to me, it shows me something about their character, that they're willing to ask the relevant questions about something that isn't necessarily initiative, okay?
Are the questions that are used?
Yes, to me it shows a great deal about them, whether they're.
So they may be given the questions if asked.
If they ask, but we don't promote that they can have it. We don't just offer it. If they do ask for it, say, sure, here they are.
Ms. Bradley, one of my concerns is under the job title in the employee manual, it says that it says definition and summary, assigned responsibilities, minimum qualifications with knowledge, skills, and abilities, education, and experience. But it also says licenses and certificates, and one of those is a valid Nevada driver's license. So do we care about that in the interview phase, or do we just care about that once they're hired?
Well, generally speaking, there's a couple things. When you get to the end, you're going to maybe have your top candidate, and you may offer them the job, but there are things they're going to have to be able to do before they actually, and one of them is going to be, to obtain a driver's license. The other thing, I don't know if there's any background check at all required, but some agencies have a background check that's required.
Yes, you do.
So if you do, they're going to have to pass that. So you'll come up with and that's the other thing for people to be aware of that apply, just because you weren't selected number one, I mean, and you may not want to let that be known maybe as directly as that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, you're going to say that in the meeting, but I guess what I mean is you don't want to say to someone, well, you were number 3, we're going to offer you the job now because, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's things they're going to have to meet, the background check and the driver's license. And I guess it's up to you if you want to maybe have all 3 of the top people meet those things and then you choose who to offer it to, you can do that. Or
Well, I think that the matrix at least narrows down the 52 to a manageable group of applicants. I think we can all agree on that. While we may not have every single point rating available to us under this matrix, I certainly think it will give us a dramatic fewer number of applicants with which to, then subsequently arrange interviews. So I'm happy with the appearance of the matrix as it stands.
With those 2 changes in there.
Yeah, minor corrections. I also appreciate the 10-day I don't think we need to score them additionally on the matrix, but when we look at the timeline on the 10-day.
But Alex, we're not ready to go to the timeline.
Oh, pardon me, okay.
Only because we.
You get your brother.
Yeah, only because I want to cover all of our bases here, and something that Sarah said here too, and that's why I've asked Debbie to come talk to us about how, basically, we know what we're doing now. How do we pay this person? Do we pull a number out of the hat? There is a format for it. And that can happen too, because say somebody that has we're hiring them, we like them, we hire them, they only have a BA. They may start at this end of the scale, where somebody that has quite a few degrees and has a lot of work experience, we're going to start them at this end of the scale. What can also happen to us is we may pick our number one out, and they may not want to work for us. They may not want to accept the salary that we offer. We may want to go back and negotiate. So that's all up in the air. So I've asked Debbie to kind of explain to you the process and what our salary range is.
I prepared this chart because the executive director position was a grade 46. And we have since, I believe, 2007, when the employee manual was revamped and the job descriptions were revamped, everyone fit into a grade and step and so forth. We adopted the state compensation schedules, and there's two different ones. You can either be an employer only. The salaries are lower because the employer pays in all of your PERS retirement, or you can be employee-employer, and you have half of that. Currently, it's 12.25% deducted from your pay, and the board pays the other 12.25%. So those salaries are a little higher because the deduction comes out of your gross pay. This chart I had to go through and update because 2009 was the last time that the state, after 2009, what the state did was start reducing salaries and having the state employees take furloughs. And we were not subject to all of that. So ours stayed with 2009. And this is off of the 2009 schedule for the employee-employer, and I actually have to calculate every other year on the employer, because if the PERS rate goes up, then I receive a factor from them, and I have to factor down the salary and adjust the salaries for the employer-only people. So this reflects what we currently are working with for the executive director's position.
And so most likely what you're gonna offer the person is gonna be somewhere in the range. A person with more experience might be higher, a person with less experience is lower. And that's another reason that your top candidate may not be who you ultimately hire, because it could be you select, Mr. Smith, but he's not willing to accept the salary that you're offering.
So what are we offering first? Step one?
We're not offering anything.
You can go anywhere in this range. I mean,
depending upon education. So if you see the bottom here, if you look on your sheet here, it shows you what the bottom range is and what the top range is. So depending on the candidate, we're somewhere in between there. Until we actually meet and greet the candidate and talk to them, we're not going to be able to say this is what the person's going to make, because
So
it
we're
can
not
vary.
going to determine the minimum that we'll offer nor the maximum, just the range between.
Right. Just so you know what the range is, I wanted you to understand, where do we get the salary
Where's the
range
number
from?
coming from?
Well, are we allowed to ask the applicant what their preferred salary is?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, and I think that's something that you should ask them myself.
Yeah, you can. I don't know. Obviously they want to make as much as they can, most likely. So,
Well, but if
But I
somebody
think
says, oh,
that helps you understand, can they answer the tough question? When you look them in the eye and say, how much do you want to make?
right.
I do.
Well, I just think everybody has a financial requirement,
Yes.
so they should be honest about what their financial needs are.
Absolutely.
And if they can answer that question succinctly, then to me, that's an ideal candidate.
And you might also want to say, why should I pay you that? Why should I pay you that salary? What do you bring to the table to
Do they have a choice in those PERS, or that's something we decide upon?
they choose employer paid or employee paid.
Okay.
And I just want to say, I mean, we follow the state compensation schedule, and, you know, this is important to me. When PERS changes their rate, they have me certify that I reduce anybody's salary on the employer-only plan. I mean, so I have to do that and certify that I did that. So, you know, I mean, you know, sometimes we like to think we're not state, but we do have to follow along with the state requirements.
So does anybody have any questions on this? Debbie, thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Now, I have one question before we can start timeline. Gloria, how long will it take you guys to copy the applicants and get a matrix to everybody?
A week.
5 days?
A work week for us, which is
Five working days?
Yes.
Okay, now we can start our timeline. We know that it's going to take 5 working days to get it out, and we know that we're going to have them for 10 days, and then another 5 days to get them back. So now we've gone from the 11th here
To the 28th, because you have 5 days to the 18th. The 18th is a holiday. So then you have the 10 days through the 28th, so now you're at the 1st. Then you have the 4 days with which to calculate. Now it's the 5th, or the 6th rather. And then,
So then we have to
the
set up
soonest
our
you can
interviews.
interview is March 7th.
Now, there's some people that's, okay, Debbie, you want to say something?
Just in noticing people for the interviews, Sarah,
Yes.
we would require the full notice, or we'll just have them sign a waiver?
They have to have open meeting law notice, yeah, but most likely they're gonna waive it
We'll
because obviously
have a
they want
waiver
to be
prepared?
interviewed.
Okay.
But yeah, open meeting law notice is required, an agenda will have to be prepared with their names on it. We have to have at least 3 working days to post the agenda.
So realistically, like March 11th.
So, most of the hairdressers, and are you guys all off on Mondays?
As a rule,
It's as a rule. it's
Okay, so Monday's a good day. Monday's sometimes tough for me, but, so,
No, we have to change.
no, that's no.
Well, is there a possibility
I'm gonna come up there, no, I'm not.
is there a possibility for Sunday the 10th? Sunday the 10th?
Yeah.
Do the 10th and the 11th, maybe?
The 10th and the 11th?
You want to interview people on a Sunday?
I'm just asking.
Not a good idea.
Putting it
You
out.
know, I think a Monday, I think,
if we're gonna do a 2-day, Monday, Tuesday would be better, or just all on Monday.
and could we have a couple of days to say, okay, we're gonna do the 11th, 18th, so that we can all go back and check our schedules, or you all know you're gonna be off on Monday the 11th?
We'll just make it happen.
Yeah.
So Monday the 11th is a video conferencing with phase 1 questions for the first round of applicants.
Use that,
Then we'll be receiving back all the information from when they compiled it before that, or on the day of the
Oh, yeah,
elections at that meeting.
So, those that are
Sarah, do
in
we
the
get
south,
that, do we get all the, after they compile everything, do we get it back? Do we get that information back, or how do we find out who the top candidates are? We decide that ourselves, don't we?
At the first meeting. I mean, after you rate them. So you're gonna rate them, you individually have your tops. You send it to April, she makes the report that has candidate 1 through 52 and all the numbers. And I mean, I guess you could get that ahead of time with the agenda, there's nothing saying.
Because we're not gonna know who the people are anyways, yeah, so you're gonna.
You could get that report, and so then you'll all individually know, ooh, we better talk about number 8, number 12, and number 15. You know, you guys will know that ahead of time because you'll see the varying scores. And then you'll have a meeting, you'll look at that, you'll talk about it, and then determine who to interview. So you'll say, candidate, you know, these ones are being interviewed, and then the interview will be scheduled for a coming meeting.
Now, let me ask this question. How many do you want to interview the first time, the video interview? 10, 12, 15?
are we all going to be back here in Vegas?
No. Not for the video interview.
I think that,
Yeah, we have to be. It's phase one.
Oh, we have to be in the same room? Okay, I'm sorry.
I think that it might be a good idea to have an estimate of, you know, we're gonna interview, say, 5 to 9, 5 to 8, whatever, but most likely you may alter that as you start to review them.
How about no more than 15?
Well, I
And
think 15's
preferably
enough.
10.
I think 10.
10 sounds good.
I mean, and we can expand it if we see nothing in the top 10 after we do the video interview. We can just say we're going to go on to the next 10 because we have that choice.
Would it be less expensive for us to stay that extra day, maybe half day on Tuesday, finish it up?
There's no way we can, because then you have to notify the next batch that they're actually going to physically be here. And so if you have somebody in North Carolina, for instance, that gets the job, they need prep time to get here. So
We could do Tuesday and do 5 and 5. That's up to you guys. If you feel, that you'd rather just do all 10 in one day, I'm good with that.
I mean, it really depends once you start looking at them, because like I said, I've been through this, especially with the Tourism Commission several times, and it seems like there'll be a lot of applications, but there's a good portion that you're not even going to want to interview when you start to look at them. And so, I mean, 10, you may interview 10, but I'd be surprised. I think you're probably going to interview less than that.
How about
It's up
then
to
no
you.
more than 12?
It's up to you, but I
Stop at
think
10.
Yeah, no more than 10.
Okay, no more than 10.
I'm thinking that
that's something.
Why are you making more work for it?
Okay. So on March 11th, we're going to interview the top 10 via a video
From Vegas.
from Vegas.
And I heard Andy say that they only had a small TV in here. So do you guys have a way of purchasing some other kind of monitor, or can we put it on a monitor?
Yes, on any television. And I'd like to see a television set that say no smaller than 30 some odd inches.
So do we have that?
No.
Is it possible to purchase that versus
We could
buying?
probably rent one.
Renting is a good idea.
Or borrowing it from somebody I want.
I do, but it's,
That's
hard
a
to
little
get
bit hard.
What is it? Do you just need a video like
We just
for a
want to set it
computer?
on that counter right there.
A
And then
monitor.
so we can all see them. And there'll be a little iPad sitting in front of that with a camera facing this way.
What happens if the candidate doesn't have an iPad?
That's their problem.
Yeah.
32 inch.
That's how you weed them out.
That's how you weed them
That's
out.
one of the requirements.
Well, okay.
They're not a Mac user, they're just.
Well, wait.
What?
That iDevice, they're so common.
Well, I am not an Apple person, but I have lots of Apple people in my family. You could also do a Skype interview with the computer and say.
Skype doesn't work as well, it's not as clear and crisp. The quality is considerably different.
Can we work out that logistic
Yeah,
later?
probably with the IT person here. That's probably where we really, Nadine probably should be the person that's answering some of these questions. She's not here now.
And it's a
Okay.
technical.
Jeff is a man.
Well, wait a minute. I think Nadine is the IT person, and I think she's quite capable of handling it.
One at a time, guys.
Okay, so we're gonna let Nadine handle no, Annie?
Oh, no.
Okay, so we'll work with Nadine from the IT department to get something going here. Is that agreeable with
Yes.
everybody? And then, I think after this timeline, I know we have a timeline here, but I think after we set up these interviews here and we go through this process, then we need to, at that meeting, maybe make a decision of when our next meeting will be, depending upon how many candidates that we want to move forward for an actual interview. Because we could plan it now, but we might need 2 days for it, we might need.
Could we tentatively plan though?
Okay, for the 25th?
I want to plan it, I want to lock it in.
Okay.
Yeah,
I need that for my scheduling.
Okay, would the 25th work for everybody?
25th works. And by the way, the meeting, the logbook review committee will not be meeting on March 18th.
There you go.
Well, but would we like to have this? Oh, well, I guess that's 1 week rather, so.
I don't think we should have 3 meetings in a row, 3 Mondays.
Now, something else that I would like to bring to the board would be is that we prepare an outline of what we kind of come up with today so that we have something for staff to use should this happen again, or maybe give staff the directive to make this into, I don't know what you call it, a policy or procedure, or what do you guys call it here, SOP
You
or?
can make it a policy,
Protocol.
procedure.
On the policy and procedure then, if that was agreeable with all the board members, so that the next group that has to hire somebody, hopefully it'll be a long ways off, would have some kind of format to go with.
So
Definitely.
just for clarification, on the 11th, when you're doing the interview, it's going to be here, so the Reno people will be traveling here.
That is correct.
Okay.
Can you run through the dates again?
Okay, we have the 11th and the 25th.
Okay.
And then
Both-
you're to have all of your paperwork back. What date did we decide? That by the 28th, was it? When?
Both meetings are going to be in Las Vegas then?
Okay. It's going to be overnight, or are you guys flying down that morning, going back?
It'll be just like today, like this meeting, correct?
I mean,
Okay,
let's,
so you actually will be flying in on the 10th.
Yes.
Okay.
Because they need
Gives
to
us time to do the 10 interviews, right? Because we'll start early.
Correct. We'll
start at 9 o'clock
in
and
the
just go
morning.
through there.
And
Now,
so-
when are we going to get, I didn't write this down, I apologize. When are we going to get the applicants from you guys, from Gloria? What day are you going to have them to us?
Well, they'll come to us the week of the 19th.
5 days of 3/11. The week of the 19th.
Like we essentially, in the ideal world, they're
So they'll be-
sent out Friday the 15th. In the ideal world. But they may not be sent until the 19th, and
Okay.
we'd all get them on the 20th.
And then we have 10
Because
days,
of the holiday
Right.
that we have right now. Okay.
which would be Friday, March 1st.
15 applications.
So the 28th, we're to have them of February, we're to have, or actually it's March 1st, we'll have to have them back to Gloria.
March 1st.
Is that correct?
That is.
I'm confused right now, sorry.
No, that's correct.
Okay,
March 1st.
March 1st. And then she'll set up the phone interviews, and then on the 11th, we'll do the actual interviewing. And then Nadine can maybe let us know, is there something, if we have to rent a TV or something, do we have to give you authorization to rent the TV, or?
As long as it's under $500.
As long as it's
under
you could buy a
$5,000.
whole TV for $500.
Of course, I was just saying we didn't need authorization if it was, we're only gonna rent it for the 1 day, correct?
At this time.
Or would you like to keep it for the 25th? Because normally if you rent a TV, you can rent it on a monthly basis. So if we rented it in March and you're gonna have another interview on the 25th, would you need it then?
I don't think so.
Not like
That's going to
it.
be our second phase. I'll need to fly in.
And
Right.
Those will be physical interviews.
Right, so, no.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
1 day, only.
So we'll just rent it for the 11th. Actually, we'll probably
And
rent
there'll
it
be
on
people
the
coming in
8th.
on the 11th that are here in person as well.
Oh, they'll
So
actually
video
come in and
fan.
visit us on the 11th?
No, not at
No,
all.
it'll all be
Everybody-
visual.
Everybody gets the same playing field. Even if you're living in Vegas, it'll all be
So
the same.
FaceTime interview.
So FaceTime interview on everything.
I mean, we could do it.
And then they get an.
That's unfair.
That's
Yeah.
biased.
Can't discriminate. against
I
all.
have a logistical question though with the 25th. Is that where the final candidates are being interviewed?
Could be.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
what do we do about somebody who is flying in from Vermont or even for that matter northern Nevada?
They're not
Do we-
gonna know that day.
But do we
They'll know that.
assist them do we compensate them for that travel? I mean, what's customary?
Generally, that's what's done.
Yeah.
Being for second position, whatever the position you're paying for the flight.
And so we're all understood that there's an expense there that we're willing to pay for the right applicants.
And that should really be done through, Gloria, do you make the flights?
Sure.
So that we get our state discount and all of
Right.
that, so that it would be,
Just so we're very clear.
Okay, Nadine is here.
oh, good, Nadine, come up here and sit. They have a lot of questions for you. I'll let Terry start.
Hi, we want to do a FaceTime interview. We need a television set. Can you provide us with a television set that's maybe 32 inches in diameter so that we can all see a potential candidate?
We still have the, our PowerPoint, what's that, do we still have that from Vince, the projector?
Mhm.
Yeah, we can still do that with the
See, that
projector.
totally works. All we need is a connection.
All you need is just a connection, and we do, I think even Vince's laptop before, when he used to do presentations, if we just use his, we could even just do, you know, Skype, whatever kind of video.
You want to do
Oh,
FaceTime?
Don't say Skype or he'll get upset. I said Skype.
It's
No,
really that bad.
whichever. Yeah, it's possible, that's fine.
You can handle that? Oh, you're wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So how much
Right.
time will they be given in order to prepare themselves for this interview?
How much time?
The candidates that we're going to do in phase one.
It appears that they're given approximately 4 days, plus 2 weekend days, not the 9th and the 10th.
Okay.
Because they'll all be notified the week of the 4th.
And then they'll have, the rest, the finalists will have 2 weeks to prepare, get their butts here.
So the soonest that you can evaluate your applications, get them in. Like, let's not wait the 10 days just because we're given the 10 days.
Okay.
Try to get that done. And the sooner you get that done, the sooner the matrix can be prepared to evaluate those top 10 candidates. So,
And then when Ms. Alexander mails this to us, she can maybe send us enough clean matrix for everybody with each application.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, because I think we're missing something maybe. So the applications are going to go out to all of you next week. You're going to get them back by March 1st.
Okay.
Then when are you having a meeting to determine who you're interviewing on the 11th?
well, I don't think we have a.
We're taking the top 10.
We're just going to take the top
Take the
10.
But I
top
thought
10.
we-
Based on the rating of the applicant.
I thought we've multiple times discussed that there's going to be candidates that have 330s and 110. And I thought that we've multiple times discussed that you're going to have a meeting to winnow down.
All of the applicants.
Well, because there's going to be some that all of you agree you don't need to see. And
Well,
there's going
that
to be
should happen
some.
on the 11th.
Yeah.
That should happen on the 11th.
Well, then they don't have-
You're saying
You
you're
have
going to
to
interview.
notice the people that they're going to be interviewing. So you have to give them they have to know before the 11th that you're going to interview them because they need to sign an open meeting law waiver that we need to have in our hands. And their name's going to be on an agenda, so they have to know prior to then. So
Can't we just take the top 10 if we have the top
if
10?
you want to, but I thought multiple times we've said that there's going to be people that have, 4 really high scores and 3 really low scores. What do we do with them?
Then we'll get them in the next round.
Next round. Next round.
If we don't see somebody in the top 10 that we like,
I think you need to have a meeting before the 11th to determine who you're interviewing on the 11th. I don't think there's any other way to do it.
I
I'm
thought
sorry.
the whole purpose of the rating system was to
okay,
get.
so now we're down to 7 days for
Well,
the interview.
you can do it video conference. You don't have to have a face-to-face meeting, but you need to somehow find a way, because there's going to be some that you all want to see and some that none of you want to see, and then there's going to be some people in the middle, and there has to be a way for you to make that decision. You have to do that in a meeting. So.
But Sarah, we're doing this blindly, so we're really not going to know who we're
Well, of course you don't know who you're talking about, but the point is if candidate 1, half of you want to see and half of you don't, how do you determine if you're going to see candidate 1 on the
Okay,
rating system?
50-50, we see them.
We've
And then
narrowed
the top
down
10.
the rating system so we all like the rating system.
Well, I understand that you all like it, but
And then we're taking your word that we're going to have certain candidates that are just going to pop right up at the top.
I think
and
there
the
will
rest-
be.
So,
I don't think it has to be a long meeting, but I think you're going to need another step in there because there's no way to turn in the rating and then just have it and be like, okay, this is who we're interviewing.
In other words, are you saying that leaves it all up to April?
Well, April can't make that decision, and the problem is there's going to be people, I mean, you're right, I think there's going to be 5 candidates, let's say, that you're all going to love, and then there's going to be 30 candidates you're all not going to love, and there's going to be 10 candidates that are questionable candidates. And so how do you determine who you're going to interview if it's not just those
So
top
we
5?
should do the first meeting to determine who's gonna be
The top
in
10.
the FaceTime or the top 10 or whatever on the 11th.
no.
But
Yeah.
does that have to be a public meeting?
They have to publicly decide what they're going to do at a meeting. So in other words, publicly you have to say candidate 5, candidate 12, candidate whatever.
You just said something that was wrong, though, that maybe you don't understand. April's not going to make any decisions.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she's just tallying everybody up and giving us the top 10.
Agreed.
All right.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. Somebody else said, oh, we're not putting it all in April. And I was like, no, she can't make any decision, the full
Right.
board gets to make the
Right.
decision. But what I'm saying is it's not like you're all gonna, I mean, maybe it'll happen, I'll be really surprised, and I'm so sorry, but I've seen this happen with multiple boards. The PI board, the tourism commission, I mean, it's not the first time a director's been hired, and generally what happens, there's a handful that everybody wants to see, there's a huge majority that nobody wants to see, and then there's a few that are in the middle. So if you want to interview 10, most likely, there's gonna be 5 you all agree on, and maybe 10 or so others that are questions. And so you're gonna need to have a meeting to determine why did, for example, April give candidate 8 such a high score and Neil gave candidate 8 such a low score, and somehow come to a consensus. Do we want to see 8 or do we not want to see 8? So you need to have a meeting to do that. It could be video conference. It could hopefully be maybe just an hour or two.
But why can't we do the top 10 that come from the matrix, and then at the same day discuss all of these variables?
You're not going to have a top 10 from the matrix until you have a meeting. That's what I'm telling you.
Right, so can I propose? Can we have a small committee, either Koki, April, and Linda here in the south, or Neil and Alex in the north, and have a small subcommittee, let that small subcommittee make those determinations, and if they wish to, say, call me about my choices or my matrix on it, they can call me for further clarification. Can that be done?
You can do that as long as you appoint that committee today, and as long as you notice that meeting, and they still have a public meeting.
Because we could then notice a meeting to be on March 1st, and we can notice that tomorrow and say, we're gonna have a meeting to determine the top 10 finalists.
Yep.
And we're going to appoint either a southern portion or a northern portion to do that. If they got questions, they can call other members.
Was that a motion that I heard?
No, I'm kind of running it by, but I would like to make a motion. If you like it well enough, I'll make the motion.
Again, you could video conference it so that you're not limited by location. You guys could talk or video conferencing about it as well.
And I think it should be video conference myself. I think everybody that
I
can.
think it's a good idea for the fact that maybe 11 and 12 in their own way are just as good as the first 10.
Exactly. And so you may decide, well, we wanted to do 10, but gosh, we all agree we really need to do 12. You may make that decision. Can we do it on the
We've
board, or
hindered
do we just have a
ourselves.
conference? Video conference?
Well, then that doesn't give, well, I guess we could do that.
And, well, we could
No,
change to
can't
the
we?
18th and the 25th, so we could do the 4th and then go to the 18th and the 25th for.
Well, we do the 18th and then the 1st. But if we do a small committee, they can meet on the 1st, and it doesn't change the timeline at all. And I don't necessarily feel I need to be part of that. I'm not Jones to say, oh, I want to be part of that selection committee to have 10 people, to get the top 10, and I'm totally okay with giving that responsibility to the subcommittee to make that determination.
And I'm happy to designate the subcommittee all down here. I don't know if we need 2 subcommittees to do that.
No, I just meant.
And I think they should be the executive.
And I think, April, do you have time to meet on this? I mean, would you be able, do you have any available time?
Yeah.
Okay, and what about you, Linda?
I do. Whatever
So
you
I
want.
think we'd all be happy to find.
So I'll entertain a motion for a subcommittee to be formed to meet on March 1st, if somebody would like to make a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion.
Or to meet at a day that subcommittee finds convenient prior to March 1st or before.
Well, time-wise, time-wise, we've determined that all the applicants, all of our matrices will be back on the 28th. So at that point in time, if we can do it earlier, so theoretically speaking, by the 1st, it's ready to go. And then if we do that, then they can start noticing the next board meeting, the meeting on the 11th by the 4th, and it's all good. Stay on the timeline, and it's quick.
So I'll entertain that motion then to.
Okay, so.
Beck, do you need to be at the meetings?
I wouldn't think so. Is that it's a subcommittee meeting to just evaluate those.
No, I mean the other meetings. The 11th and 25th.
Do you need
Well,
to
both of those, normally speaking, I am present, but those dates are both problematic for me.
Would you like to just have us have another deputy AG? Because the formality of it is just to have an AG here,
Yeah.
or a DAG. And so I mean, I recognize that you're our priority DAG, but perhaps
That's fine with me if
we
it's fine
can
with you.
have an
I would prefer
alternate
that.
DAG.
And maybe
Would
we
that
got somebody
be-
local.
Yeah, I would prefer that. Yeah, it would definitely be a local person.
Is that permissible?
Oh, I would rather that. I just
Okay.
didn't know.
Okay, so if we're all in agreement that we may have an alternate DAG present at our meeting?
Is that a
And
friendly
so-
amendment to that motion?
So I need to like verbalize the actual motion, correct? All right, so, let's see if I can, I would like to make a motion to form a subcommittee made up of Koki, April, and Linda to narrow down the top 10 candidates for the first phase of our interview process on March the 1st.
And I'll second that.
Correct, that's enough.
And could you add that about the day to be at the meeting? We'll have it
That's
covered.
that's an administrative thing, I don't think that's part of it.
I thought she said we had.
No, you
No.
don't have to include
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry.
I was
That's
trying
just
to.
administratively how they.
Okay.
And so with discussion, just for staff, we'll have to arrange to have a DAG present.
Well, Sarah
No, I'll
takes
take
care
care
of
of
Sarah.
that.
Okay.
No, has nothing, I just didn't know what you were expecting. So
Okay.
thank you.
Right.
And does anybody else want to sit on that committee? Although the 3 members were selected, do those 3 members want to participate?
And what we'll do too is maybe the day we get together and everything, we'll email all of you guys so you can be available by phone or something like that in case we have a question, let you know what day and time we're gonna meet.
Can we do it on the 4th, Koki?
Okay, because we
The only
changed,
reason I'm saying that I'm supposed to be out of town the 2nd and 3rd.
okay.
I'll
The
cancel
problem
my
is-
trip if
Well,
I
if
have
it's
to.
We may need to do it before the 4th because we're still staying with 11 and the 25th, correct?
If it's necessary, I can sit on the committee for the first, and I'll just figure my schedule out so Linda doesn't have to.
Okay.
And you could call, I mean, you don't actually, I mean, if you wanted to participate by phone on the subcommittee meeting.
Well,
we
I'll
could do
be
that.
here I am here for the 1st. That's a Friday. I'm
Right.
sorry. I'm gone Saturday and Sunday. I'm
Okay.
sorry. 1st is fine.
And any other participants besides Neil being an alternate? And so in the event that one of those members couldn't attend, Neil would attend in their stead.
I have a suggestion, if you'd like to, we can just do teleconference. When we get here to meet, we can call you and you can conference in
Yeah,
if you
that's
like.
fine.
Would you like to do that?
Participate in
Yeah,
it,
we
but-
can just- If we can meet here at the office, then we can just do it through here.
Yeah. That would be
That
great.
work?
Anybody else like that?
Yeah, I mean, either way, it can be a day trip.
Okay.
Whatever's clever.
Any other questions, concerns, or comments? And then the timeline would remain the same for the 11th and then the 25th.
It'd be the 1st, not the 4th.
The first of March.
The first.
So realistically, going through all of this, by the end of April, we should have a new director here. Because you have to do,
Seemingly by the 1st of April.
well, we can hire somebody, but then you still have to do the background check. I don't know how long, I'm assuming that's gonna probably take a couple of weeks. So
Not
you,
usually that one.
and we may not come up with the first person here, so realistically, if we shoot for the end of April, we should have somebody in play by the end of April. Jeanette would have liked somebody sooner to go through the legislative process with her, but, and if we do get somebody hired, when is that next legislative meeting going to be, do you know? If we had them hired and they're just doing the background check, we may just send them up for that date so that they can meet everybody.
We don't have anything going on.
Okay, no more questions?
We don't
We don't
have
have
any,
any, we don't have any bills.
Oh,
Go ahead.
we don't have anything going on in legislation.
okay, very good then. It's already passed then.
Oh, make the amendment?
Was the amendment for the motion was that Neil would be an alternate or a participant in the committee?
That's good. And
I thought he was becoming a participant.
A
A
participant.
participant.
so we'll just add to my motion that Neil is a participant in the committee.
And the second reflects that?
Yes.
Any other discussion, questions, comments, concerns?
Get them back as soon as possible. for
Yeah,
emergency.
get them out as
There's
soon as
So
possible.
many, I've got such a short time.
Short window. All those in favor of forming that subcommittee with those dates and those members, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Koki, or Ms. Booth, thank you very much. It was a huge process and you've done that outstanding.
I have to say that with HR directors from Convention Center in Boulder City.
Yes.
You done.
Did the board want to approve the matrix and the changes?
You know, I think once we're through the process, let's take the matrix at the end.
But we
And-
made some changes. We made some changes to the matrix.
That's what we're going to attach to every application. So did the board want to
Oh,
Can I make a
just
motion?
for,
yes.
I make a motion that we correct the matrix and we're going to add to line 2, CPA attorney PhD, 10 points, and we're going to, no, oh, is that up to? Oh, up to 10 points. I'm sorry.
And then the
And then we're
present.
also going to add a presentation of applicant resume up to 5 points, take it from 3 to 5. So those are the 2 changes.
Does everybody like those changes? Any questions or concerns?
I'll second that.
Oh, pardon me, there was a second to the motion.
And I'd like to make an amendment.
Please.
I would like to add questions that we've taken our time to put phase 1 and phase 2 on and make those the official questions that we'll be asking.
And then divide it out.
And divide it out as we go.
And then, Ms. Booth, I thought we were taking the presentation of application resume up to 10, not up to 5. but up
Which
to
one is
10.
that one? This very first one?
That's on your matrix, the second to the last one. I thought that was one
Oh,
up to.
yes, you're right. It went up to 10 points. You're absolutely correct.
And so is the second reflecting that correction?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? And that motion carries. Any logistical staff questions? That was a little bit of a process here. Are there any concerns?
I think we're okay.
I think
Do
we're
you think you can? Mr. Nelson, do you need a break? Yes, for sure. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we'll take a short recess. It's 12 minutes to 3 and we'll resume just before 3. We just had a last minute discussion regarding the prior discussion. There was a concern whether or not the board is interested in having those meetings that are designated for the hiring of the executive director transcribed or tape recorded. Is there a preference from any of the board members for a certified court reporter to transcribe those minutes, or seemingly a tape recorded version should be sufficient?
I think if that's the most cost effective, I think that would be sufficient.
Is there any question or concern?
I concur with Code. I would like to propose a motion to have it be recorded as opposed to a transcription.
So like a tape recorded?
Yeah, tape recorded. For the first, the 11th, and the 25th of March, I believe is what we were discussing.
Any concerns or questions, Ms. Broadley?
No, I don't have any concerns. What my only thought had been, you would have to still have a summary minutes prepared. So you would have some sort of summary, these are the people we interviewed, here's who was present, those sorts of minutes would be required. And then that has to be available within 30 days, and then the recording you would maintain for basically forever as part of the record. If somebody were to complain in some way, you may then have to have the minutes transcribed. It would be important, obviously, to have the reasons why you're choosing one applicant over another, and those sorts of things on the record. So let's say there is a dispute over candidate 8 and candidate 9, there should be a clear discussion about why we're going to go ahead and interview candidate 9 and not candidate 8, for example. But that can all be, as long as it's clearly recorded, it could later be transcribed in case of some sort of law.
And so that would be the secretarial responsibility, maybe in conjunction with Ms. Bosco. Any other questions or concerns about that? There is a motion on the table. There has been a second made by Linda Zesiger. Any other questions or comments, discussions regarding having a tape recorded meeting minutes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And that motion carries. Moving just right along to the next item is number 23. Mr. Nixdorf requested a discussion on raising fees and a review of the board's projected cash flow statement.
Thank you very much. I think you did a great job on the little packet here, by the way. The graph
Thank
and
you.
all that was really good. Thanks, very helpful.
Thank you.
Obviously, one of the reasons that I want to bring this up is because I'd like to see the blue line above the red line and not the red line above the blue line. So, in order for that to happen, this discussion needed to happen today so that when you guys put together your budget, you understand where we're coming from and what we would like to see. So there's two things that we can do. We can either raise the fees or we can cut expenses. So since it seems that the board functions very well on the amount of money that they are spending, I thought maybe we should just raise our fees to cover that. The reason I want to talk about it today is because at some point you guys had, from what I understand, like a $4 million reserve at years back, and it's now been dwindling down. And I have a question that I don't know the answer to.
Only 2 million.
2 million was the
Yeah.
top?
Yeah.
Two, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we're at 192.
1.5 roughly now.
roughly
Yeah.
now, so it's only
Yeah.
dropped half a
Mhm.
million average since inception, kind of?
Yeah, they never had, prior to when I started, they didn't have much in the reserve at all. This was probably the reserve built up through the 2005, 2007 renewal, and then in 2009 we went to the birthday thing.
Prior to
Spread it out.
2005, our reserve was like 326,000, and from 2005 to present is when it started to go up, and we reached 2 million, and now we're going down again.
All right, so the question I have is, do you have any written or verbal threshold for that reserve that you feel you need to retain? In other words, do you say to yourself, well, when the reserve gets to 1.5 million, we have to worry. When it gets to 1 million, we worry. When we get to 500,000, we worry. Or is there an administrative threshold that you're...
Not really. Nothing that's been established. I don't think they ever had such a large reserve prior to, 2005 through 2009. And I projected out, and at the end of June 2015, I believe we'll still have a $500,000 in reserve.
Right.
So.
And what is the amount of reserve that you would recommend that you retain?
We've not, we're eating away at it, and it's probably I would say when we go into the next budget and we really take a look at what we're spending and what we believe our income will be, I think at that time maybe we can determine, well, it looks like this is what's happening year after year after year. So we don't want to leave ourselves short. We probably shouldn't go below $500,000.
I have a couple of questions or suggestions that you might take a look at, Mr. Nixdorf. When you look at the NACs and the NRSs, you have some windows for some of your costs. For instance, in your NRS 644193, you have a window on number 2 that the board shall establish and collect a fee of not less than $40 and not less than $75 for the issuance of provisional licenses. So you have a little $5 window there that you could essentially increase that fee. You also have under NRS 644325, you have again another little window that you can collect. That's your renewal of your licenses. Your categories are specified. And right now, you have windows of about $30 per license because we're charging approximately $70, and most of them are not more than 100. So you have little $30 windows there.
Thank you.
You also have underneath your school, under F, not less than 500 and not more than 800. So you have a little $300 window there. And then under your NRS 644220, you also have a little window where it's a window of about $90 for the collection of examination and re-examination fees. So rather than
What was that last one?
NRS 644220. And so amongst all of those fees, the only one that would stay the same would be NRS 644.325, where the establishment is already maxed out at 200. So there's no window of opportunity there. So you have a $300 window with your schools. You have a $30 window with most of your licensing, and then you have a $5 window with your is it examinations or renewals?
Right. I understand that. Thank you very much. But my question is about the reserve at this point in time. Because to me, that's the trigger. And I understand that the fees are set in NRS.
They are.
And if I have this law review committee and we need to raise fees because our threshold for our reserve is approaching, say, in 3 or 4 years, and we feel we need to raise fees, we're going to have to request that in NRS, which means that I'm going to have to deal with this in the law review committee the law book review committee.
Yeah, that would begin, the NRS would be again in 2015.
Correct. You see, so
Right.
I'm trying to look out into the future, but I need to know where that threshold is and how soon we may meet that threshold. And I would like to have some kind of a policy established that says when the reserve reaches this threshold, we have to trigger something, has to trigger at that point to bring those costs and expenses in line with the income, whether we raise the fees, because I mean, you know, we have this $15 fee that was approved in 1985, you know, they probably ought to be looked at again, right?
Yeah.
So that's more my concern, rather than raising $30 here, $15 there. And when do we do that? And would raising all the potential differences that we aren't charging as much as NRS allows us to, how much would that raise?
Right.
Those are kind of some of the questions.
What Alex was pointing out, the NACs would have to be changed to reflect an increase, and that can be done beginning July 1st of this year through June 30th of 2014. So if we feel when we're talking about the budget, if we feel we need to increase some revenue, we can work on that to get some of that through for the NACs this coming year.
Right. And
Which would stave off your concern about what your threshold is.
Correct.
Yeah, but you still have to think about it ahead.
About this, because this stuff would take, you know, we have next legislative session, and you know, then another year after that, and you know, all these things, they just take so much time.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in establishing a threshold that we all agree on, and that we all know that this is where that threshold is happening, and when we project we're going to be at that threshold, changes have to be made. Whether we cut expenses or increase revenues, that would be something to talk about. Since we have the ability to raise some of those, I don't know how much that was. I looked it over, and it's not that much that we could really generate to me if I project it out. I mean, I don't really know.
Well, I had one example. An increase of $30 for a 2-year license renewal would generate $345,000 per year in revenue.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's not insignificant.
No.
But where's that threshold? That's what I kind of want to have. And then I would like that during the budgeting process, that we keep that in mind where that threshold is. In other words, if you're going to come to us with another deficit budget, well, how close will that take us to what our perceived threshold is? Or will you come to us with a balanced budget? Last year, it was my first meeting here. I had really no input about that. So I want to have some input this time, and I want to project it out.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what we have with the board meeting about the budget, is so that everyone can understand where those numbers come from and why they're there, and what we can maybe afford to decrease, or what we need to increase, or whatever. That'll be a board's decision.
Okay, so I'd like to just get a very specific number from you, okay?
Okay.
The threshold for our reserve would be $1,500,000, 3 months income, 6 months income. What are you comfortable with, and what do you recommend?
I think if we could maintain $500,000, that would be pretty comfortable. I mean, if we didn't have anything else come in, we could hang on for some time.
Right, because that would give us about 2.5 months worth of
Yeah.
buffer, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 3 months. I think if we have 3 months is good
Okay.
for us. I mean, we're not seeing
I'm
a decrease in our license base.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not, you know, a lot of the economy, a lot of things have dropped off, but we've not seen that. We've not seen
I'm not
that.
comfortable with 3 months because, you know, something like a lawsuit or something that comes along.
Well, that's
you know,
true.
I mean, this
That's
process
true.
that we're going through, you know, there could be $50,000 here, it could be more. You know, so I would be more comfortable with 6 months. So we got 6 months.
All right. Well, that's a good board policy.
I think $1 million would be comfortable. Yeah, I think $1 million would be
I really
comfortable.
think what you're saying is, I think it's extremely important, but I also feel it's something that when the new executive director comes in, and we certainly would go to him and say,
Or her.
or I'm sorry, I was just saying him, sorry, going to that person and saying, okay, what do you think and why, and explain to me. So that they have, so the new director has some good solid input on this, because it is very valid.
Mhm.
And I, a lot of times think we're over budget because I look at things in my little business, if the depreciation's in there, that usually puts me in the red, and I like that because then I don't have to pay taxes. Doesn't mean I'm working in the red, it just means that my depreciation has offset some of that stuff. So I don't necessarily, and I'm sorry I haven't gotten people to check into that before, because until Terry brought it up, I never even thought about it. So I think it's really,
Well, and it's something that the board should establish a policy of what they
Yeah, I
feel
don't
is a comfortable number there. And just like they've established an investment policy, you know, the board gets to establish those things.
At this time, I would hate to see us raise any of the licensing because of the economy. I do think that we need to look at our expenditures. I think there's a lot of expenditures that we have, even for our own comfort, that maybe isn't the greatest thing we could be doing for the industry. And I've had to make cuts at home. I know everybody's had to make cuts, even in our businesses, and it seems to me that we should also be doing it here. Because we're responsible for all these licensed people. We can't work in a deficit all the time.
Ms. Bradley?
I just wanted to say something kind of in conjunction with what Carrie said before. We do need to think ahead, because just something to think about is that in 2015 would be the next session you could bring something, but in the past, the governor has vetoed bills regarding fees and those sorts of things. And so it could be something that, let's say we want to get it through in 2015, but we can't. We have to try to get in 2017, you know, and maybe we won't get it through for a couple sessions. And so that's something to think about. We don't want to wait till we're so desperate to where you really need the income, or else, because it may not be an easy thing to get through the legislature, at least in regard to changing the NRS fees. The NAC fees can be changed as long as you're within the window, like, you know, like Debbie said before, we put that in July 1 of this year, and as soon as we get the workshop and all that done, I mean, maybe 45 days, well, 60 days for them to review it, maybe another 45 days. So in about, say, 4 months, we could actually get that instituted if we're really on it quickly.
Ms. Blasco, why do we have the spikes of income in May?
Because we still have some of the old salons that are still on that June 30th renewal. Okay, in 2009, when they started with the birth date thing, we also started to issue salon licenses good 2 years from the date of issue. It used to be at a salon license, you know, whenever you got it. If you got it in January and the expiration was that June, you paid $200 for a 6-month license. Then we started to issue the new salon licenses for the 2 years from the date of issue. So we still see those spikes, and you'll see I have that dropping off because we lose a lot of those old salons and new ones open up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions regarding the,
I have one.
yes?
It was Andy. My question would be, because I feel the new director should be involved, but is there a way we could start a committee on this? Because I know we have to have board approval to start a committee and then follow up with the new director when they come. Is that something we could do?
for me personally, Ms. Booth, is I'd like to see the law review committee discuss those because they're part of NRS and so, I mean, as the law review committee goes through those, they can certainly identify them. I've identified 5 of them for you, and that's certainly something that committee
That's
can
an excellent idea.
Wait, the law review committee I thought was looking at NRSs.
Yes.
So what you identified earlier is changes to NAC, I think, that can be made to raise fees.
I think both. I mean, the complementary NACs are 644.0545 and .056 and .062. The hair braider would be the only one that, well, not the only, but the braiding is kind of locked in at 110.
Yeah, but I
But
don't.
those are all fees that are coming from the individual licensees. And I'm under-motivated to charge licensees more money to work. That just seems...
It may be 20 years before we raise their fee.
Well, I'm still under-motivated to charge more for... I'd be more inclined to raise the fines for... No, but I'm just saying, in the broad sense.
And you don't get fine money.
We don't get
We don't get fine.
That goes to the general fund.
Yeah, well, I'm still more inclined to raise that component because those are folks doing something wrong. The fees to practice your profession, I personally think are already quite high.
I have a question. The NACs,
is high.
the NAC laws, we can't discuss those in our law committee?
Well, I thought that
We're not-
Mr. Nixdorf had said before, when the committee was created, that he wanted to focus on the NRSs, and so that's what that committee is there for, is NRS review, so they can come together with a list of things that should be looked at, because as we all know, many of the laws are quite old. So, if we're talking about NAC changes, I think that belongs somewhere else. Certainly, I'm sure they're gonna identify some of these, that gosh, we haven't raised, whatever fee in 30 years, and we're at the max, and let's change it. I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be things like that they find, but,
So how do you suggest we handle that so that it doesn't get shoved under the table, but it gets taken care of in the future?
well,
I like the suggestion of once the executive director is hired, is putting that question to that individual and have that process begin with that individual.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit different on that, because I think that we should tell them, this is what it is. This
That's
is-
what I'm
this-
saying.
This is your threshold, you work within your threshold, because we are the authority on this, and they work within the realm we
I just-
But Perry, he's overseeing this, and we may say this is your threshold, but maybe the threshold should be really higher. So because we need to have that input as well as our input and have a discussion on it, but we don't want to underdo it or overdo it. And I think when that executive director comes in and he says it only needs to be 500, then we're going to say, explain to us why.
And then there's going to be
And that would be his
fresh,
responsibility.
there'll be fresh insight, there'll be a whole system analyzing of that data. I mean, we're relying on data that, somebody else can bring a whole fresh perspective to.
So
And
I-
I think that that's their job.
So Ms. Blasco, I have another question regarding that. In the budgetary process that you'll be presenting to us at our next meeting, right? You're going to
Right.
give us a budget, right? How much of that is your work and how much of that, because this new executive director is going to come in.
Most of it is my work. I would work all the numbers of
Right.
everything that I know is going to happen or has happened in the past. Some things are based on averages. And then I would sit down with the executive director and we would go over line by line by line what I had in there. And then if he had anything that I didn't know about or that he felt needed to be added or whatever, then I would include that.
Okay. And do you expect to present a balanced budget to us this next time, or are we going to have another deficit?
Well, it's hard to say. Some expenses, the board's got to decide. I mean, some expenses are what they are. They're not going to change. And some things, and income is a best guess projection. And some things can be changed. When I actually figure out board expenses, I figure them out based on 7 board members. So if travel's involved, I'm calculating that, hotel. If you go to the NIC conferences twice a year, I calculate all 7 members. Now, all 7 of you may not go, but I built that into the budget. So when it's time for us to review that, the board can decide, do you want to only send 2 people to represent the board, and who's going to go? So then I can cut back on those numbers. You see what I mean? Some things we can work with if we take a look at it, and some things are what they are.
So
You know?
if we set a threshold of $1 million for the reserve, that still gives us a significant amount of deficit spending that we can do.
Right.
Is there any reason why we would want to?
No, I mean, certainly not. If we can,
So
if
then-
we
so
can,
then we could probably get a balanced budget this coming, the next.
it's
meeting.
hard to say. Like I said, there's some
In other
things
words-
that we can't change. I can't change the salaries. I can't, the big numbers. I can't change the salaries. I can't change what PEBs, what the rates are. I can't change what we put in for retired employees group insurance based on payroll. There's a lot of things. Our computer, Versa, I can't change what it costs us for support and maintenance.
Sure.
So,
I
there's.
understand that, which is why I want to raise the
Yeah.
fees. So when you present us with a budget,
Mhm.
present us the budget with suggested fee increases to bring that to a balanced
Mhm.
budget, I would be very,
Okay.
very grateful for that. because
All right,
that
I
would
can
give us
approach
the
it that way.
opportunity At that moment in time to say, okay, we want to raise these fees to have a balanced budget.
Mhm.
Or we can always say, well, I'm okay with having a deficit spending. We as a board can say, I'm
Right.
okay with having, say, a $300,000 deficit budget if we don't raise that fee. But then we're making that consciously,
Right.
and we're not being just sort of, because last year it felt like it was like, you know what, you guys are spending deficit spending. You're getting a deficit budget, period.
No, I can present something. I don't know if you saw the budget last time around.
I saw it, but I mean.
I usually have some detailed explanations out to the right of it, where those numbers come from. And so I can present something that says, we can increase this if we raise this fee, and it'll increase our income by this much, and,
Right, so you could give us a balanced budget with suggestions on how to raise fees or decrease spending, so that we can make some choices of whether
Yeah.
or not we want to spend more
yes,
than we make.
yes,
or
we
not.
can approach it like that. Mhm.
With
The only
the
thing-
rest of the board.
I was just saying, the only thing to keep in mind is it's gonna take at least 4 months, maybe 6, to make a change, so.
Yeah, I understand.
So I just wanna make sure you guys know that at least part of the the
Yeah,
biennium
yeah.
would be.
Yeah.
But at least there's some choices so
Sure.
that we can choose to have a closer.
Mm-hmm.
those
Bring the
blue and red
numbers
lines should
closer
be a little
together.
closer
Yeah.
together in my mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if the board is amenable to making a motion that says that that's the budget we expect. I would like to see that, and so I can make a motion to that effect.
You can make the motion?
I'd like to say one other thing. I'm really understanding a little bit about accounting and over the business. We don't want her forcing numbers so that it looks good to us. I think we
I
need
can't.
to, I think it should stay where it is, and when the new executive director comes in, that we start working with him to resolve these issues. And maybe if we can identify some in the meantime, because
Well, you guys need to vote
We-
on any changes to the NAC.
Yeah,
So the
no.
only way to change it would be, at least at this point, is make changes to the NAC. So I think what I heard was that Debbie's been asked to prepare a budget that shows us what the numbers are, and then that says in there, okay, if we raised, for example, in one of the windows, if we raised this one by $20 and we
Mhm.
raised this by 10, then that would make the budget look more like this. And so there's a way for her
Right.
to look at what could be raised under your authority and say, okay, if we did this, we would be a lot closer to a balanced budget. Then you can look at that and say, okay, great,
Right.
yeah, we want to raise these this much. And then you would vote on that, you'd vote on approving the budget, and you'd also vote on starting the regulation process July 1 with the changes incorporated.
That is correct. That's
Mhm.
exactly what I was saying.
Right, or cutting back on some, like the NIC things, if only 2 members go, as opposed to me calculating in for 7. That's gonna make a big difference in those numbers. So I can show that, so that you can say, yeah, that's a good idea, we're willing to cut back to send 2 people, and, we like that.
But you're saying that we're gonna blow through at least $500,000 per year in the next 2 years. right? Because you're saying we're at 1.9 now in our reserves and.
We're at 1.5.
1.5, we're gonna be down to 500,000 within 2 years, correct?
No, it's taken us 3 years. We were up to 2 in 2009.
Okay.
So,
you're saying
you
now
know-
in 2015, we're gonna have what in our reserves?
A $500,000.
Okay.
That's what I project, $500,000. It's actually looks a little bit better each month.
I mean, $500,000 a year. Right. Anyways, by not going to NIC or whatever, right? It's not gonna save that much money.
No,
Obviously,
but
cost-
you've got to take it from somewhere. Like I said, there's not a lot
Yeah,
of
but
things
it's
I
not
can
enough
cut
to
back.
cover 500,000 deficit. So
No,
when we're thinking
certainly
about
not.
raising our fees,
Certainly not.
It's not gonna measure out just to have a few things cut, although that's important.
Right.
I think we really need to look at that as
Which
far
is
as
why I wanted-
projection.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the staff to do the work on that. And they're in a much better position to sit down with those and say, look, these are the real numbers, because I can't tell you that
Well, I
there's so many
understand that.
licensees and so many dollars, and I don't want to do those numbers today. That's not.
But I don't want everybody to be thinking short-sighted that we can't raise fees. We're gonna have to raise fees. Not today, not tomorrow, but by the time it goes to legislation, and that needs to be started now.
Right.
Ms. Curtis.
That's why at the time when she presents her budget, she'll be giving us an option to raise fees based on what they feel is best, what they can accept. And they'll have done their homework, and then we can say, yes, we're good with that, or no, we're not.
Ms. Curtis.
Yes, I have a question and then a statement. When you're raising fees of any type, doesn't it go through the same process, Sarah, up in Carson? When you're raising, like, if you need to change the fining system, doesn't it go through the same process?
It depends. I mean, if you're changing the NRS, that's done by the legislature, but if you're doing the NAC, then you go through the regulation process, which requires a draft, a workshop, a public hearing, an adoption, and then it goes to the Secretary of State, it's reviewed by the LCB, approved by the Legislative Commission. So, everything is publicized, and it just depends on whether you're asking the legislators to vote on it and change it, or whether you're gonna go ahead and make a regulation change.
Okay, that being said, we changed regulations in 2008 for the cradle blade and also for the advance of medical, but we didn't put it into the fining system, which is an NAC. So currently, if we're able to change fees, are we able to do that at the same time that you do your NRSs and get it into the fining system? Because with the way it stands now, if we find someone doing a violation, we have to write it up as a complaint and bring it before the board, in opposed to citing with a citation.
Well, if you're talking about the state fining system, you're talking about the regulations, so that's NAC. So any changes to that are done through the regulation process, which would start July 1st. If you're talking, and I do know that there were some changes submitted by Mr. Jimno and myself to the regulations, and
By
there's
who?
Mr. Jimno and myself.
None of that's going forward, according to what you were saying, didn't they?
No,
Stop
those
all
were
of that.
regulations that we submitted, and so we have regulation numbers on those, and that's something that we need to look at doing the workshop, the public hearing, and getting those adopted by the board, because we have those started, and I believe the cradle blade is included in that. It says using any, it's considered, I think gross malpractice to use any tool not allowed. Anyway, there were some changes to the NAC that related to those things.
There were. Last year, you and Mr. Jimno put
Yeah.
some in 2012, and then I think it was either 2011 maybe. There were some more. Now I'm trying to gather those together to see where we're at. We did have a workshop that covered that first part.
Okay.
And so we, if we're going to just deal with the ones that already went through the workshop, then we have a shorter process to get those through. But there's these other things that we may want to consider in a board meeting so that we can get them in and get things going for July 1st of this year.
Yeah, I'm only aware of the ones that we did last year. And just to let you know the time frame, it's a long process, because what happened was in December of 2011, by December 31st, all agencies had to submit a report to the governor's office reviewing regulations. And so that was done. Regulations were reviewed, and some changes were noticed that needed to be added But we submitted a draft last summer to LCD for that, and we still haven't completely finished it. And we could have done it a little quicker, lots of things happen, as you know, but I just wanted to say, it took us 6 months, I think, before we submitted the changes we identified in December. And then it took them quite a while to review them, and we still haven't finished, so.
And then I do want to remind you that on the assigned responsibilities of that executive director, number 2, it says recommend budget adjustments. So that is a function of the executive director to exclude that person from this process. I just think it's not taking into account the skills and expertise of that new hire is going to bring to the table.
I'm not discounting that at all, because his skill and expertise will be bringing that budget in line. And we're going to have to be the ones that say, we want a balanced budget, or we don't. And my curiosity at this moment is, do you need direction from us that's unified as an emotion for you to do that, or will you just bring that budget the way I've asked to us without any?
Yeah, I can prepare the budget as I always do, and then offer those suggestions that, to show that that would increase revenue or decrease expense if we did this or did that. And so the board can then decide what you want to do with it.
Okay, so I
Okay.
will need to make a motion to make that, you'll just do that.
I'll do it that way. You will.
Any other discussion on raising fees? Or any discussion on the review of the board's projected cash flow statement? I think that was also brought up in your discussion. Is that correct? Any other comments or concerns? Let's move on then. Board member Jeanette Benaldi, a discussion regarding the assessment of attorney's costs and fees. This is a philosophical discussion. Again, once there is a new hire of an executive director, I'm sure that they'll bring a philosophical perspective to the discussion. If you are interested in postponing any discussion, or if you just want to bring up your comments now.
That's fine. We can go ahead and do that. I guess I'll just make a quick comment on that. I spent a minute on the phone with Sarah, and we talked about how the fines go to the general fund, and the fees, of course, are what we keep for our fund. So just in the future, I guess that would be a good thing to talk over, I guess.
Well,
With
just
the new
to
executive
clarify,
director.
I don't think this is a philosophical discussion, because I think the board needs to decide if this is something they want to do. NRS 622-400 allows the board to recover attorney's fees and costs in pursuing actions. Now, we haven't had very many disciplinary hearings, but whenever I do a complaint notice of hearing, I always request that. And so you can always assess, if you find the person guilty, you can assess costs. And that's generally going to be the time I spent drafting that complaint, drafting the order, copying my exhibits, preparing my questions for witnesses. That's for disciplinary hearing. I don't spend nearly as much time on a citation appeal. Generally, you're only billed about a half an hour for a citation appeal, although I do bill you for being at the meeting. But as far as specific to that citation appeal, I generally just bill the time it takes me to write the order for that appeal. When I'm here, sitting here all day with you, I just sort of bill that under general. I mean, I suppose I could be really technical and look at my watch and say it's 15 minutes per, but I haven't done that. The issue here is what we're talking about is whether we should assess attorney's fees and costs. Now, there are some accounting concerns that Ms. Blasco has regarding if we're going to start having to somehow account for a part of it. In other words, if it's a $200 fine and $50 of it's a cost, that can be some concern for her. I know, how's she going to account for that? But right now, you have it all listed as fines in the NAC, so there's nothing saying there that there is a cost. So it's possible that deciding to charge costs would involve maybe an NAC change, possibly that section, NAC 614-700. It's also possible this is sort of a policy decision for the board, meaning, for example, I think we had a case where a person came before you, kind of told you a sob story, and you waived the fine, but you decided to assess the person $75 in costs. It was less than the total amount of the citation. The person wasn't unhappy. The board got reimbursed, at least in part, for time on that case. So that's something to consider, but I know there's mixed thoughts on whether you want to waive fines and all of that. So I mean, it's kind of a big topic. Some of it's philosophical, some of it is what does the board want to do. And then there's also the issue of what happens with the fine money. As it currently stands, any case that comes before the board, that fine money that you decide to uphold or not that money goes to the general fund, but all your other citations, you keep that fine money. Now, that's not the Attorney General's office recommendation. Our office has said that all fine money you recover should go to the general fund. There's an Attorney General opinion and there's a case on it. However, the fact pattern is slightly different in that, and so in the past, that's not what you've done and that's not what you do now. But I can tell you that's not what our office thinks is the preferred way to handle it. But that affects, again, the budget, what are you doing with money? Because right now, all of those uncontested fines, you're keeping the money. What other agencies do, there's at least 2 other boards that I'm aware of that do citations. One of them is the Private Investigators Board. They do citations, they're very large, $2,500 I think. It's usually for advertising without license. So the way their law is, it's in the NRS, they can give a citation and they either uphold it at $2,500 or don't. So most of the time, even for minor violations, they're upheld and it's a $2,500 fine, it goes to the general fund. I don't believe they assess cost. In the meetings I've sat in, they haven't. The massage board, they also do citations, and again, I think their fining structure is a little different, where I think most of their fines tend to be $500 to $1,000. It's my understanding they also assess like a $35 cost fee with every citation. Every citation that's issued, there's a $35 fee, and that the reason for that is obviously it costs them money to pay an employee to go and inspect, and so it's a way to recover at least part of that cost. So that's how they do it. You guys are a bit unique because most boards don't, have inspectors that go out and find things and make citations. But I think it's something to think about. I don't know that you'll get to decide it today completely, but especially when you're thinking about a dwindling budget, right? You're taking money from reserves. You are paying your inspectors, plus you're paying for gas and things like that for the inspectors to go out. How should that be recovered? And how should that be accounted for? And is it worth charging a $50 fine to have Ms. Blasco suddenly doing lots of work and needing to hire an assistant? I mean, I don't know, I'm just making that up. But if it becomes a big problem, so it's something to think about how to handle it, because the law does allow you to do it. The other thing is we probably have to change forms, because right now the forms that people fill out when they contest a citation don't say you might be charged costs. They just are told it's a $200 fine and they can pay it, or they can agree, or they can appeal. So it would be a matter of possibly changing forms. How are we going to do this? Are we going to set a policy that the only time we charge costs is if we believe their sob story and we waive it, then we'll charge them costs because it's less than the total fine, and we think that's fair. Anyway.
So on this, I just want to understand, so a citation, if they go out and we give them a citation, then we get to keep the citation fine.
That's what you currently do. It gives the Attorney General's office advice, yes.
Against your advice?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just talked to my boss about it last week because I wanted to ask him, because he works with the massage board, and I've been at their meetings, but I wanted to know who else he knew that had citations and fines. And so he and I got into a discussion again, and I said, well, no, they keep the fine money from the citations that aren't appealed. And he again repeated to me, which is what he told me about 5 years ago, that that's not what should happen.
So a fine and a citation, he feels should be treated the same.
Well, the Attorney General's office as a whole, there's a Supreme Court case and there's an Attorney General opinion. The reason for it is this: it's considered a due process issue. Okay, the Nevada Supreme Court recognized that boards have a vested interest in their budget. We were just talking about budget. You guys all care about the budget. So the Supreme Court recognized that in a case with the Veterinary Board, there was a concern that the board looks obviously at the budget, and they had a licensee before them, and they could have an incentive to fine a person a large amount and keep that fine to help their budget look better. Now granted, maybe the person was guilty, I'm not saying anything about that, but there was a concern that then the board is not considered an unbiased adjudicator because you have an interest in your budget, therefore you have an interest in fining someone to help your budget look better. So the Nevada Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that, it's a due process violation. That fine money needs to go to the general fund, okay? Because, granted, recovering costs is totally separate. As long as you have some sort of way to show us these are real costs and they're reasonable, we're not fining someone and calling it costs. It really truly are costs. That's different. But they didn't want the board to somehow be persuaded to fine people a lot to make their budget look good. Now, with your inspections, what my boss says is the same thing is true. Because if your inspectors all generate, let's say, I don't know, 50,000 a year, I mean, arguably, I know they don't, but let's say they could, you might have an incentive to hire more inspectors, thinking, hey, let's have every salon inspected every week, because then we'll have a lot more citations and our budget will look better. So you might have a team of 100 inspectors. I mean, that's the argument, or that's the concern, is that even if people agree with the violation, maybe they did commit the violation, there could be a concern to somehow try to get people to make your budget look better. And so that's why our office policy and advice is that all fines from any source go to the general fund. Now, the AGO and the Supreme Court case are a little different scenario because it's not a citation. It's a person who's coming on a complaint notice of hearing and has done something wrong. So what Vincent said, and he was kind of referring it back to being like a police officer, where if someone gets a speeding ticket and they sign and agree to pay, he felt like you're admitting the violation. It's not the same thing. It's not adjudicated by the board, and so the board should keep that money. But that's not how the other boards operate that I know of that do citations, and like I said, that's not what our office recommends. He and I had many discussions about it. Approximately 5 years ago, I was really new. We talked about it. He said, if you can show me something that says that. All I had was the AGO Supreme Court case that don't actually specifically address your exact situation. And so basically I let it go because what else could I do? But I'm just telling you that's another component, because our advice is still the same, that all fine money goes to the general fund. So.
Sarah, the consent decree was an opinion that came out of the Attorney General's office for this board. That's how we were able to keep the money, because of the consent decree.
Well, it wasn't ran by the chief who's in charge of boards and licensing in our office, because he does not approve of it. He believes it's the same as the other. He's been there for more than 20 years. So I don't know who told you that. It wasn't me, it wasn't him.
It was maybe 17 years ago.
Yeah. So that, I'm telling you, if it was 17 years ago, that was prior to the AGO, and it was also, I think, prior to the Supreme Court case. I think both of those are in the last probably 10 to 15 years. So if it's been that long, that may be why. And I'm not trying to cause problems, but it's something to think about. If we're going to do costs, that's fine, but how are we going to handle it? What are we going to do if and when you decide to give the fine money back? How does that affect the budget?
And you were stating earlier to me that an administration fee could be charged just across the board.
And that's what the massage board does. They have, and again, it might be an accounting nightmare, so that's why I'm kind of hesitant in a way. But that's what they do. They charge what my boss told me is they charge $35 per citation, and that's considered an administrative fee for costs, because obviously, you have to spend time of your employees to go there, and so you're paying them, and then also the expense of driving and stuff. And then of course too, you're setting your inspector to say 10 locations. They might make 1 citation out of 10, so it doesn't recoup all your costs for sure, but maybe it helps.
Any other questions or comments regarding the assessment of attorney's costs and fees, particularly on appeals?
Ms. Blasco, is there an accounting nightmare if we assess a cost for citation? I mean,
Well, it depends on what you're talking about doing. If you were to include, if every citation said on it that there will be a $35 administration fee for this citation, then not necessarily, because I would record the fine as I usually do and make another line item on their invoice or statement that said administrative fee. That's not a big deal. But if we start pulling pieces of what a fine is, which is stated what they are in here, I don't see how really we can do that.
And that's what we talked about doing, maybe. One of the ideas had been, like it says 200, so let's say the person comes here and the person, you uphold the $200 fine, but you want to get part of it as cost, so you then say 150 is a fine and 50 is cost. That's what she was concerned about, I think, right?
Yeah, because the fine is specific in
Yes,
here.
I mean,
Not only that, but that fine we do send to the general fund. So,
Yeah.
How can we say, well, we're going to make $35 of
Yeah.
that ours, sorry.
Well, I mean, I think you can do it, but it's,
I don't know.
I know she was concerned about that. We would have to change some forms. We would maybe have to change the NAC to say any fine appeal to the board, $50 of the fine may become I don't know, we have to do some sort of language. I mean, it might not be easy. I mean, but that's what she and I talked about, and I know she had some concerns with making sure it was all accounted for properly.
And as an alternate, we could just add $35 as an administration fee, and what would it take to get that in process?
Well, you would have to, I think you would need to add that to your NACs in that section there. But again, I think that what would be unfair about that is if you're already keeping, say, the $200 fine that somebody doesn't contest, now you're getting another $35. See, the reason the massage board does that is they send the entire fine to the general fund, so that $35 helps them stay afloat and pay for their people. But so if you were going to continue to keep the fine money that's not contested and charge $35, you'd be getting more. And so that's the only concern there, you know.
Well, what if it was contested? Just the contested people, the people that take all our time.
Well, see, now then you'd have to change your forms, and that's going to then be a disincentive to people to appeal. So if I have a $200 citation and you tell me, yes, you can appeal, but if the board finds against you, you may be charged a $50 cost, then I'm going to go, well, gosh, I don't want to risk paying more than what my citation is.
So it's better just to keep it on a case-by-case basis.
I don't know. I mean, I think so. I mean, at this point, I mean, depending on how you want to handle it, probably. I mean, the only thing that might work easily would be in a case where you decide to waive a fine because you think, for whatever reason, you should. You know, like, I'm just thinking of that one case, and I don't remember why you waived the fine, but I remember you waived a fine for somebody, and you said, but you're going to have to pay us $75 in costs. The person said, great. He was happy because he didn't have to pay, and I want to say it was like a $500 fine.
I think that was you
And so, you know, he was happy because it was still less. You were happy because you were still spent time on it. I was going to still write an order. And you did find the violation happen. So it wasn't like you found the person innocent. I mean, they did do the violation. You gave them a break on the fine, but you said you're going to have to pay our costs. So it might be possible to do something like that that may not require any change other than the policy of the board to be consistent. But then you open up a whole can of worms of, do you want to be waiving fines? Because there are times that you waive lots of fines. There's times you don't waive any. There's a zero policy sometimes, zero tolerance. I mean, it seems like maybe that's a little bit wishy-washy. And I understand it's case by case, so I'm not saying that everybody should always pay the max. I'm not. But sometimes I will tell you, as a person who's been sitting here watching you for almost 6 years, there are times I'm really surprised. You know, we have people who cry and who tell you a sob story, and you're like, no, forget about it. And then there are other times where people have, you know, some sort of, well, I didn't know, and maybe they get the fine reduced. And so I've been surprised sometimes at why and how it works. Not saying it's wrong, but I just know I've been surprised by it. Sometimes I feel like, gosh, that person cried, I felt really bad for him, I can't believe the board didn't give him a break. And then other times I think, wow, I can't believe the board gave that person a break. You know, so that's the only concern I have with making a policy of, okay, if we waive your fine, we're going to charge you costs. I don't know that that would require, like I said, much change, but is that a policy we even want to do? So maybe we should just ignore this. I mean, if there's a complaint, I can tell you right now, if I do a complaint notice of hearing, I haven't done one in like a year, I think. But if I do one, I always ask for costs in there. So the person knows that they might get costs. And usually they're coming in front of you for a worse violation. It's not a citation. I mean, this is something bad. You know, I always ask for it, and I think you've given it. I think that one case with the person selling the license, I think they had to pay costs, although I'm sure he didn't pay because he left.
Ms. Ball, do you have a question?
I think something else happens. This is a small industry, and word gets out. Go before the board. They'll throw out your fine. More work for you, more money spent, and it happens.
Yeah. I'm going to come up with a solution.
Like after
in my
today, the word's
presentation.
going to be out, don't waste your time, because the board will still make you pay. And then, but we get to send that money to the general fund. But if they never show up here, for now, it stays in this budget.
And Ms. Benaldi, did you have some?
Well, I just think that if we had a list of expenses from Sarah in some capacity, maybe a generalization even, and if we had somebody that was coming back repeatedly for the same offense, or something that, and then you said that you already put it in there that they're going to be assessed costs, that those particular people we could find and assess costs. Because the bottom line is they should be coming here multiple times for the same events.
I don't know that we've had multiple people, at least that I'm aware of, for citation appeals. I open a case, we have a system that we use to track cases. I open a file for all the citation appeals and all of the complaints that I draft. And I don't recall having the same people. Now, what I do know that happens is after the second time they've done a licensed activity, the third time and the fourth time, they come to you, right? And then I draft a complaint notice of hearing, but they know that I'm going to ask for costs as well. Those are the only repeated people I'm aware of, is the unlicensed activity. The other ones, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't.
No, you're right.
I don't think the citation appeals tend to be repeated people. Now, they may be people who have no excuse. I mean, I think this is what I'm hearing the frustration is. People appeal their case, they know they did it, they just want to try to get a break. And so they come here and they say, yep, I'm guilty, but come on, I have a sob story, please forgive me. And generally you're holding the fine maybe, and you're feeling like, well, hey, they just wasted our time. Now Sarah's going to draft an order. She opened a case on this. We're going to have a bill for that. What do we do about it? And I don't really have a good answer, because if you charge them for my time, like I said, I feel like that could be sort of unfair, because it's like, why would I appeal if I know I'm going to maybe be charged something? And you don't want to chill their right to appeal, because they have a right to come before you.
I think what you want to do, though, is chill their lame excuse.
Well, and I think what Ms. Ball said is maybe correct, that the more you just say, well, thank you, but we're going to uphold your fine and uphold your violation, maybe that sends the message of, okay, lame excuses aren't going to work. I mean, you have to have a legitimate, I don't know what, but somehow a factual dispute to where you can prove that your license really was on the wall and the inspector, missed it or something. Here's my picture, here's my 10 witnesses, I don't know. I mean, truthfully, it's going to be hard for somebody, I think, to prove somehow a mistake in a citation, because, they're out there, they're standing there, they're looking at stuff. But I do know there was that one time I was surprised that you weren't nicer on, where the person had mailed it and it got destroyed and came back. The person did kind of have proof that they had sent it and it had been damaged. Maybe something like that. If I send my renewal in and,
Can we call for a motion on this and we're
Well,
here all night?
I just want to double check, Mr. Nilsson, it's 4:05. Okay. Any questions or concerns, or would someone like to make a motion regarding this matter at this
I
time?
think we should, I haven't heard you guys say, unless there's some decision you want to make, it may be something to think about more and talk about next time.
I personally would prefer that the new hired executive director assist in this discussion. I think they're going to lend a whole new gamut of ideas. They're going to certainly want to introduce themselves to the AGO, is that what I'm to understand? And perhaps they will be so inclined, and then if they have managed a board before, they will have some background on how the fines were handled with that agency.
I'd like to make a motion that we start a box for this executive director and just go into that box so that we don't forget to do it. That's my only concern, and I'm sure for Jeanette too, that it does get addressed in the future, and that we do, if staff would be so kind as to put some stuff that we really would like him to look at, or her, aside, that they can address with the leader and have time to review it.
And so I guess I'll assign that to you then, Ms. Alexander.
I have something to say.
Well, we have a motion on this.
Do we have a motion?
Does anybody say
No, I don't
put it in
think
the box?
We don't.
I don't think it was a motion.
I made it as a
That's-
motion.
that's-
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So I would like to put this thing to rest. All right. I don't think this needs to come back. I think that we are the board, and we tell the next executive director this is our policy. And if he feels strongly enough that he doesn't like the policy, he can come to us and he can say, I think this policy needs to be changed, and I'm good with that. And I think that truthfully, we're really only talking about $2,000 or $3,000 a year. I think we should continue as before. case by case.
And I personally think continuing case by case is the best way, because you got to think the new director, when he comes in, or she, when they come in, unless they've been an executive director of a cosmetology board, they still have to learn and get their information from staff here. So basically what she's telling you is, this is where he's going to draw his information from. It's what's already being done here.
So I'll make a motion that we not assess costs unilaterally, and that we continue our policy on a case by case.
The only concern I would have with that, just so you're aware, is your forms don't currently really allow for you to set costs. So it would really just be the complaint notices appearing that you'd be doing. So as long as that's fine with you. And I think that was why this was here, is to see if you wanted to change your forms and do it differently. So it sounds like you don't, and I think that's probably appropriate.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. And the motion carries. Discussion regarding board meetings every other month. Pardon me. The voucher program, rather. Number 25. Number 25, regarding whether or not to post information about the voucher programs on the website. If I'm correct, Ms. Alexander, you've combined the northern office and the southern office with the voucher information, and you're disseminating that on a case-by-case basis already?
Yes.
And does that information need to be posted, or would it present undue questions to those voucher agencies?
I think it would cause a problem for the agencies, because some of these funds are grants that these agencies receive. And so if we posted, like on our website, we could possibly be given wrong information, because some of these things are of time sensitive. And the other reason why we feel that it would cause a problem is because we don't know the legality of it. Can we legally post someone else information on our website without their consent?
Any concerns or comments regarding that, or is there still
a link to their information?
Well, that's what I mean. I think that the other organization would need to approve that,
Yeah.
before they get bombarded with a million people that want their just don't want to pay and say, oh, hey, let's try all these places.
Right, and that would give them an incentive not to renew their renewal in a timely manner, because they know that we can just go, this is agency over here, and they're going to give us some money to pay for it. So I think, people wouldn't renew their renewals as soon as they do, because they know they have that option of going to another agency and getting the funds for it.
And so as it stands right now, Ms. Long, is that if you do present a hardship situation to staff, staff will take you aside and provide you with a complete roster of agencies that you may perhaps contact for voucher information. And I think what staff is saying is that if they posted that, there'd probably be an undue number of folks wanting that service, and then bogging down those agencies with maybe irrelevant requests.
Even a statement saying that a list of vouchers is available at the office.
Yes, we do have a list of vouchers that's available to them if they come with a story that they need help. But it's up to them to go out and contact these agencies and to find out who will give them help.
So is that on the website saying if you want help, you can get a list?
No, that's not on the website.
Yeah, I think it's verbal when somebody suggests that they may be having a hardship.
Right.
There is a confidential discussion with them. Any other questions or comments regarding that? Is there a motion whether or not to post that information?
I make a motion not to post that information.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion or concerns? Questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
One nay. Ms. Long, and that motion carries. The number 26, the discussion on the kiosk versus the mobile establishments. You know, singularly, my only concern with that is that I'd like to formalize the research that Ms. Booth did today for the variance, and that can be assimilated onto a single sheet of paper, because it appeared that you were referencing quite a few.
Does anyone have one? I need to finish my name. Do you need one?
Mr. Green has made a copy of that, and to see if you would be in agreement with that. We could work from that.
This would be what we just request.
In item number 2, the NAC 644.330, the last sentence, all water and waste tanks must be clearly marked and labeled. I think Ms. Booth had 4 very distinctive labeling recommendations that were approved in other variances. So I personally would like to see that spelled out as clearly as Ms. Booth has mentioned it several times. I thought that those suggestions were highly important. And so for me personally, the information that was disseminated, and Mr. Nelson, do you need a copy?
Can I ask a question really quick? Are we allowed to do this, Sarah?
This is a summary of the changes we have previously approved.
Right.
And we would, what would need to happen if we wanted to make this policy? We'd have to go through the NAC process. So we have to have a lot of stuff we want to do.
Yeah, I think that that's what you need to do is change the NAC. That's why people come to you for a variance, is because the NAC says what it says. And like I said, you can make a variance to the NAC if the interests of justice require, but I really would prefer that we go away from that and we really try to make the NAC reflect what we want it to be.
And so this sounds like this may be going into the executive director's box of TDDs.
Can I ask one question here? While we're talking about, could we possibly direct staff to take those 4 things that not that I came up with, that we came up with as a team and we all agreed to, and make it, write it up so that we can just hand it to, so it's part of what we do, so it's written up, and it has a part about the inspection in there, because that's not in here, that they maintain a log and they inspect it, the lines and stuff. If maybe we could get your team to do that, Miss Annie, and then we could just give it to somebody.
In reference to the kiosk?
Yes, especially with the water, because we had 4 issues and they're not all on here. One was that the water lines be cleaned monthly and that there's a log kept of that and the inspectors can inspect the log. So, because there's quite a few things in there, maybe we could type something up that we could give to people when they come and we don't have to go fishing for it.
I'll pull that up again with Annie and,
Okay.
and
Is that
Jeff.
agreeable with
We
everybody?
certainly can do that.
Yes.
And I would like to make a suggestion that once you have that and we have a clear thing that these are what we've done, that when we have someone standing in front of us that wants that, we can simply reference a memo, for instance, and we'll say, following the stipulations of memo X, Y, and Z, and it'll always include all those things that they have, right? So that we can make it a little quicker for these people and we don't have to go through this process each time. And then I would assume that we all want this, so I would assume that when we have some NAC changes next meeting through hopefully some fee adjustments, that all this becomes a package and we just go through with one package that we might be able to define next meeting. Is that clear?
I mean, I think what you want to do, as long as you're making variances, I think you want to try and be in line with what you've allowed before.
Correct, so if we have a simple memo that
Yeah.
says, following this memo, this is what
Yeah.
our variances.
I mean, I think that would be appropriate. I think it would still need to be brought before the board and voted on each time.
Sure.
And you'll do the same verbiage, but I think that's appropriate.
But we'll have a consistent bit that we can
Yes,
start working
exactly.
with and make
And-
to streamline that.
Because I thought that was available today, and so I
Yeah, no,
was fumbling with it because
And staff could then even use that as a guide when they talk to these people. They could say, well, this is what the board's approved in the past, here's what you're gonna probably need to do, we need to bring it before the board to be voted on, but they could at least then even just give that person that guidance, that this is what they've approved, as long as you're within these parameters, you know, they'll most likely approve it, but we need to bring it before the board.
And so prior to ending the discussion on item 26, I'd just like to combine that with item number 27. Mr. Nixdorf had some discussion regarding the kiosk requirements.
Yes, because it's all part and parcel of the
Right.
same thing, right? I mean, what we want to do is streamline it in the future until the NACs get changed, and then once the NACs are changed, we just don't see it happen because they just go automatic. And that's what I like.
And then I think that that could also incorporate the suggestions of the locking mechanisms, although there was some discussion earlier today that the locking mechanisms were a liability issue rather than a board issue. Perhaps that can still be incorporated into the quote-unquote memo reference.
I'd like to keep it to those things we actually approved.
Any other questions or concerns regarding items 26 or 27? Any discussion? Is there a possible action that's needed for those, or is that just to direct staff to really formalize the 4 or 5 points that have been previously discussed? If it's just being directed back to the inspection staff to consolidate that information,
Yeah,
does there need to be a motion to that effect?
I don't think so, because, I mean, you're gonna
Right.
still be approving them one by one, so.
And so, Ms. Curtis, is there any question or concern about the consolidation of those 4 or 5 characteristics, I guess absent the locking mechanism?
I will get those off of the
Previous
minutes
kiosk
and include that.
approvals?
So what I would expect is that the next full board meeting, we have a memo from you that we can just go over.
That can go out to the public that you will approve, correct? Okay. On that note also, since you're deviating quite a bit from the NACs of the mobile establishment, are you going to be doing that?
That should be on the.
Doing a memo
on
to
this
that?
list, Andy.
In other words, or do we need to have, if another person wants to come up with a toy hauler, do they need to come before you?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think it would be a case-by-case basis
Okay.
anyways, but
Okay.
just something to inform them of what we're gonna be looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, anything that's a variance from the current law absolutely needs to come back here. But certainly you can tell them, well, the board approved a toy, a hauler before, so that's, the board most likely will approve it, but you still need to come before the board.
Okay.
It may be prudent to summarize what was approved today for that toy hauler. So if a toy hauler comes before us again, we can generally be
Yeah.
prepared to offer the same type of memo advice.
Okay.
Relatively speaking.
We'll
it would
bring
just be
those
prudent.
before you.
Any other questions or concerns regarding items 26 and 27 other than having the inspection staff prepare that for the next board meeting? And so Ms. Blasco will see that on the agenda for next board meeting, if I'm correct.
Correct.
Okay. Number 28, the discussion regarding the formation of an executive committee. We've been advised that any committee has to have a purpose, and if there is going to be the development of the executive committee, is there a purpose for that?
Is forming an executive committee?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
The president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, did you need them to meet separately for any particular reasons at this time? Or is that executive committee, can we just table that and bring that up at another meeting?
Unless there's something to be discussed, I don't think it's
Who
necessary.
brought it up?
It's just been ongoing. It's just for one reason or another, there was when Mr. Jimno was here, there was some discussion on whether or not the executive committee was even a committee. I think for me personally, I kind of just assumed that the officers formed a committee, and then I was mistaken. So I think it's just been either brought up on this agenda or maybe even a previous
So
agenda.
why don't we just kill it?
Okay, so
Take it off the list.
is that the possible action?
I make a motion
Okay.
that we remove number 28.
I don't think you need to necessarily do that, but I think you just discussed removing it. Number 29, discussion regarding board meetings every other month, so 6 instead of the current 4. And we received the staff meeting expense summary. And does this reflect a telecommute budget? If we were telecommuting?
No, this is traveling. This is traveling. If you were not, if you were doing a video conference, then of course you would take off airfare and hotel.
Do we need the 6 meetings? Is that what we're saying, that 4 is not enough?
Well, this is something the board wanted to discuss. And it's something I'll need to know in preparing the next budget.
In the past, we met every other month,
Right.
6. And I think what happened was the meetings were short and there didn't seem to be a lot and it would save money, so you went to the 4. And then obviously today it looks like we're going to be lucky to be done at 5. The meetings have been maybe a little busier with the change, and so I think that's why it's back, is whether or not, the current schedule is working. I mean, there's nothing wrong necessarily with taking a full day for a meeting, but it's up to the board.
I think that the only other option, the only other reason to have more meetings would be to have a little more expedient process between the time somebody requests a hearing and the
Yes.
time it actually happens. Because right now it takes 6 months
Yes.
for somebody,
Yes.
instead.
Depending on when they request it, absolutely, because there's a deadline to get something on the current agenda, and then if your next meeting is in Reno, if you request it, it very well could be 6 months, yes.
But also keep in mind, we only adjudicated 19 complaints and citations within the last year. So
Wow.
on our whole license base, you're talking about less than 0.7%.
Yeah.
There's a cost effective.
I know that I haven't had nearly as many cases to worry about as I had in the past, I don't know why, but.
You know what if we just budgeted for 1 extra meeting, and then if we felt we really needed a meeting, we could call for that, Gloria?
I was going to say maybe recommending not to have the other meetings, because as it is this year, we already have 2 other meetings that's going to include travel, and that's for your law review and your executive director. And so that's money that's going to be spent that wasn't included in the budget for your 6 travels.
In addition, we haven't had a law book review committee meeting, but we will be having.
You will be having one, right?
Those will also cost.
Postponed again, yeah.
Yes, sorry.
But if all the board members are participants of the law review committee, I mean, essentially you could tag on a board meeting if you needed to resolve some, business that you didn't want to have the 6-month delay.
And we could just simply say every other board meeting, if we double the number of board meetings, just call those law review committees and deal with a little bit of the regular business at the time as well.
Please.
Also, the fact that when we travel, we're being paid for the prep day, like if we're here, so, which is Sunday, or if we're up in Reno, you are, whatever, why couldn't we meet for a couple hours on a Sunday when everybody arrives? And then the meeting's on Monday, instead of tagging it on to the end in case we have a long meeting, so
It has
we're
to be
being paid for the
agendized.
day anyway.
It has to be agendized.
It has to be agendized and open to
posted
the public
accordingly.
and noticed and all that. I mean, you could do that on a
I
Sunday.
mean, how much money, do you understand, we're already being paid for the day.
Why not agenda it and put it
No,
on?
there's nothing wrong with it. You would just have to pick a location and have it posted and have the agenda and have staff available on a Sunday and have me available on a Sunday. I mean, that's what it would entail.
The bar at Peppermill, okay?
It's not adding cost.
But
So
doesn't the
if-
board member have the option of having another meeting other than the one that's scheduled if they so desire? If something came up that they felt they needed an extra meeting, wouldn't that be something they could do without, can't they call a meeting whenever they feel it's necessary?
Oh, sure. You mean if they need to have a meeting and it's
Right.
not on the schedule?
Exactly.
Absolutely. I mean, if suddenly we had 32 citation appeals waiting and we were
Right.
concerned, I mean, the board at any time can say, you know what, I think there's enough here to have a meeting. It's probably going to be an executive director slash staff kind of call in that situation of we've got all these appeals waiting, we better do something. Or there have been times, as you know, if we have an employee who's terminated an appeal, we have a special meeting then. I mean, there are situations where a special meeting would be required. We just haven't had it happen very often.
All right, so
I think Ms. Blasco has a
And
comment.
going into the next year and the next budget, we'll also be talking probably about workshops in the northern area and here in the southern area. And then, of course, the public hearings and adoption and all that, which those things can also be tacked on to your regular board meetings as another meeting following it or whatever.
So there's other ways to meet other than mandating 6 per year, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Is there any question or concern about just maintaining the current 4 meetings that are already scheduled on the calendar and budgeted? Okay. And so there's no possible action that's necessary on that other than we've discussed it. Item number 30, the discussion
Can we take a
regarding.
5-minute break?
Yes. Yes.
Can we just?
Okay.
No. Oh.
That's fine.
No, I mean, seriously, I'm good with 5 minutes. Yeah, okay, for 5 minutes. Okay, so 4:27. We've got 4:36. And we are resuming just where we left off, which is the law test study guide, or pardon me, excuse me, the discussion of the status of the second tier aesthetic subcommittee. And Jeanette and I prepared a form, and maybe I'll just defer to Ms. Benaldi. I'm just kidding. She's throwing it back at me. But basically, we prepared just a little committee report separately. We did not involve one another in the preparation of this report. We just reviewed it with each other today. And the summary, we would prefer to just suspend the activities that we've been discussing in that 2-tier licensing because for several reasons. One of them is that the 2-tier licensing system is not a preferred system across the nation. However, we just wanted to suspend those activities for about a year with the exception of just researching and information gathering about licensing portability. So if we're finding that Nevada has an influx of folks that are wanting to call themselves master estheticians, or if we're finding an influx of folks wanting to move their license from another state that is perhaps recognized for more hours, that's really the only reason why we would want to maybe continue to gather some research stuff. But as opposed, we don't really necessarily want to meet as a committee any longer. In the meantime, as the law review committee is meeting, we personally feel that some of the discussion that happened in that licensing committee, the 2-tier licensing committee meetings that happened over the course of 2 or 3 years, one of those is that there is a trade organization that does want to remove the skincare from the scope of practice of licensed cosmetologists. And in the committee, we do not agree with that. We've rejected that proposal from that trade committee. And in addition to that, that same trade committee prefers that the school hours to become an esthetician is $1,250, and the committee meetings, the information that was made in the meeting we felt that Nevada's requirement for 900 hours was ample. One of the other functions of the committee was to discuss the reciprocity agreements. And not that we have any formal reciprocity agreements, I'm not aware of anything that's formal in terms of reciprocity, but one of the sincere discussions that came from the committee was if somebody comes from a state that only had 1,500 hours to be a cosmetologist and they were licensed, we felt that because Nevada's requirement to become a cosmetologist was 1,800 hours, we felt that they should still be required to have an additional 300 hours to meet the standards that Nevada has already made into a law. So on the bottom line, where it's recommended those reciprocity agreements still adhere to Chapter 644. And that helps the braiders and the threaders. So if a braider or a threader comes from a state where they're not recognized, we can still recognize them for that talent in the state of Nevada, so we can kind of put people to work a little quicker as well. And then finally, I guess, we still believe, the committee still believes that the term medical esthetician is still a prohibited term because we feel that an esthetician is a brand name that is owned by the State Board of Cosmetology. And if an esthetician is using, if a licensed esthetician is using the brand name esthetician, they should preferably be working in a licensed cosmetology establishment. And the committee was still pretty firm on that type of policy, even though many estheticians are calling themselves medical estheticians and then simultaneously working in unlicensed cosmetological establishments, or non-cosmetological establishments, I guess, not just unlicensed, but non-cosmetological establishments. And so we put together the laws that we felt we wanted to advocate and preserve those laws. So as the Law Review Committee was examining their review, we felt that the laws that were on the books in this capacity, we felt that those were laws that we'd like to see maintained or perhaps not, maybe strengthened, but not necessarily amended or removed. And so we summarized it on page 2 under further recommendations, where we've noted that there are some current licensees, whether they're cosmetologists or estheticians, working in non-licensed establishments. They are working under the supervision of maybe a medical doctor or a nurse practitioner, and they are performing healthcare responsibilities that have been designated to them. But we would like to encourage them to participate in, how we can, how we can kind of facilitate their employ, if you will, but also maintain the brand name esthetician for our board. We also noticed that those loopholes exist. People, again, are calling themselves medical estheticians, and currently the board is not taking action against any of that activity. So that's kind of a loophole. Did I summarize that okay?
Thank you.
Did you want to add anything?
No. Very good. So do you need a motion on this?
Well, what it is that I guess we kind of sort of want a motion in the sense that do you acknowledge that we can suspend it rather than eliminate that committee?
I make a motion that we suspend until such time as the estheticians would like to restart.
I second.
And is there some discussion or concerns or questions?
I just want to say one thing about the brand name idea. Unless you have something like that explicit in your statute, that's not true, that no one else can use the name.
Okay.
And I don't believe you have something that clear. I know other boards that do, where it says, somebody may not use, for example, the title psychologist unless they're licensed as a psychologist in the state. So you don't have that, although all licensed people do have to work in an establishment if they're working under their license. So the unique thing for you is somebody could work under a doctor's license, and then they're not working under their license. They're not working in an establishment, that's okay. I mean, they're working basically as like a medical assistant. But there's no the name isn't, I would say, trademarked or branded as carefully as you've said. Now, if that's something that you want to see, that's something you could change and add to the NRS in the future. But for now, I mean, it does define what an esthetician is, but nowhere does it say,
Exclusive.
and they must be licensed by the board. It just says an esthetician is a person who does this, and then elsewhere in the chapter it says all licensees must work in an establishment. And when someone works for a doctor, yes, they're not in an establishment, but they're actually not even using their license. So their license doesn't have to be posted. They're not using their license at all. They may keep it active just for their personal selves.
But then they market that, Ms. Rogers.
Well, that is a concern, possibly, is that someone's saying they have an esthetician, and they do, I suppose,
Right.
they do, but they can't use the name medical aesthetics because that violates your law. You do have that. So,
But they do.
well, that's against the law to do. But the hard thing is that you're talking about a doctor's office, for example, saying that. You don't govern doctor's offices. You could maybe send them a letter and say it violates the law to say medical esthetician. But I'm not sure what you can do about it beyond that, because you can't really go into a doctor's office and demand that they do anything. I'm familiar with this issue because the dispensing opticians have similar issues where people work in a doctor's office dispensing glasses, but they're not using their license, they're using the doctor's license, because you don't have to be licensed to dispense glasses in a doctor's office. Now, sometimes they are, because they have experience and knowledge. And so it gets complicated. Okay, if a complaint's made, who goes after it? Well, the board for that doctor, and the same would be true for you. If an esthetician is working in a doctor's office and hurts somebody, the complaint is made against the doctor, and either that board investigates or that doctor's insurance pays, that kind of thing. But really, we can't go to a doctor's office and tell them what to do. So, anyway, so perhaps that's something to work on changing in the law. But right now, I think you could send a letter and say you're not supposed to use these words, but we can't really enforce it.
I do believe, however, that the committee did not have the intention to send that letter. Like, part of the reason for suspending the activities of the committee is that we didn't feel that that letter needed to be sent at this time. So the only activity that we felt needed to be done during the period of the one-year suspension was just to examine whether licensing portability was impacted in one way or another.
Okay.
And so at this time, I was under the impression that there was not a clear interest or a desire to alert the physicians to the fact that medical esthetician was not allowed at this time. I mean, that's, whether or not we can do that is not one of the things that the committee was gung-ho about doing.
That's fine. And so it sounds like you want to suspend the committee for an indefinite period?
For 1 year.
The motion was for an indefinite period.
So for 1 year.
Because the only concern
I
I
would
would
have
have,
a motion to say 1 year, no?
All
an
members.
indefinite time?
No,
Well, one moment.
The only concern I would have is maybe it's wise to just disband it completely and then formulate it again when you need it, because the membership may have changed. I mean, right now, who's on the committee? Do we know?
Just the two of us.
Alex
Okay.
and Jeanette.
Was there another person at one time?
We had David.
Okay. So, I mean, it sounds like if and when you have it again, you may want to consider adding another member. I don't know. There's no requirement for numbers, but, I mean, it may be wise to just disband the committee, and then when the need arises, whether it's a year or 5 years, you then create
Well,
it again.
I think when it comes to going to the national conference, I would still like to be able to have discussions about the two-tier licensing. I do feel that there is going to be some information gathering that will come towards the board. I think that we've thought about it sincerely, and we felt suspending the activities rather than eliminating the committee was the better way to go.
Well, if you're still going to be finding out, I mean, I don't think you want to suspend it. If you're still going to be possibly gathering information and thinking.
But that's what it says, with the exception for that information gathering. That was that.
Well, then I don't think you're suspending the committee. If you're still going to be doing things, you're still an active committee. You may not be meeting that often, but you're not suspended.
Okay.
How about making a motion that the meeting?
Just leave it as it is. I don't even think you need a motion. Right now, you have a committee. consisting of 2 people. You're not planning on meeting for the foreseeable future, but you may do some research. I don't think there's a problem with that.
Okay, so there was a motion and there was a second.
So we need to withdraw those.
I'm withdrawing my motion.
I'll withdraw my second.
And then as for the committee, it will just be exactly what it says on the document.
Right, thank you.
Cool.
And
Any
then
other
if you guys
questions?
confer about it at all, you'll need to have a meeting and post it.
If we confer about it.
Yeah, you guys talk it off, because there's only 2 of you. So you 2 are the committee, so you have to have, so I'm just saying, like as far as preparing reports, for example, and talking about them, you'll have a meeting and you'll do that at a meeting, even if it's a 10-minute meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
So it has to be agendized.
Agendized, posted, the
for-
public
for-
has to be aware, there has to be public comment, all of that. There's nothing prohibiting a committee of 2. It's just hard to work with, because if one of you can't be there, suddenly there's no quorum, right? Because both of you are required.
Any other questions or concerns regarding that particular agenda item? Then finally, I think we had some staff members that wanted to be included in our item number 31.
Yes.
And so,
I'm going to go down here and they can.
okay, Ms. Booth, thank you. And there was a couple of handouts that were, distributed regarding the law test study guide. Everybody should have a copy of that law test study guide. And then just today, there were 2 forms regarding that. Ms. Booth.
I'm going to start, I'll start out and then I'm going to let Jeff finish up because he's really done all the work on this. As I've sat on the board over the year and listened, there's a lot of times that we let somebody go and we waive their fine. My proposal would be to you on a minor fine, especially like Ms. Hulsklaw today. We would give her a choice. Either she could take the law test within 45 days and it can come back to us, or she can pay a fine so that she's given maybe somebody that we want to be a little bit more lenient with. We could give them the opportunity, or they're crying that they don't have the funds, which, I mean, I understand. I was a single mom at one time. So if they didn't have the funds to pay and that was an issue and it was a minor offense and it was their first time, that we could say, okay, here's your opportunity, go take the law test and that'll waive your fine, or pay the $200. So they would have a choice there. The other one that I'd like to see it used for is as I've been out and about the community, so many times people have said to me they wish there was some way to study for the law test. So this law test, and I think is Jeff the one that, who did the?
We worked on a committee.
Okay, well, why don't you come up here then, please? Since I didn't do the work, I want them to get the recognition for what they've done here. So I wanted people to be able to go onto our computer system, onto our website, take a practice law test if they wanted to, or be able to take a test that we could be notified that they did take it and it would waive the $200. If they didn't take it within the 45 days, then they would have to pay that $200. That was just my thought. That might not work, but. And so I'm going to turn it over to these guys for what they came up with and let you know about how it would be put onto the computer system, right? You guys have the computer system and how it would go on the computer system.
You want me to say my name? Kathy Gitzler? As far as, I'm not quite sure that I understand where you're at. Are you wanting to put a law test online? Or are you wanting, or is the study guide what we're talking about?
It's a study guide law test. It's a practice test, something that somebody can go on, whatever you want to call it, a practice test, a study guide, whatever, a law test that people could go on. It means nothing other than you can practice it. Yes, sir.
Why do we need to have this on our website?
Because, twofold. It's the one that I offered up, the first one, if waive somebody's fine, you get the penalty of having to take the law test. We're going to waive your fine. The second one is to help people that are coming into the state, helping somebody that's going to renew and have to take the law test, because when I was out in town and about at different places, that was one of the things that the salon people asked me about, was some way to do it. Plus, not only that, if we send somebody that's maybe messed up, we can send them, and so they understand some of the basic laws that they should know. And eliminate that problem.
Yes, but aren't they, when they're renewing their license, paying the fees and so on and so forth, they're signing it on the piece of paper that they've read and
What happens if you
understand?
come from another state?
Well, you're still, as you're filling out the paperwork, you're signing a piece of paper saying you've read and understand the laws of the state.
I'm saying before they come in and sign that piece of paper and do that, they have to study for that law test. And this is just something to help them on the website. It's to be a tool for one of the people to use.
Is this what you want to post? Is this the content of what would be the posted?
That's a start.
So addition,
I think the discussion changed a little bit.
Yeah.
At the last meeting, we were told that the idea was to help improve people's pass rate on
Right.
the law test.
Right.
So
That's
staff-
part of it. That's
so-
half of it.
Right, well, we didn't hear that other part until today. So staff came up with a study guide, which basically talks about different topics that are contained within the law exam, and then references, okay, now you can go check these laws out in the law book, and that'll be preparation for you to pass the law exam. So we didn't come up with questions. So
Okay.
today, this is the first we're hearing of,
Okay.
as
And they kind of were helping me here together
a
without
fine,
people talking.
so that I think is throwing us off a little bit.
Okay, then,
Okay. This law test study guide, we're asking that it be put both on the website, so those that are coming from out of state can go, because you can actually go onto our website and see the regulations. And this would help you go where you need to go. Because the headings on here are also the same headings that are in our law book. So you know about where to go. These are in general areas, and it'll help you as far as answer 2 or 3 different questions that may be on the law test itself. As far as having a test online, which we do have the infection control test online at no charge. The only thing with that is, and that's where you would have a problem, is the security, because people are going to take that test. They can print it out and give it to their friend to take it down the road that maybe got a citation and can.
okay, I think probably I communicated with, I think it was Gloria, Debbie and Nadine, and so some of this has kind of got confused, and I'm sure it's confusing for you guys here. My whole thought was, and I'm sorry, and I did talk to Nadine on our system, we can post a law test on there for someone to take. A practice law test is not the actual law test. It would be some basic questions. Do you clean your, true or false, do you clean your drain after you shampoo a hair? Every time. True or false? If you move, do you have to change your address? True or false? Well, on our system that we have at no cost, we can put a test on there, and that test can, then if we said somebody that you have to take this test or pay the $200 fine, that test can actually come back to the board. They get a certificate saying that they took the test, can go to the board so that we can see that they took it, and that was my whole goal and intention. So unfortunately, we didn't talk about the whole thing here.
Okay, well, the only thing with
No,
that.
no, no. Nadine said there's absolutely no.
Okay,
fee.
on that there isn't, but there's no way for them it's not secure. In other words, they can print that out, so it can be.
That test?
Yes.
But that test is not, it's only a
Let me
true
give you an
false.
alternative as far as on the NIC, the CIB, the Candidate Information Bulletin, for the people coming in. This is the packet that they get, and they get a sample of just like what we put for the study guide. And then at the end, they have
These are the
sample
people
questions.
coming in?
Right. Then at the end, this is for the NIC test. That's why we kind of run everything parallel with this, so it would be easier to understand. There is at the end of those, the study guide itself, there is a sample question on here.
And this is on the website now?
Well, this is in the packets. You can get this on the end. It's the application
And
packet.
I think you're missing that piece of the pie, and I think I wish and maybe I should just table this and come back to it, because I think they're missing the piece of pie, because I wanted to do it twofold, and I think
well,
unfortunately.
Ms. Booth, what about if you initiated putting the law test study guide onto the website, engaging what the response is, or if it starts to meet the need that you're looking for, and if it doesn't, then advancing it to the next level and perhaps putting it on the agenda for actual law questions to be placed
Well,
on the
that's what I
website.
thought I was doing today, unfortunately.
So I think it's a good idea. I'll make a motion that we table
Well-
this until.
Can I put it on to the
till you get a
next
little bit
meeting?
better
Yeah,
handle
because
on it.
I'm like, I'm kind of
Okay, wait a
blindsided.
second, we have a motion now, so I'm
Let's
gonna
just
need
put it
a
on the
second or
table.
not.
I'll second.
Okay, so now there's some discussion. Let me just pick up with Ms.
Oh,
Alexander.
well, I was just gonna ask the question, if the fine is $200, and they take the law test, that's $110, so they're actually gonna be,
No, there'd be no charge for it. That's why I
So-
said,
oh,
see,
okay,
I
so
think,
that's
Gloria,
what I was-
we just need to, I'll get
No
with these
charge.
people maybe this next month, or the next 2 months, and discuss it and bring it back and present it a little bit more professionally.
How
That
would
would be
we
great.
be no charge for this test?
No,
It's
why-
gonna
because
cost
it's
us
a
a
law.
fortune to put it up online and then.
Because
have
they give us more, we can, for no charge, we can add on more.
Let's-
But it costs us money.
I know, we
and
pay
the law says that
$12,000
we have
for
to
it.
charge.
but-
It's the law.
Oh, the law says we have to charge.
Well,
let's take-
I think it needs to be tabled, folks. I think we don't need to have discussion on it.
The only thing that I would like to ask is, because we are having people ask us about a study guide, and I would request from the
Right.
board that maybe we do use this, what we have
That's a
in
good
English and
idea.
in Spanish, because this right now would very much help our people
Exactly.
coming in.
I have no objection. Like I said,
I think it's a good segue
Yeah.
to at least put the study guide, getting the study guide up onto the website, I
Right.
think starts to help you meet the goal that you're looking for, which is helping
Exactly.
people pass.
Like I said, I'm just blindsided by all of it right now because I wasn't aware of this. But I have no problem with the study guide going on. The more we can do for the, I want to say the agents out there, so forgive me, for the cosmetologists and the licensees, I think that's what we're here for, is to serve them and try to make them better and make our profession look better. And any tool that we can do to make them better, I think is a plus. So I would recommend it.
So what you're asking for is to put this in a packet when somebody comes in, you just hand them this piece of paper.
Yeah, this would actually be enclosed in the packet, and
do
then
that
also
with-
we can put this on our website the way it is right now.
Right.
This sounds to me like an administrative decision whether this is done or not.
Well, I think what Ms. Booth is going to need though is the approval of the study guide. We have not approved this document as a board on whether or not that's an appropriate study guide. So there
So you approve the
would
study
need
guide,
an
yeah.
approval of that summary study guide. But on the motion that's on the table is that we're suspending the activity. So if this discussion.
Until next month.
Does this
or next
discussion
meeting.
go towards the motion? Would you?
It was discussion
Oh, no, feel free.
about the testing. A lot of, when it was first reintroduced into the industry, a lot of the applicants in school and people that came in wasn't quite sure of what to remember out of the law book. They didn't know if they should remember the number, NRS 644190, or the essence of what was in the law or the regulations. So the study guide kind of pulls out, this is where you go look for those answers in a more concise form, which gives them the guide to go where to look. And that's what the study guide is about, because they really didn't know what they were looking for, because it's a lot to read in this book. Even when we read it, if you don't know the intent, you misunderstand it.
Isn't that the truth? Ms. Alexander?
Okay, I would like to ask the board to give us approval to do this as a trial basis until the next board meeting. If we could post this on the website where they could use it, and then we can give a report in the next 3 months of whether passing exam has improved or not improved.
Okay. Any other, Ms.?
I think this is very important. I do school presentations, and everything they're saying, when I go and do the presentations, I actually point out the posting of the license. These are laws you need to know on the test. How many board members are on the board? I mean, If you just give them a book, they give them a book in school, they go, what do? Do we remember NRS 644, 244? They don't know. So what they're saying is great for the student, because since I've been doing the presentations, I think the passing rate has gone up on the law test. Whereas before, it was just crazy. People were paying $110 I know one girl paid $110 in 3 days. That's crazy. They're gonna pay $110 for 110 questions, then $110 for 25 questions. That's highway robbery. I'm just saying. So I think that's great, a great idea what you're saying.
So any other comments or discussions or questions? Not from the audience, unfortunately. There is a motion on the table, and you can either withdraw that motion or we can vote on the motion to suspend this discussion. We've also had a recommendation to approve the summary law test study guide and place that onto the website and do an analysis of whether or not we're seeing some advancement towards Ms. Booth's concern, or whether we're seeing some advancements for improved testing results. At this time, I'd like to either call for the vote or ask for a withdrawal of the motion.
I think Kofi wants the greater thing, so I'm going to maintain the call for a vote.
And so at this time, the motion on the table was just to suspend this discussion until the next, table this discussion until the next board meeting. Any other questions or concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those, hands, a show of hands.
Say aye.
3. And those opposed say aye or nay. And Ms. Booth.
You don't want me to table it?
No, I don't. So, and you have to vote. You're still a voting board.
Then I'm going to vote to table it, because I prefer to present it in a much more professional manner than you just did.
That vote carries. This is
But we do need to make a motion.
Right.
Yeah, we still need to, I'm asking now that you make a motion to post the law study guide.
So that's a two-part motion. The first motion is, we've all had the opportunity to review the law test study guide, and the first thing that would need to be required would be to approve that document. Is there any question or concern, or may I entertain a motion to approve the document that you have both in Spanish and English?
I'll motion to approve both in Spanish and English.
Is there a second? Ms. Essiger, any discussion, questions, concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed. And that motion carries. The second part of that concern is to now post onto the website the approved law test study guide. Is there any question or concerns or comments regarding the posting of that onto the website? I'll entertain a motion.
I will motion to post it on the website. As Alexander said, for the 3 months trial, and after that will be reevaluated by the staff.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And so the second is from Ms. Benaldi.
And Mr. Nixor.
I'd like to make one. If you're going to study it, my question is, how are you going to do email blast to let everybody know that it's out there?
They can look.
Yes.
Already on quite a bit.
Is there a time frame that it'll be posted in the next month?
Right.
You know?
One at a time.
They just answered my question, so maybe if we let these two speak, they might be able to explain my.
On a daily basis, I mean, especially when they're coming in to know that they have to take the law test, they automatically ask, is there a study guide?
Exactly.
And so we can tell them they can either go on our website or it'll be in their packet.
Right.
In their CIB packet.
Mr. Green?
And Ms. Fitzgerald does presentations to all the schools, and they do the same up north, so she can inform the schools so they advise their students of the study guide.
To go to the website.
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Alexander, you'll create a system in place to monitor and review those results?
Right. And I also like can we add sending a copy of this to each of the schools that we have so that they know, it's along with the letter, letting them know that it's there now. And we also tell them when they come in and apply.
I think maybe that could be who made the motion? Could you amend that motion?
I amend the motion to also not only put it on the website, but to send a letter to email blast or some communication to schools administered by the students that it is there for them.
And does the second reflect that, Ms. Benoni? Any other questions or concerns regarding the posting of the approved law test study guide on the website and dissemination to the schools? And then the subsequent evaluation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Booth. There are comments by board members for future agenda items. Do any board members have particular concerns about something that you'd like to see on the agenda for the next session?
I only have it just came across the other day on my salon. Is there the law books and all this stuff, this particular school that someone that I know is going to, they don't provide a law book to the students without extra charge. How is that? Is that correct? Is the school mandated to provide them with a law book, or should they charge? Can they charge?
I believe in
I'm not quite sure.
March 29th, Mr. Jimno sent a letter to all the schools. He didn't say it was a requirement, but he said most schools currently provide law books published by the state to each student as a part of their initial material.
Right.
Most schools, it's not specified that it is a requirement.
If they want to charge for it, they can.
And some of the schools refer them to the website, pull it off the website if they choose.
It seemed odd to me that we have such a strong emphasis on the laws and the schools are nickeling and diming the students after paying $20,000 for their tuition for $10 book.
Mr. Green?
I think, I had this conversation with Mr. Jimno before, and I think we found a reference to support the schools having to make available a law book, NAC 644.085, item 16.
NAC?
Yeah.
644.085. And item 16 says at least one, these are the minimum requirements. At least one textbook for student, adequate reference materials, charts, teaching aids, other materials to support the instruction in the school. And this type of language, we felt included providing access to either a law book or where you can see it online, that kind of thing.
He did reference that NAC in his letter that he sent to the schools on March 29th, 2012. But again, he said most schools. He did not say it was mandated. But he did reference that NAC.
And then as for NRS 644.393, where every school of cosmetology shall pay to the board a fee of $10 for each student within 30 days after the student is enrolled or re-enrolled. Well, the law book is $10. So was that the intention of that NRS to be the payment for the law book to that student?
No, it's an enrollment.
No, that's an enrollment fee.
That's an enrollment fee and not in lieu of receiving a law book?
No.
So it is entirely separate.
Different.
Yeah.
They can go online and read it. I think that would probably is where they're getting around that, unfortunately.
And Ms. Bradley, did you want to speak to NRS 644.393? Is that truly an enrollment fee rather than 393? Truly an enrollment fee and not an actual fee for the payment of a law book?
Oh, okay.
Right here.
Yeah, I think at least one textbook per student, adequate reference material charts, supports instruction. That would include the law book, I would think.
I mean, we are testing on that.
Well, they should be teaching on it as well, so.
So can the inspectors write them up if they're not passing them out?
Almost every
can't
school
find the
has a
school.
book, they give them a book. Almost all the schools give the students a book in their kit.
Right.
Here,
See,
in state of Nevada, they do.
I think this is kind of an odd thing. It just happens to be, I know somebody that's going to be to school and this is like, why should I pay an extra $10 productive, just gave me 25 minutes.
We just have
We
one
have-
school who copies his own.
He copies it.
And he puts his name on it, but all the schools put a book. Yes.
So,
I have a question here.
yes.
Can an inspector, maybe I should do chief inspector, can an inspector go and cite that school that is not giving out a textbook?
No.
Really?
The
Even though it
only-
says in the law?
The only citing power is what you have listed under your fining system. Anything else has to be written up as a complaint and come before the board.
So could we write them up as a complaint and have them come before the board? and say
You
why-
can, but usually when you do a complaint against the school, it'd be a lot of violations that they've accumulated. You don't bring one little thing up before the board. It has to be that they're just not doing things right. And you've had some school, a school come before you like that.
Can I ask you
We
this
The
need
accumulation
to-
of
We need to
things.
stop talking about this though. I mean, the agenda item is comments by board members and future agenda items. So if you have something up for the agenda for next time, put that up. And if you have a comment normally is, so-and-so thanked me for our involvement in this project and stuff. It's normally not a substantive discussion about something that may come before the board. If this should come before the board, then let's add it to the next agenda for the next
Okay.
meeting.
And is that your intention? Mr.
My
Stewart?
intention is to know whether or not this is something that is currently being, what the enforcement policy is and whether or not it's common or that kind of stuff, to see whether I wanted to bring something else.
Right,
And
those
so I
have
guess-
quite a few things that need to be put in there to be able to enforce some of the things that's already in the law book.
So it's nothing I'm going to do about.
So would that mean that the agenda item for next session would be the discussion of whether or not
No,
schools?
he doesn't want to do
No.
this.
Does anyone else want to require schools to provide law books to their students on the next agenda? No? Okay. And finally, comments by the general public.
That would be me.
All day.
But
Would you kindly state your name and spell your
my name is Yvonne Van Gasbeck. That's YVONNE VANGAASBECK. I'm the general manager for Great Clips here in the city, and we employ about 145 to 150 hairdressers. Putting the study guide for the law test on the website is the best thing you could have possibly done for me. We have people coming in from out of state all the time. I had one just last month that had to pay $220 within 3 days because she failed the law test on things like, what do the letters NRS mean? So I think a study guide was a good move, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting to tell us. It's quite a long time.
Any other questions or comments prior to closing? Absent that, this meeting, yes.
I have a comment. Within the next couple of days, I'll be sending a letter to all the board members requesting if they want to attend the NIC regional meeting, which is April 20th through the 21st. So if you could respond to that as soon as possible, I would appreciate it, so that I can get the reservation made for those that are attending.
Are there members that have not attended an NIC regional meeting? And so, from the chair's position, I would strongly encourage you to participate in that regional conference. You'll meet other members of state cosmetology boards, and you will certainly enjoy the discussions that come from those conferences.
It's in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And I have one thing. My MC program has just been temporarily removed. I look to address that again possibly in August, the August meeting. That's my comment.
Any others prior to adjournment? Ms. Bradley? Because that final comment. This meeting is adjourned 5:19.
Wow.
It's that thing.
I had to bring my own chair.
Thank you. Real trooper. I'll buy you.